Oh my god, sir, as a PS5 owner, what do you like about modern gaming?
Oh my gosh, what isn't there to love? Microtransactions, launch patches, battle passes, day one DLC, overpricing loot boxes. There's just so much to love.
What about when an unfinished game's released?
Oh my gosh, that is the best!
Gaming isn't the way it used to be. Back then, you put in your cartridge, connect your controller, turn the console on, and boom, you're depressed. Now you have to turn on your console, select your game, and boom, you're depressed.
See, modern gaming is more convenient.
Modern gaming is subject to a lot of criticism, a lot of it being totally warranted. And one of the most annoying aspects of modern gaming is that quite often, games are released in an abysmal state. Whether they have an obscene lack of content, are loaded with microtransactions and other bullshit, or are just incredibly unpolished, it's something that's become much more common these days. Due to the fact that our consoles are connected to the internet, developers can release games and later make updates for them that can fix any issue. Back in the day when a cartridge was produced and distributed, they couldn't just update every cartridge. They had to release games in a complete state because if it wasn't, well, there was no fixing it. Kind of.
Let's go over various games throughout history that launched with issues but were fixed later down the line. Starting with, yes, this counts.
Now you may be thinking, how? Because as I was saying, if a game like this was broken, well, that was it. Well, kind of. While none of these games were necessarily broken or had big issues, they were still updated as time went on. This was done by just simply making updated versions the standard versions. So while there are still versions of these games that are the original versions, there are others that are updated. Now, what did these updates add?
Wow, look at that!
These all had some small changes, perhaps the most notable being Super Mario 64 Shindu Pack Toy Edition. This was only released in Japan and fixed a handful of glitches, the most notable being backwards long jumps, the most notable glitch in Mario 64. It also added support for the N64 controller's Rumble Pack accessory, and added and removed some voice lines, the most iconic being Mario's "So long, gay Bowser" line. When Mario throws Bowser during a boss fight, it sounds like he says "So long, gay Bowser."
So long, gay Bowser.
It's implied he says King of Bowser, but the N64 compression really makes it sound like he said gay Bowser. And while many assume this was removed because it can be interpreted as homophobic, it was actually removed because in Japan, Bowser is called King Koopa, not Bowser. So to have Mario throw him and refer to him as Bowser when he's not called that over there would be weird. This version was recently re-released in Super Mario 3D All-Stars, presumably for the Rumble support. Many assumed it's because of the gay Bowser line and the backwards long jump being taken out, but a year later, when N64 games made their way to the Switch with Switch Online expansion pack, Mario 64 has BLJs and So Long Gay Bowser. So why did they use the Shindu version in 3D All-Stars?
Why the f*** are you asking me? Do I look like a multi-billion-dollar company?
Wave Race 64 also got the Shindu treatment, which also just added Rumble and stayed in Japan. However, there was one game that had a notable update that was released over here, Ocarina of Time. There were 3 versions of Ocarina of Time on the N64. The 1.0 version was the original, and there was the 1.1 to 1.2 versions, with the 1.2 versions being the most notable version. This version censored blood, either removing it or making it green, and the music in the Fire Temple was changed due to it sounding like religious chanting.
Various other retro games got treatments like that, but even then, those weren't really big issues. In fact, in the case of Mario 64, the original version is preferable by many due to its BLJs and So Long Gay Bowser. So these games being fixed, they're not really fixed, more so just updated as time went on. These cases are unlike modern day, where, oh my god, they didn't even include the disc.
When talking about games released in a poor state, fixed later, there are 3 major games that come to mind: No Man's Sky, EA Star Wars Battlefront 2, and Cyberpunk 2077. No Man's Sky was advertised to be more than just an open world game, an open universe game, allowing you to explore a universe of more than 18 quintillion procedurally generated planets, which meant each planet would be different, having a different ecosystem, life forms, to truly make it feel like you were discovering a whole new universe. And so much was promised during the build up to launch, including multiplayer, allowing you to explore with other players. Guess what happened? No Man's Sky wasn't everything it said it was going to be at launch, and it was missing multiplayer and had a bunch of bugs. It was just pretty boring, nothing to experience, and developer Hello Games underdelivered. So you know what they did?
let's get cooking.
Over the last 7 years, the game has been continually updated, bringing so many things that were promised and also much more. And of course, the multiplayer, which is awesome. I really enjoy the multiplayer. I don't necessarily play with anyone, but I love seeing other players when aboard a space station and even taking a teleporter to see someone else's build. It really adds to the experience. Now, No Man's Sky is an awesome experience. Definitely not for everyone, but the game has a huge devoted fan base because, well,
yep, we should be good.
When Disney bought Lucasfilm in 2012, they closed down LucasArts and outsourced new Star Wars games to other developers, the biggest being EA, who brought back the Battlefront series. And with their own Battlefront 2, they had big shoes to fill. Did they do so?
I can't feel your goddamn toe. Where is it?
Battlefront 2 was a train wreck at launch, which was a shame because going into it, EA seemed to be aware of potential issues that were present in their first Battlefront game. That game launched with 4 maps, and later maps were locked behind DLC. No campaign, and the game itself was just so shallow. So going into Battlefront 2, it had promise. And, yup, it led to controversy, mainly because of the oversaturation of loot boxes where you pay real money and get random in-game stuff, like star cards which can be used to make you more powerful. Yep, it was pretty much pay to win.
You bet your ass we love that!
Not only that, but the game required an obscene amount of grinding to unlock certain heroes. It was calculated that it would take about 40 hours to just unlock Luke Skywalker or Darth Vader, which is unacceptable. And this game led to the most downvoted Reddit post of all time. On Reddit, someone called out EA for locking Darth Vader behind all the grinding, to which EA responded saying the point was to give players a sense of pride and accomplishment.
What the f***?
Yeah, rightfully so, this comment was downvoted to oblivion, and thankfully, with all of the other controversies with the game, EA removed all the pay-to-win aspects and over the years, followed through with the free DLC they promised. And now, I'd say Battlefront 2 is a damn good game. I still prefer the original, but this is a nice modern successor. As you play a match, you get battle points for pretty much everything you do, killing enemies, following the objective, even dying. And with those points when you respawn, you can use those points to spawn in as a special class, a vehicle, or a hero. And while this was how it worked earlier, the amount of points you needed was way too much initially. But now, it's a fair amount. You play well for a few minutes, and chances are you'll have enough points to play as a hero. The maps, while a bit too busy for my liking, are still very high quality and fun to play on. There's a great sense of variety with the maps from all eras of Star Wars, and the core gameplay itself is excellent. Now, it's a really fun multiplayer shooter set in the Star Wars universe, and I'd consider it a worthy successor of the original Battlefront 2.
But now, we reach the big one. The game that defined releasing a game in an incomplete state and finishing it later on. Cyberpunk 2077. Now, I've talked about this game once before, but since then, it has been fixed more.
Cyberpunk 2077 was originally notorious for how long it took to come out, being announced in 2012, having its first teaser release in 2013, finally actually entering development in 2016, stealing the show at E3 2018 and 19, and being delayed a few times in 2020 before finally releasing in December of 2020. And yeah, Cyberpunk was a disaster at launch, but over the next few years, its issues were ironed out, and while I wasn't the biggest fan of the game itself, it at least ran a lot better than I expected it to. I originally played it on a base PS4, and while it did crash a handful of times and had a few glitches, that's just the reality of modern games. They're so big and complex that you can't iron out every single nagging issue, but they did get most of them. However, in September of 2023, the 2.0 update was released, adding vehicular combat, new cybernetic upgrades, better police AI, and new perks all for free. And now with this update, Cyberpunk 2077 is considered one of the best comebacks in recent memory. And while I still think it's just an okay game, I still really commend them for going back and fixing the game, making it an experience at least worth trying.
When it comes to games released in a poor state, those are where people's minds instantly go. However, that doesn't mean there aren't a few other cases.
Street Fighter V was released in February of 2016 with no single-player modes, just online matches.
Ugh.
And the online was bad.
Ugh.
However, throughout various updates, the game was improved. Now,
Since when was that possible?
it now has an arcade mode, better online, and more content, definitely making it worth its price tag now. if you ignore the fact Street Fighter 6 is out now too. Fallout 76 originally seemed to be another traditional Fallout game, but it ended up being an MMO, basically an online RPG. However, originally there were no NPCs, rather the game was about you interacting with other players, which made the game feel like a nothing experience. But they added NPCs and some quest lines in 2020, and surprise surprise, it now feels like an actual Fallout game. It's a pretty good time. It definitely feels like what it was advertised as. A typical Fallout game played online with other players. Speaking of online, GTA Online had a pretty rough launch. It took forever to load into a match, but after some needed server maintenance, it's no issue these days, and with some excellent changes made to the current gen version, it's a fun time. Bad launches can also happen to old games too. The Nintendo 64 app included with Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack launched with notoriously bad emulation. The biggest target was Ocarina of Time, especially this room in the Water Temple. Also, these emulators removed fog, which was used in many N64 games for atmosphere, which made these emulated versions of the game feel so empty. And various glitches have also been with these versions, but guess what Nintendo has been doing? Now it's pretty solid N64 emulation, and with how many games there are, it's a solid app. It's not too often Nintendo will launch a product with a major issue, and when they do, it's usually Pokemon. However, one thing I always think of is Coconut Mall and the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass. In the Wii original, the course ends with this parking lot, with Mii's driving back and forth in cars with speed panels. But in this remake, it was just Shy Guys sitting in stationary cars.
Thanks.
This was later updated to have them spinning out, which isn't as fun as it was in Wii, but it still works.
But this can happen to more than just games. It can happen to consoles too?
The Xbox 360 had one of the most notorious hardware failures with the red ring of death. When an Xbox 360 had a hardware failure, the ring around the power button would glow red to represent the issue with the console, but it usually meant that the console was donezo. They did offer a repair service, which didn't help much, but they did release some revisions that did work a lot better than the original. The PlayStation 3 also had a pretty rough launch, mainly with its price, $500 for a 20GB model and $600 for a 60GB model. This was due to how much useless junk was shoved into the PS3 to make it extra powerful, but that backfired since it was so weird and unique to the PS3, which originally wasn't a very popular system. Those features went mostly unused and just kept the price way too high. But over its lifespan, with a great revision and some exclusives, they actually turned heads. The PS3 did incredibly well and eventually ended up outselling the Xbox 360.
I'm so glad the multi-billion-dollar company beat out the multi-billion-dollar company.
And back to Xbox, the Xbox One also had a plethora of issues when it launched, all of it being intended decisions by Microsoft. Originally, it required to always be online, which I think was a bit overblown even in 2013. However, it also required the Connect at all times, had no backwards compatibility, and couldn't play used games.
Oh, look at that one!
Yeah, the one did notoriously bad. However, over time they did make changes going back on many of those things. The Kinect is no longer required, they added backwards compatibility with both the Xbox 360 and the original Xbox, and it can play used games. And while it's still not a great console due to its lack of interesting exclusives, it's at least a better console than it was.
And I think that's something that should be done more. We should encourage these developers to actually go back and fix games they released in a bad state. The game should launch in a good state in the first place, but the fact that they at least went back and fixed all the major issues, it should still be celebrated in the gaming industry. Because at the end of the day, these games are made by people. People who want to make good games, but sometimes they can't, whether that's because of a company pushing out the game before it's even done, or adding in things that's really controversial, but at the end of the day, these people still care. That's why Cyberpunk received a free 2.0 update, and that's why loot boxes were removed from Battlefront 2, that's why No Man's Sky is updated so many times. And while it is important and good that we call out companies that release games in poor states, it also needs to be celebrated when companies actually fix their games. But thankfully, this kind of stuff never happens with Sony. When you get a game from them, you know that this is the wrong Spider-Man 2!
I'm not doing well. It's been 5 months since Nintendo held their last Nintendo Direct, and I'm having major withdrawals. They usually hold one every February,
but so many dates have passed that it could have possibly been, and there's still nothing. Nintendo has been posting a lot of trailers on Twitter, and frankly at this point I've given up hope. But I can't go on like this. I at least need a supplement. That'll do.
What do you do when Nintendo doesn't host a new Direct? Whine about an old one. Since the September 2021 Nintendo Direct, I have been recapping and reviewing every standard Nintendo Direct, and at this point, it's something I look forward to every February, June, and September. But Nintendo's been trying to piss me off. No Direct so far. There's been rumors of a partner showcase, but even that seems pretty unlikely at this point.
But why dwell on the present? You know what they say, if you're not satisfied with the present, complain about a 3-year-old Nintendo Direct.
On February 17, 2021, Nintendo held a Nintendo Direct, the first normal Nintendo Direct in a while. There was a lot riding on it, and then there was me. This was my first ever Nintendo Direct, and I thought it was fine, but I never really thought about it since it first aired.
So while we're in this whole Direct drought, why not revisit when I learned what disappointment feels like?
This Nintendo Direct began with Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
I'm gonna act like I actually know what I'm talking about.
So Pyra seems to have gone missing, so Rex looks for her, and when he finds her...
I got an invitation to join Smash!
Oh my god, yeah. That happened.
Yep, this was a Smash reveal, announcing Pyra and Mythra coming to Smash. Alright. I find it interesting it took until 2021 for a Xenoblade 2 rep to make it a Smash, but at the end of the day, I don't really care either way. Takahashi then gets his introduction, and...
What you just saw was the reveal trailer for the newest fighter in the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate game, Pyra and Mythra.
Takahashi, I got a fresh Ben Franklin for you if you shut up.
Alright, on to headlines. First up, Fall Guys was announced for Switch, which was exciting. Fall Guys was a match made for the Switch, and I remember being excited for it. Then it didn't release for another year and a half.
You have 22 minutes before the solar system is destroyed.
Oh shit, get out of here!
The Outer Wilds. This definitely looks interesting. Every 22 minutes the universe is reset, but you keep everything to learn, which is neat. And some Famicom Detective Club games were announced. These were old visual novels made for the Famicom that never left Japan until these remasters, which was really cool. Samurai Warrior 5.
Because you remember that being announced, don't you? Don't you? Don't you?
The Legend of Mana Remaster, which didn't hit me until this revisit. This looks awesome, how did I miss this? Following that was a more in-depth look at Monster Hunter Rise, which was a Switch exclusive for a year. I do want to give this a go one day, but yeah.
That was the latest trailer for Monster Hunter Rise.
We know!
Mario Golf Super Rush was announced and everything was downhill from here. It's funny looking back at this reveal and seeing how, yeah, it still looked quite nothing in this reveal. Like, man, there is no Mario flair on these courses. These look like environments from any golf game. Back to some more headlines. Tale from the Borderlands, Capcom Arcade Stadium, and Stubbs to Zombie. A set of Switch ports that make you go,
okay.
No More Heroes 3. How does this pre-rendered cutscene lag in this trailer? This trailer really didn't hide how rough this looks on Switch, which sucks because I heard the core of this game isn't bad, but it's held back by the limitations of the Switch. Neon White.
Let me stop you right there. Franklin is still on the table.
DC Super.
Let me stop you right there. Franklin is still on the table.
Plants vs. Zombie Battle for Neighborville. Another interesting port. Emitopia. I want to give this a go as well, but yeah. Mario items came to New Horizons as a part of Mario's 35th anniversary. And speaking of which, Takahashi announced how 3D World plus Bowser's Fury released the prior week, and...
Next, we have another game to show you.
No! No!
Project Triangle Strategy was announced here with an OK Link trailer followed by an even longer one. God man, this just dragged on. Back to more headlines. Star Wars Hunter... Oh yeah, oh my god, that's still not out yet. Following is another really unnecessarily long trailer for Knockout City. Once again, man, this trailer was just too long. World's End Club.
Well, are you gonna say something?
Hades' physical release was announced, which was interesting. Ninja Gaiden Master Collection, which was exciting. A collection of the 3D trilogy. Age of Calamity DLC. Man, this was a horrible trailer. Just random clips followed by a still image of what comes with it. What the hell was that? Bravely Default 2, Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection, Saga Frontier Remastered, Apex Legends. Guess if I care. Takahashi then tells us to take a look at AGL Numa. Oh my gosh, this was it! A new Breath of the Wild 2 trailer and maybe even gameplay?
I'm sure a lot of you saw me and thought there might be news about the sequel to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild game. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to share right now. We apologize.
And okay, what's up, AG?
And we should be able to bring you some new information this year.
Later this year? Oh, and
Yeah, they brought in Aonuma just for him to say we'll have something to show later this year. Well, he does announce Skyward Sword HD.
okay, AG.
So, I love Skyward Sword HD, and I was excited by this announcement. But after a year of silence about Breath of the Wild sequel and an absence of directs, for them to bring in Aonuma just to say that he doesn't have jack shit and here's a 10-year-old Zelda game remastered, it was definitely underwhelming. Also, a Skyward Sword set of Joy-Cons was announced, which was really cool. Well, the final announcement was Splatoon 3, and this was a really interesting trailer for it, setting it in a seemingly post-apocalyptic world, and that was it for this direct.
Well, that, looking back, was fucking lame. For the first direct in over a year, it was pretty underwhelming, which was most definitely due to the circumstances at the time. But, I mean, even looking back at it, the only new game announcements were Mario Golf, which was a really barren Mario Golf, and Splatoon 3, just another Splatoon game that wouldn't release until the end of the following year. I have fond memories of this direct, but it really just comes from this being the first direct that I ever experienced. Now that I've experienced a couple of great ones, I kind of see that this one really wasn't that good. However, after over 3 years, it did help with my direct withdrawal, so I've got to give it that.
Something about today feels right. It feels good. But what could it be?
Oh, I'm fucking ready. Well, after Nintendo spent most of the month fucking with me, it seems they finally gave up. Maybe because I said, fuck you, I'll whine about an old direct. But there is a catch. This is a partner showcase, not just any regular Nintendo directs. But in what world would I let that soften my expectations? I expect Mother 3 on Switch, Mother 3 on Switch, Mother 3 on Switch, and Grounded by Xbox Game Studios. At least one of those has to happen.
Well, before we start going through this direct, I just gotta say, while I'm cool with partner showcases, I miss the hosts. I give regular directs a ton of flack for having Takahashi and Koizumi re-explain what was shown in a trailer, and while it is kind of annoying, hey, Takahashi and Koizumi are the heart and soul of directs for me. They turned them from a 45-minute Nintendo commercial to chill streams where Nintendo and other companies show what they have coming to the Switch. So to have no physical host and just a disembodied voice, alongside the fact that this wasn't streamed like most directs are, this was just uploaded to Nintendo's YouTube channel, this feels more like a 25-minute compilation of commercials than a Nintendo Direct. Regardless, let's trudge forward into headlines. First off, Grounded from Xbox Game Studios.
Called it!
So conceptually, this game looks neat. Kinda looks like Pikmin, but you play as humans with weapons. It's a cute concept, and seems like overall it'll be a solid title, but oh my god, this looks horrid on here. This is one of those third-party ports that just looks so low quality on Switch. Just further proof we need a Switch successor. Nintendo has proved they can still make incredibly solid experiences with the Switch's power level, but it's clear third parties need a lot more legroom to work with. Next up, Ender Magnolia, a Metroidvania with an anime art style. Can you spell not for me? A ranger looks sick, an adventure game where the environment moves among a grade alongside you. I love the art style, the gameplay concept, count me in. Next, an anime medieval RPG. Monster Hunter Story is a port of the 3DS original, which is neat. Not a Monster Hunter guy, but it's a neat looking port. And not a Mickey Mouse guy, but this is a remake of Epic Mickey, which I will admit is cool. This looks like a solid enough 3D platformer. 100% not for me, but it looks solid, and I'm sure those who grew up with the original are excited for this. And a Shin Megami Tensei 5 spinoff. More headlines? Oh my gosh! Star Wars Battlefront Collection, a collection of the original 2 Battlefront games with online multiplayer. I like EA's Battlefront 2, but I prefer the original, but going back to the PS2 is just ugh. These days, games look like garbage when playing them natively on a PS2, so to have these classics on systems where they aren't going to look like absolute garbage is so exciting. South Park Snow Day, a fun looking action game set in the South Park world, and Sword Art Online. Gundam Breaker looks fine, but not for me. But hey, a new Monkey Ball, Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. Well, it's a new Monkey Ball, and it looks quite fun. May have to give this one a go. World of Goo 2, a sequel to the WiiWare classic, so it launching as an exclusive is perfect. It looks like a really fun little puzzle game with a ton of creativity. I'm looking forward to it. Fantasy Life I, the girl who stole time.
God, this trailer stole more time from my life than this girl could.
Another Crab's Treasure is a really cool looking adventure game. You play as a crab who lost his shell, so you gotta use trash as a shell to protect you while you're on a quest to find your old shell. I love how this looks, from the gameplay concept to its visual style. I love it. Penny's Big Breakaway. When this was shown in the June 2023 Nintendo Direct, I said it wasn't for me, to which I say,
that wasn't me, I swear.
Penny's Big Breakaway looks sick. A really neat looking 3D platformer from the team behind Sonic fucking Mania. How the hell did I even miss this? That is insane. Suiki Game is getting DLC.
What?
And online multiplayer isn't being added until later.
What?
So Suiki Game is huge, but I don't really think this DLC is a good idea. People, like me, got Suiki Game because, oh, it's so cheap and it looks like a fun little puzzle game. It is. But how many people, A, still regularly play it, and B, would like to spend more on DLC that adds 2 other modes? I just don't see much of an audience for this. Now, Pepper Grinder looks sick. A really cool looking... I don't even know what you call this, but it looks awesome. Pocket Card Jockey Ride On, not for me, but thank you. And a sizzle reel of a bunch of random games that I have nothing to say about. Last announcements, a handful of rare games are coming to Switch Online. Snake Rattle and Roll, RC Pro-Am, Battletoads and Battle Maniacs, Killer Instinct, and Blast Core.
Okay.
So more Switch Online games is always exciting, and this is a solid bunch from Rare, but I and many others would have preferred the original Battletoads or, dear God, Donkey Kong 64. But instead, Snake Rattle and Roll. Thank you. And, final announcement, Endless Ocean Luminous. Not my thing, but looks solid.
Well, that was fine. I think that was a pretty good third-party showcase. There was definitely a lot of quality and variety, and a good amount of games I'm looking forward to. Overall, a solid partner showcase, one that I think was definitely worth watching. Anyways, I wonder if Japan got anything different. I mean, there's no way they could have gotten another Crab's Treasure. What? It's finally here! Mother 3 on Switch! Only in Japan, but still, it's Mother 3 on Switch! Nintendo wins 2024! This is just... Yeah, that's kind of cool and lame at the same time.
Mother 3 has made its way to Switch in Japan only. Now it's just as simple as making a Japanese account, creating a new user and linking said account, then downloading the Japanese GBA app off the eShop, but the game is still in Japanese. But as someone who knows Mother 3 better than their own neighborhood, it's so goddamn special to be playing it on Switch.
And one day, we probably will see a localization. Well, what a partner showcase. And now I know what I'm playing on Switch in 2024. Oh shit!
3, 2, 1.
Oh, hell yeah, February is finally over. To which you may say, how? I mean, it's only been 28 days. I know, it's weird, but just look at the calendar. There's only 28. What the fuck is that? Yeah. No, I need you here immediately. Yeah, okay. See you soon. Love you too. Damn it. You may be wondering, what's wrong? It's this dumbass thing called Leap Day.
Leap Day is not necessarily a holiday, but rather a day added to February every 4 years. Why?
Because we're a flawed and pitiful species.
You see, we define a year as a full revolution around the sun, which takes roughly 365 days. But it actually takes a tad longer than that, about 365 days and 6 hours. But it would be super weird to have an additional 6 hours at the end of every year, so instead we spend 3 years with 365 days, then every 4 years we add an additional day, since in the last 4 years we skipped roughly 24 hours. So it seems like a simple little way to keep our days in order, until you realize it goes further than that. You see, a year isn't exactly 365 days and 6 hours. It's actually a little less, and after multiple leap years, it starts to push us forward in time. So for example, in this span of a century, we celebrate 25 leap years, but that also ends up putting us about 18 hours ahead. So to counter that, every 100 years we do not have a leap year.
Okay, well, I mean, that's not too bad. It's a little complicated, but I mean, it's not too bad. Every 4 years except for every 100 years. Got it.
Unless the year is divisible by 400, to which we do have a leap year. Because when we don't have a leap year, that continues to throw us off a bit more. So every 400 years, we do have a leap year, even though we shouldn't, to keep the calendar aligned.
This is so stupid. I understand trying to correct these things to make things simpler, but why is it done in such a way that is so complicated? All for what? To us not be off by 6 hours? I didn't need those 6 hours anyways! I'm tired of Leap Day. Adding an extra day for nothing, I mean, we don't even notice it in the long run. And I want things to change. However, I'm not the kind of person who sits around wanting change. I know that if you want change, you need to be the change. So I'm gonna do something about this. And I needed some help, so I called some people, so now we're just waiting for them. But I'm sick of days like today.
Yeah, screw days.
Oh, hey Doc, good to see you.
And no, good to see me.
Just sit the down. Thanks for making time to meet with me.
Oh, it was no problem. I had an extra day anyways.
Yeah.
So what's wrong? The Mario vs. Donkey Kong remake just wasn't that good?
No, it was fine. This was just about Leap Day.
Oh yeah, that's why I had an extra day.
Do you like Leap Day?
No, it's annoying. I was supposed to get shot on March 1st, and now I have to wait an extra day.
Isn't that a good thing?
No, I just want to get it over with.
Alright. Dick?
Hey, that was really mean. All he wanted to do is get shot. Why the victim blame?
No, I was talking to you because that's your name.
Oh, sorry. I was just trying this new dementia thing. Oh, really? How's that going? Shoot, I forgot.
Okay, Dick, what do you think of Leap Day?
As a frog hater, I hate them. Can't we just have a walk day for once?
I think you're a little confused, but you got the spirit.
So, you hate Leap Day? I hate Leap Day. And he has dementia. So what's the plan?
Well, here's the deal. I know our amendments really well. I mean, I ranked them once, and we're gonna use them to our full advantage. And we're gonna use the First Amendment. We're gonna practice our belief. We are gonna press our belief. We're gonna assemble for our belief. We're gonna petition for our belief. And we're gonna speak for our belief. And there's only one place I know where we can speak freely and be heard by all. Ban Leap Day, we don't want it.
March 1st should be a Thursday, not a Friday.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Alright guys, I actually think that went really well.
You think? An old man told you to shut up. That went great.
Yeah, every time an elderly person is uncomfortable, I'm satisfied.
Let's just let him live in his own world.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So, what's next?
I'm not sure.
I got it. We can use the 15th and 19th Amendments.
How would that help?
We can set up an election to remove leap days.
That's a brilliant idea, but we have to get the word out somehow. Hey you! Is your 2024 not going your way? Do you not want to spend another day in this year?
If your answer is yes, welcome to the club. You're not very special.
This afternoon, vote to ban leap days entirely. It would make me, a man struggling with dementia, really happy. And that's the last thing you want to do. Upset a man with...
Dementia.
Dementia.
Do what's best. Ban Leap Day!
And get rid of those damn G's.
No.
And with an overwhelming landslide, it has been voted to remove Leap Day entirely. Forever. Enjoy the rest of your March 1st.
Wow, I can't believe it. We actually did it.
Well, it's hard for people to vote no when the only answer on the ballot is yes.
What?
Well, you can't argue with the results.
Good point. You know, I'm proud of us, guys. Today we made a change that people will cherish for generations. For years, people will come to remember us as the people who stopped the tyranny and stupidity of Leap Day.
Can you believe this time of year used to be warm?
Yeah, but our stupid ancestors changed that.
What a bunch of...
What the
This is the PlayStation 5, the fifth of the iconic PlayStation lineage. Since the release of the original PlayStation in 1994, the PlayStation brand has done extraordinarily well. Even despite the fact the PS3 had a rough launch, it turned things around, and while it's still Sony's worst selling home console, it still sold over 80 million units. And currently, Sony's one focus is the PlayStation 5.
However, unfortunately, this thing isn't doing great. I mean, it's doing fine commercially. It's already sold over 50 million units, and I think it's fair to expect it to hit over 100 million units by the time the PS6 rolls around. However, critically, this thing has recently started to really take it in, and I'd like to add to that.
Now, I want the PS5 to do better, but to really talk about what I think it needs to do better, I have to talk about what it's already doing wrong.
So, let's go over the 7 sins of the PS5. 7 issues with the PS5 that I believe are not just holding back the console, but also the PlayStation brand as a whole.
Now, of course, the PS5 has games, but it also kinda doesn't. So what I and many others mean by no games is a lack of exclusives. Now, of course, there are plenty of great PlayStation exclusives on the PS5, but some of them also released on the PS4. Spider-Man Miles Morales, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7. These are big profile blockbuster games, and yet you can still play them perfectly fine on a normal PS4. But another chunk of the PS5 exclusives are PS4 remasters. Spider-Man Remastered, The Last of Us Part 1, The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. Hell, the big console exclusive at launch was Demon's Souls, a remake of a damn PS3 game.
So yes, the PS5 has games, but they're old games or games that you can already run perfectly fine on a run-of-the-mill PS4.
But don't fret, there are a handful of actual brand new exclusives. Spider-Man 2, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Final Fantasy VII Remake Rebirth, and more coming with Rise of the Ronin and Wolverine. A good batch of games with some quality stuff coming, but games to buy a console for?
That kind of stuff really comes down to subjectivity, but a lot of people don't really see much excitement in these exclusives. As Spider-Man, Ratchet & Clank, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Horizon, all good games, but games that they could already play on a PS4. But in the PS5's defense,
by the 3-year mark of the PS4 in 2016, the PS4 had Infamous Second Son, Bloodborne, Uncharted 4, and Ratchet & Clank. But from 2017 onward, there was Horizon Zero Dawn, Spider-Man, God of War, Death Stranding, The Last of Us Part 2, Ghost of Tsushima, plus all the games that were also released on the PS5. So there's still time for the PS5 to grow its library of exclusives, and I think Rise of the Ronin and Wolverine are definitely very promising.
But that still doesn't change one major issue with these exclusives: the basis of the next gen experience.
Spot the difference. While the PS5 has solid exclusives, most of them are sequels to PS4 games. Thusly, it's fair that they look similar, but this does not feel like a whole new generation of gaming. Spider-Man 2 was an absolute blast, a really solid follow-up to Spider-Man and Miles Morales. However, not often did I feel like, yeah, this is only possible on the PS5. The only time I really felt that was when I was swinging around super fast, using the web wings and momentum to just completely zoom across the city. It feels shockingly fast. The console is processing it better than I even can. I don't think this was possible on the PS4. Doesn't mean this wasn't. Yeah, like the original, a lot of the gameplay comes down to punching bad guys. And while they added various new mechanics to really set it apart and improve on the earlier games, that's all it really does. Set apart and improve on the earlier games, but does not necessarily feel like this wasn't possible on the PS4.
And that also goes for the other big current gen game I played, Jedi Survivor.
I also had a great time with this. Regardless of how I didn't really like the story, the gameplay was a blast and improved and expanded on Fallen Order, but does not feel like it couldn't run on PS4.
It just goes to show that this issue isn't just an issue with Sony, it's just gaming as a whole these days. But Sony isn't really doing much to change that.
I've also dabbled in other exclusives. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, awesome game, and I would love to give my full attention to this one day. And while I have not played the PS4 Ratchet & Clank, again, this doesn't really feel like it's only possible on the PS5, which extends to Final Fantasy VII Remake Rebirth. It's fun and a neat remake of the classic, but this is literally part 2 of a 3-part remake, and yep, it looks and plays just like part 1. But it's a PS5 exclusive because, oh, well, it's too late to put new games on the PS4.
I get it, and I'm sure some of these games started life as PS4 games, but just became PS5 exclusives to help sell the console. But that doesn't change the fact that these games don't feel like the big next-gen experiences they should be. But now, on to the next sin, a fairly recent one, Less for More.
It's pretty much a tradition for PlayStation consoles that after a few years they receive a slim redesign, made to be smaller and cheaper. It's mainly for those who are holding out on the system, not necessarily in a rush and waiting for it to be cheaper, which with the PS5 starting at $400 and not really having many games to get it for, many were definitely fine with sitting out for a few years. And with Spider-Man 2, the biggest game releasing for the PS5 in fall of 2023 coming in hot, it seemed only natural for them to introduce the PS5 Slim in fall of 2023, and they did so.
Which also includes f***ing it up.
So much like how the system launched with a disc-based and digital-only model, the Slim launched as both as well. And this is a fine redesign. It's a fair bit smaller, and while I'm not a big fan of how the disc drive just juts out, it looks fine. However, something awesome about the digital version is that you can actually get a disc drive for it and turn it into a disc-based system, which is awesome.
Okay, well it is $80, but I mean, it's still great to have that option.
Also, the vertical stand that allows you to stand the console up as shown in every promo photo, it's sold separately too for $30.
Okay, well, I mean, that's kind of stupid.
Oh, but oh well, it's a slim model, it must be cheaper. The PlayStation 5 Slim disc-based version is still $500. That is incredibly stupid. That just kind of undermines the point of a slim model. It's about more than just being smaller, it's also about giving people a more affordable entryway into the PS5. But hey, at least the digital edition is no longer $400, it's $450.
How do you f*** it up so bad? A slim redesign costing more than the original? What year are we living in?
It feels like reverse psychology. Like, why buy a digital slim for $450 when you can pay $50 more for a disc-based console? Because what is the point of this? This is one of the most stupidest and unappealing consoles, purely for the price alone. It just baffles me to no end. It's something that I've been questioning ever since it was announced, and I still question why nobody talks about it. Like, hello? $450 for a smaller redesign of a console that usually costs $400? Just, who owns this thing?
Okay. In my opinion, this is where the issues with the PS5 peak. The PS5 Slim Digital is, in my opinion, one of the worst deals in all of gaming, and single-handedly makes me despise this redesign with every fiber of my being. Good going, Sony! Now, on to the next sin, the Sony greed.
This is pretty much a continuation of a lot of what I was talking about with the Slim. A disc drive sold separately for $80. The vertical stand that allows you to display the console as it's shown in advertisements sold separately for $30. It's absolutely ridiculous as well, so how about more overpricing? How about the DualSense Edge controller? DualSense Edge?
Don't get any ideas.
The DualSense Edge is the PS5's premium controller. It adds a handful of fine features, and it's $200. The DualSense is already a $70 controller, and it's a great one at that. I love this controller, it feels great, its new gimmicks are really cool, and it's just a really nice controller to use. But the DualSense Edge does not seem to add, like, anything of value, especially since the DualSense is already an incredible controller. This is one of my favorite controllers. Why would I spend $130 more for a slightly better version of something I already think is immaculate? Sony also released wireless earbuds for the PS5, and they do what wireless earbuds do. Be fucking expensive. $200 for earbuds. Not something new, but that doesn't mean this also isn't super fucking stupid. A $200 controller or $200 earbuds. Pick your poison. Now at face value, the earbuds may seem odd. Like PS5 earbuds? Don't you usually play your PS5 at home on a TV? Yes, but they also recently released the PS Portal,
which I'll give the shit it deserves.
However, the PS Portal is only compatible with these wireless earbuds. You can use wired earbuds and headphones, but if you want to go wireless with the Portal, $200 please. And speaking of all this, while doing some research on this, I discovered that Sony has recently been sued for overpricing. Not straight to consumers, but rather to developers and publishers. When something is sold on the PlayStation Store, 30% of it goes to Sony, which is fucking ridiculous. This has also led publishers to raise prices on their games on the PS Store so they can make more money, so ultimately, consumers pay more because Sony just wants that green.
We can't talk about Sony and overpricing without talking about the fifth sin. What am I paying for again?
PS Plus is Sony's subscription service that also covers online play. It was restructured a few years ago and it's split into 3 tiers. First up is Essential, which is $10 a month. With it, you get online play, cloud saves, 3 free games a month, and some discounts on the PS Store. And people say Switch Online isn't worth it. So, online play is of course the biggest appeal, good for it, but also cloud saves. Listen, they're convenient, but really only when you're transferring saves to a new console. Once you've done that, I never use cloud saves on PS5 because I only have one PS5. I never use it. I'm so glad I'm paying for this. Well, you do get access to 3 free games every month. Say it with me now.
Who cares?
Moving up a tier to Extra, for $15 a month, you get access to a library of around 400 PS4 and PS5 games you can download to your console and play for free, which is where the value lies. It's meant to trick you and make you go, wow, $15 a month for all these great games? Because there are a ton of awesome games on PS Plus, but the thing is, how many of them a month do you play? Now, you can very much spend $15 a month and just let this be your PS5 library, and it works as that. There's a lot of stuff here, but for the common man, I think we already have enough games in our backlog as it is, so there isn't really a ton of value here. But then there's Premium for $3 more, which beefs up the library to add PS1, 2, PSP, and PS3 games. The PS3 games can only be played through streaming, and you can also stream select games, which is really nice. That's why I played a bit of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and it worked great. The game looked and ran flawlessly, it didn't feel like it was being streamed at all. Same with the PS3 games. It's weird how they're streamable only, like, I get it, the PS3 is a wacky console, but what about these multiplats? You're telling me you can't make them downloadable too? You can also play demos for select games, which is how I tried out Baldur's Gate 3 and went.
Well, yeah, it's a good game, but I'm in no rush to buy it.
And you also get access to Sony Pictures Catalog, Sony's streaming service for Sony movies. Well, hell yeah, I want to watch Morbius. Why? So with PS Plus Premium, you get access to a select group of movies on Sony Pictures Catalog. You may wonder, any good movies? To which I say the only movie here I have any affinity for is Godzilla Tokyo SOS, aka no, all there is a bunch of crap. Any good movies you may want to see can either be rent or bought. Or you can just watch it on Netflix. Yeah, this is not lasting long. Well, that's PS Plus. Its value is very much subjective. $10 for the cheapest tier is ridiculous. For $10 more, you can get a year's worth of normal Switch Online with way more benefits. And hey, Essential for a year is $80. Switch Online expansion is $50 with, again, way more.
PS Plus is overpriced and just not worth it. I had a premium subscription for a couple months, however I realized I'm really not playing any of the games that you get with it. So it looks like a good deal, but it's meant to trick you.
These days, I really just get Essential by month. If someone goes, hey, you want to play this game online? I'll just get a month of Essential and just have Essential for that month. Then the next month, if they don't say the same thing, I just don't renew it. So that way, I still save money on PS Plus, but occasionally get it. Because the thought of paying more a month for extra and premium, that makes me shudder. But now, let's move on to the next sin, PS5 x Wii U.
The PS Portal is a new accessory for the PS5 that's a handheld companion. Like how it was with the Steam Deck, many people claim that this would be the Switch killer. The Switch is the third best-selling console of all time. The only thing that can kill the Switch is a successor. Anyways, the PS Portal, design-wise, dumb. Notice how the Joy-Cons are designed to feel natural with the tablet while still housing all the inputs you'll find on a regular controller? The Portal said f that and shoved a tablet in between the DualSense. The PS Portal is pretty much a Wii U gamepad for the PS5. You can stream your gameplay from your PS5 to the Portal, which has its use. Whether someone else wants to use the TV or you want to play in bed, the Portal has its use and you can take it out in public, you just have to leave your PS5 on at home. Just bring a Switch.
I get the appeal of the Portal. I mean, I'm a Nintendo fan for crying out loud. Playing these massive games portably is magical. But I don't know about everyone else, but I prefer to play big console games at home on a TV instead of on the go with a DualSense with a screen in the middle.
And the Switch can still provide big console games for the same price as the Portal at $200, and probably with better battery life. I get the Portal is not a huge issue, but I also think it's kind of dumb in a few ways, so sure, here's a sin.
And now, on to the final sin, possibly the most egregious. Sony, what the f*** is this? Spoilers for the ending of Spider-Man 2 also, I guess?
As I said, I like Spider-Man 2, but I very much have some nitpicks with it. Starting with a dead horse, but I haven't gotten my kick in. Towards the end of Spider-Man 2, Miles makes a new suit, and yeah, many don't like it. It just looks lame, which, hey, I don't think is a huge issue. Many of the bonus suits in these Spider-Man games are super stupid looking, and I like that. They're fun as just silly little side suits, but the thing is, this suit is, kinda here to stay. While you can change the suit to his normal suit for the last few missions, you're forced to play the final mission with this suit, which is just so stupid. Miles' normal suit is already sublime, one of my favorite spider suits. Mainly black with some red highlights, it looks incredible and already sets him apart from Peter enough. And while this suit does that more so, it just doesn't look great.
Okay, I didn't like the suit that no one else liked. Shocker. But I did have more issues with Spider-Man 2, mainly with the missing features.
Now these have recently been added in, being able to change the time of day, replay missions, and swap symbiote tendril colors. I like how robust changing the time of day is. You can also change the weather a bit to make it raining. I really love that. But why the hell wasn't all this available at launch? Why did it take months for the ability to replay missions be added into the game? And I absolutely adore swinging around at night, yet that wasn't added in until this update as well? Why? It was just weird for this high-profile $70 release. It was missing these features that are small, yes, but also heavily requested due to the fact that they were missing. It may not be as big of an issue, but it's still an issue regardless.
However, I can't hide behind this charade forever. I love the PS5. It has an admittingly small library of exclusives, but still really solid ones. However, it's hard to not speak against this console. This is supposed to be the big next generation of PlayStation, and yet it feels more like a PS4 Pro. And now I like it as that. I mean, being able to play every PS4 game plus its library of new games, it's a really great PlayStation console, but as the big next generation of gaming, this really isn't it. But also defend this big ass fucker to some extent. To be fair, we're really only halfway through its life, and the amount of great games that the PS4 got after its halfway point, I think the PS5 has a solid library of exclusives incoming. Now, am I saying that because I genuinely believe that, or am I saying that because I spent $500 on this console? Could you imagine?
Game consoles. Oh man, do I adore these things. Just these boxes and whatever else you'd call these things with one core purpose: playing video games. And oh man, do these consoles boast libraries of incredible games. These days, I'm usually pretty set with just either playing the PS5 for multiplats and PS4 games, and the Switch for all the Nintendo stuff. But who am I kidding? I still love fiddling around with the Wii, Xbox 360, N64, and the handhelds. It's just so fun revisiting these consoles from my childhood and the past I wasn't there to experience. Despite not really getting into gaming until 2020, I have a ton of passion for a ton of consoles, and I feel like I played enough games to have 26 opinions. Consoles like the Game Gear, Atari Lynx, and Jaguar, I've dabbled in their libraries, but I haven't actually found any games I like. And stuff like the PS Vita, Virtual Boy, Sega Master System, Saturn, and Dreamcast, I just have flat out no experience with. But these are more niche consoles, one I doubt anyone will go,
"You don't have a favorite Virtual Boy game?"
But in case anyone is like that, Wario Land looks okay.
Obviously, we have to start with the console to popularize home console gaming, the Atari 2600. And this is such an awkward console. So much of its library is just incredibly limited arcade ports, but there is one arcade port that I believe is perfect: Missile Command. Missile Command is simple. You have 6 cities and a bunch of missiles. Enemy fire rains down from the sky, and your goal is to blow them up midair before they can hit the cities, while using as little ammo as possible. Finishing every round and hearing your extra ammo and standing cities add up to your points counter is so satisfying. And even when you fail, you're still treated to the classic Atari explosion.
Damn!
An incredibly simple game, but it transitions to the 2600 perfectly and is forever my favorite to go back to. Now, I have a lot less experience with Atari's second console, the 5200, but a lot of its arcade ports are better, and some older Atari games also made their way here with some enhancements, such as Star Raiders. Released originally for the Atari 400 and 800 computers, it received an Atari 2600 version that was beyond limited. Star Raiders needed a lot more control than just a stick and a button, so the 2600 version released in this fat-ass box where they can include the video touchpad, which allowed you to actually play the game in the worst way possible. But with the 5200's phone controller, it feels like this was made for Star Raiders. Star Raiders on 5200 just feels so good. It's a simple space game, just fly around to different sectors of space, blowing up enemies while also tending to your systems. It's quite simple, but I think that's what makes it great. It doesn't bite off more than it can chew. It works perfectly on these older consoles, and even all these decades later, it's still fun to revisit. Now we're talking the NES, a console I hate.
Well, I'm definitely going to Nintendo hell. Better go sooner than later.
Okay, I'm being a bit too harsh. I like the NES, but I'm not afraid to admit it's one of the hardest Nintendo consoles for me to go back to. This is where most of Nintendo's beloved franchises were born, and I respect these games, but I also feel that they have a major case of first entry syndrome, where the first entry in a beloved series is an absolute chore to go back to. Mario, Zelda, and Metroid, I have a hard time going back to their first games, but Mario got a whole trilogy on NES, and one of those is definitely my favorite. Super Mario Bros. 3 is absolutely immaculate and a flat-out good game. It refined the general gameplay from 1 and set the standard for all 2D Mario platforms to come. Super Mario Bros. 2 is my favorite. One of the black sheep of the mainline Mario series, Mario 2 is a weird game, wholly because it wasn't originally Mario 2, but I find its differences from the rest of the series make it so much more interesting, and it still feels so fun to revisit, from the graphics to the music to the gameplay. I still think objectively Mario 3 is better, but from a personal enjoyment standpoint, I prefer Mario 2. The Atari 7800 is a very awkward console. This console was released during the reign of the NES and failed to gain any traction, so it really fell under the radar. Years ago, I wanted to dive deeper into this console's library, so I looked up the best games for it, and the top result was Ninja Golf. I thought with the name as crazy as that, the game has got to be fucking ridiculous, so I looked it up on eBay, and
okay, it's one of those.
Well, it's a good thing I have $200. I can afford to burn one and spend the other on Ninja Golf. Oh, damn it! Well, I was only able to salvage $30 of it, but I used that to buy Atari 50, the Anniversary Collection, a collection of Atari games from across all of their systems. And I'll never forget looking at all the games included.
Oh, I'm set.
Finally, I can play ninja golf, and yes, it kicks ass. So as the name suggests, you're a ninja playing golf. Try to hit the ball in the hole and as few hits as possible. But in between the hits, as you walk to your ball, you have to fight enemies, and when you're near the hole, you fight a dragon. It's such a ridiculous game, but such a fun one at the same time. It hasn't aged fantastically, but it has such a fun concept that was perfectly executed and definitely sticks out compared to the rest of the 7800 library. The one and only Sega console I'll be talking about. The Genesis seems to have a solid library I still have yet to really dabble in. I don't know why, but I don't have much experience in the Genesis library, and I don't necessarily have a huge lust to change that, but I do have a favorite game here, and shockingly, it's not Sonic 2. How do you think Sega reacted to that?
That son of a bitch. Was releasing it on Switch 4 times not enough?
My favorite Genesis game is Castlevania Bloodlines, a Castlevania game I've always thought was just okay. No, it's better than okay, it's good, but compared to Super Castlevania 4 and Symphony of the Night, it just simply gets lost in the shuffle. Comparing it to the rest of the Castlevania lineage, it doesn't stick out. Now compared to the rest of the Genesis library, oh my gosh, a Castlevania game? This is a great classic Castlevania, just simple whip cracking.
Or spear thrusting. Depending on how you swing.
Action across, well, this time all of Europe. The game has a great sense of variety with its locations. It gives Castlevania that signature Sega Genesis twang. Overall, not a standout title in its series, but a standout on the console. The Game Boy, the little console that revolutionized portable gaming while still being ass at the same time. Considering that Link's Awakening DX is my favorite game of all time, one may assume the Game Boy original is my favorite on that console. Wrong again! I like the Game Boy, but it's a bit hard to revisit. Games like Super Mario Land 2 are good, no doubt, but just feel like Game Boy-fied Mario platformers. Again, still good, but I think I'd rather play Tetris in the corner alone.
What is wrong with me?
Tetris isn't a very exciting game, at least this Game Boy version, but it's iconic. This popularized both the Game Boy and the Tetris brand itself, and it still holds up as a great version of Tetris, at least on what it is. So yeah, as weird as it is to say, Tetris is my favorite Game Boy game. Donkey Kong 94! Donkey Kong 94! With a game called Donkey Kong released on the original Game Boy, you'd assume it's just a Game Boy port of the arcade original. And it starts as that, but then it turns into this big old puzzle platformer with dozens of levels. This game laid the groundwork for not just the Mario vs. Donkey Kong series, but it also introduced various moves that would become staples of Mario's 3D moveset. It's an incredible title that's still a blast to revisit, regardless of the fact that it's for this clunky ass block from '89.
This game's giving the eulogy at my funeral.
Oh my gosh, the Super Nintendo is my favorite retro console. It took the concepts of the series introduced on the NES and fully realized them. I'd say the biggest upgrade from NES to SNES was Metroid. Go back to the NES original and it's hard to stomach, but give Super Metroid a go and you're playing an incredible title that defined this type of 2D platformer. Now, with me saying that, you'd assume I'm building a Super Metroid being my favorite Super Nintendo game.
A Link to the Past wins.
While not as big as a jump from Metroid to Super Metroid, it was still a huge jump for Zelda. Zelda 1 was basic and feels oddly empty these days. I think it fits the story well enough, sure, but what I'm trying to say is that A Link to the Past is actually good. From the story, to the gameplay, to its art style, the dungeons actually feel distinct and have puzzles, the story actually has stakes, the world actually feels alive with not just life that wants to kill you, but life that wants to help you on your epic quest. This game set the template that the rest of the Zelda series has followed quite closely, which I don't blame because this template is goddamn flawless. Overall, a sublime experience from a sublime generation of retro gaming. In this era, Nintendo and many other companies were pushing their franchises into the third dimension. And while Castlevania did this as well on the Nintendo 64, on the PlayStation it proved that the dimension didn't need to change for Castlevania to change for the best. Symphony of the Night embraced a more non-linear style, somewhat similar to Simon's Quest, but unlike Simon's Quest, Symphony of the Night is super akin to Metroid. This style fits Castlevania so well, it's definitely my favorite style for Castlevania, and Symphony of the Night was a great first go at the style. This game set the formula of the following 2D Castlevania games would follow, and for a first go at this style, this absolutely knocks it out of the park. It keeps the series' hard-as-nails styles while evolving it in such an incredible way. It's definitely not the easiest to go back to, mainly because when you die you go all the way back to the menu, but besides those little annoyances, this game is just incredible and proved that some series just work better when they stay in 2D. Oh man, the Nintendo 64, where many franchises entered 3D, and in general, so many incredible games were released for this console. Mario 64, F-Zero X, Banjo-Kazooie, GoldenEye 007, Ocarina of Time. I adore so many games with this console, but my favorite will always be Majora's Mask. Oh my gosh, man, the story, the dungeons, the world, the characters, the music, the masks, it all just gives a sense of...
This game is the fucking
best.
Majora's Mask is such a special game, one of those games I feel that everyone needs to experience. The way it grabs you, it makes you feel for these jumbles of polygons. In many ways, I feel that the Zelda series still has yet to meet the depth of the storytelling in this game. There may only be 4 dungeons, but I think these are all sublime. The different forms Link can take allow for so much gameplay variety, and the core gameplay builds off the incredible groundwork Ocarina of Time laid. What a special game. I'm so glad there was never a remaster that took away more than it added.
Yeah, glad that never happened.
My favorite Game Boy Color game would just so happen to be my favorite game of all time, a remaster of a Game Boy game, Link's Awakening DX. Yep, specifically the DX version, not the original, not the Nintendo Switch remake, no, the Game Boy Color re-release that added color. My gosh, man, everything about the game. The story, the dungeons, the music, the characters. Usually this stuff is par for the course with Zelda games, but for a Zelda game originally made for the original Game Boy, it's so impressive what they were able to do with it. The Switch remake really doesn't feel out of place in any ways, at least to me. I may just be blind because this is my favorite game of all time, but who cares because it's my favorite game of all time. The Nintendo Switch version is definitely objectively better, but this version will always be my favorite.
You see, that's something we like to call being wrong.
The PlayStation 2 definitely had some incredible games that I haven't played yet. However, that doesn't change my favorite PS2 game being Star Wars Battlefront 2. Now, I've been playing a ton of online in the recent Battlefront Classics collection, and man, this game is just so fun. It recreates the feeling of being in these massive Star Wars battles so well. The presentation is spot on, from the visuals to the music to the sound effects. It really makes it feel like you are a soldier on the battlefront. There's so many maps and modes. It's such a good game that I can play whenever without having to really get invested into it. Such a sublime game, and dare I say, the Battlefront Classics collection isn't bad on Switch. Oh my god, this is Switch gameplay when I'm talking about my favorite PS2 game? Much like the PS2, I still have yet to really dig into this console's exclusives, but there is one I have delved my way into a bit, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. An RPG set in my favorite film franchise, what isn't there to love? I still have a lot of the game to make it through, but what I've played so far has been a blast. I know I've been saying this a lot, but the characters, man, I just love them. The combat isn't really my thing, but I can tolerate it to experience the story and explore these locations from the Star Wars galaxy. One of my favorite handhelds, man. The Game Boy Advance had, well, a lot of Super Nintendo ports, but also some sublime original games, with my favorite being my other favorite game of all time, Mother 3. Finally, after years of development hell, the Mother trilogy was finally finished on the Game Boy Advance, and Mother 3 was a really special game to end it with. Par for the course, but the story, world, characters, all of it is just so well done here. It juggles the lighter comedic tone and the darker tone so well. I'll never forget playing it for the first time and hitting the major plot twist in Chapter 1, and just being absolutely shocked and torn by it. And yet, so many moments had me smiling. It's crazy the grip this game has on you emotionally. And even though this is an RPG, I adore the gameplay. The combat is made addictive with the rhythm battle mechanics and the rolling health meter, alongside its music and visuals. It's one of the most engaging RPGs I've played, and makes me adore a genre I could usually just tolerate. All of it culminates into a game that is just so goddamn special, and unfortunately, it's still stuck in Japan.
Now, how have I played it, you ask? Irrelevant.
The GameCube, yet another sublime console that isn't easy to pick a game from, but I think I'm gonna have to go with Super Mario Sunshine. This is a pretty divisive game, mainly due to its difficulty, which many don't like. And while I do understand, I really enjoy this game's difficulty. Mario feels so incredibly smooth here, so much better than in 64 and even better than he did in Galaxy. As a matter of fact, Mario didn't feel this good to control again until Odyssey, and since Mario feels so good to control, anytime I'd fail in Sunshine, it felt like it was my fault, like I should have just played better. This made it so when I'd finally get a shine I've been working on for 10 minutes, I'd have the sense of I finally triumphed this challenge instead of I finally got through the clunkiness. So I don't mind the difficulty, which just means it's up for here for me. The theming, man, I love the island theme. Flood is so damn cool, allowing for so much creative platforming. The music, the world, what I've been saying forever, just once again applied here. The DS had some solid first-party support, but its third-party support was also incredible. And my favorite DS game is Dragon Quest IX, Sentinels of the Starry Sky. All of that stuff I value in a game is here and in full force, but beyond that, the customization to your character, the monster designs, and just the nostalgia of this guy. I spent so much time just playing through the main quest and just also doing random side quests, and while it doesn't have super engaging RPG gameplay, the personalization of this game definitely makes it up for me. I care about Joe so much. He takes heavy hits and deals heavier hits. Sarah is also a pretty heavy hitter, especially when her tension is raised. And Scott, well, he's always been the weak one, but he's that one kid that doesn't really add much. There's not much to him, but you still love him regardless. Just by me explaining my crew, you should be able to tell I have such a connection to these guys, and I really care for them. I've worked so hard to make them all such powerhouses, and they can tackle anything. It just makes this game that's already great even better for me. While the Xbox 360 definitely had some great exclusives, I'm all about the multi-plats when it comes to this console. And so my favorite Xbox 360 game is either Red Dead Redemption or Batman Arkham City. Red Dead Redemption, man, my favorite Rockstar Games game in general. Just a big old love letter to classic spaghetti westerns. Pretty much the open world sandbox style of Grand Theft Auto set in the Old West. As always, the story, characters, the world, all big attributes to why I absolutely love this game. But like, especially so, man. I mean, this is one of my favorite stories in the entire medium. Just everything is incredible here. And the gameplay, well, it's a Rockstar Games game, but I love how Rockstar games play, so I'm a fan of it. While I like it more than Batman Arkham City, don't count it out, because I'm gonna say it's my favorite PS3 game. Much like many other consoles, I haven't experienced many of the exclusives on the PS3. The one I played the most is Uncharted 1. And while it's a good game, I see it more as a good starting off point, a solid foundation for the following 3 entries to build on. Cause man, this guy can feel rough at times. So, Batman Arkham City, one of my favorite superhero games. It took things Asylum founded and grew on them, creating an open world city Batman game. And it's exactly what I wanted from a Batman game like this. Just going around the city stopping various villains from Batman's rogue gallery. And while that is still how it was in Asylum, I find it so much more fun to explore the city than just the Asylum Islands. So yeah, Arkham City is my favorite PS3 game. This footage is from the Switch port.
Don't you dare act like you could tell.
Almost 3 years ago, I said Super Mario Galaxy is pretty good. And since then, I may have 100%ed it as both Mario and Luigi. And let me just say, I was so wrong. Super Mario Galaxy is not pretty good. Super Mario Galaxy is fucking incredible. Oh my gosh, man. In so many ways, this is the peak of Mario. Exploring the cosmos in this space odyssey with such an incredible presentation to it all. It's not easy going back to the Wii original with its crusty resolution, but man, play the version in 3D All-Stars and it's so good. However, I'm glad I've dabbled in the Wii version because it's made me so much more tolerant of this game's controls. As I said when talking about Sunshine, Galaxy is a lot more restricted, and I wasn't a fan of that until I played the Wii release. It feels really good on a Wii remote and nunchuck. It feels like the controls were tailor-made for these controllers, and they were. Super Mario Galaxy is just incredible, and I was wrong back then. Why?
Maybe I should have played through the whole game before I came up with an opinion on it.
Talk about another game it seems like I'm hypocritical about, Super Mario 3D Land, which I refer to as my least favorite 3D Mario game. But hey, this is a Castlevania Bloodline situation. When compared to the rest of the series, it doesn't stick out. When compared to the 3DS library, it takes the cake. 3D Land is an excellent game, and an excellent Mario one. There's so many fun levels, mechanics, ideas. It's a really fun and well-made game, and while I don't really think it compares to the rest of the 3D Mario games, that in no way means it's a bad game. It's just different and great in its own ways. And as a linear 3D Mario platformer on the 3DS, or just in general, it's an absolute gem. My favorite Wii U game is, oh look at that, it's another linear 3D Mario platformer. There's no getting around it. 3D World is the Wii U's original 3D Mario experience, really doesn't paint it in the best light. It just can't possibly compare to what came before and after. But when you add it to a lineup that consists of a bunch of excellent 2D and 3D platformers, 3D World kicks ass. This game has so much personality. It's so vibrant and colorful and gorgeous. It's pretty much a home console take on the concept of 3D Land, which is in no way a bad thing. And while, like I said, it doesn't really compare to most of the other 3D Mario games, when it's standing alongside them instead of against them, it's an incredibly strong game. And the Switch version also had Bowser's Fury included. How can this not be incredible? It's so hard to not pick Multiplats as my favorite games for these consoles, but goddamn, Red Dead Redemption 2. While I prefer the first one,
as I said, I'm a goddamn moron.
Red Dead 2 is an absolute gem. As always, the story, the world, and characters are incredible, and while I preferred it in the first one, it's still excellent here. It's awesome to see the days of the Vanderlyn gang depicted, seeing the events that John only mentioned in passing play out. It adds so much depth to one while also standing on its own as an absolutely sublime story. The gameplay is where the game starts to lose me. It's still good, but the realism is a bit too much for me. I appreciate some of the efforts, but it just gets obnoxious to always have to clean your guns because they're not doing damage anymore, and ride your horse across the map for 5 minutes during a mission while characters talk about nothing. But at the end of the day, those are small nitpicks of a giant incredible game, so who really cares?
Do I have to?
The Xbox One is like COVID. I've never had it, and I'm cool with keeping it that way. But I still feel like I have to pick a game, so Grand Theft Auto 5, sure. Still really good Grand Theft Auto. While not the best in this series, I still quite like what I usually like in my favorite games. And the missions are all a blast. So many GTA games have missions that I just absolutely dread. And while GTA 5 definitely has some, they're not as frequent as they are in other entries of the series. The gunplay is a blast, the driving is a blast, just a really good game I adore that just so happens to be on a console I have zero experience with. Mario Odyssey was my favorite Switch game until May 12th, 2023. Tears of the Kingdom, man, it may just be Breath of the Wild 2, but it's Breath of the Wild 2. What it adds is so much fun, man. The depths, vehicle creation, fusing, it's all so much fun. And on top of that, there's also a shit ton of new shrines, quests, landmarks, the works. It's not the most unique Zelda game, but there's so much new to it alongside a really solid storyline. And man, the build up to release for this game, I can't see anything else ever topping it. This generation of gaming has been kinda lame so far, but at least Sony put out a great exclusive, Spider-Man 2. And man, I already thought Spider-Man on PS4 was great, but I hadn't seen anything yet. The gameplay here, my lord! Traversing the city is so much fun. The web wings in combination with the rest of the new abilities makes traversal so much fun, and also so goddamn fast. It's crazy going back to the first one and seeing how sluggish it feels, cause it really didn't feel that way here. But now it does. And the story. It took a while for me to get fully on board, but once the last act hit, I was all in and thought it was incredible. Overall, it's a really great time. From a distance, it seems like it could run on the PS4 perfectly fine, but just swing around a bit and you'll see. It's not a generation-defining title, but it's still an incredible game to call the PlayStation 5 its home. Much like the Xbox One, I don't have either of these systems, and with many of its exclusives going to other systems, there doesn't seem like much of a reason to do so. The series exclusive I want to play the most is definitely Hi-Fi Rush. This gives me GameCube and Wii vibes and looks like an absolute blast, so if you're depending on me having a favorite series game, well, that's probably a good guess.
Whew. And that is my favorite game on every console.
It's been a blast recounting my favorite games from every console, and from this, you can definitely tell what my favorite game series are, including Donkey Kong, 6 of them were Mario games, 4 were Zelda games, 2 were Castlevania games, 2 were Red Dead games, out of 3 games in that series, but you could also tell I like a variety of different games. Grand Theft Auto 5 and Donkey Kong are on completely different sides of the table. Mario 2 and Arkham City, Castlevania Bloodlines and Spider-Man 2. I can like games of any kind.
Especially really good ones. Are we really doing this again? How many of you games were even able to float?
You know what this is about.
I already played you. Enough of you.
What if you never finished it, let alone talk about it?
I didn't feel like it.
But if you don't, you'll never play the 1,000-Year Door.
And Sticker Star for that matter, so let's fucking keep it that way.
Yeah!
What the fuck? What did you do to me?
Beat the game and talk about it and I'll change you back.
Oh, you sick son of a bitch.
Paper Mario is, naturally, the first entry in the Paper Mario series. I've played through, talked about, and loved the most recent entry, the Origami King on the Nintendo Switch, so I set out to play and talk about the rest of the series, starting with this guy. I was super excited for it, but I ended up being underwhelmed and even disappointed by it. Well, that's fucking tragic.
Alright, let's finish this fucker. But first, I'll lay the groundwork.
Paper Mario was initially being developed as a sequel to Super Mario RPG, the Super Nintendo classic. It was originally called Super Mario RPG 2 when it was revealed at Space World 97. They even tried to get Square Enix to develop the game, but they turned it down to focus on Final Fantasy VII. Now in the past, I incorrectly stated that the game went from being Mario RPG 2 to Paper Mario because the Nintendo 64 wasn't powerful enough, so they made the characters and other sprites 2D. But all of my research, also known as browsing Wikipedia, fails to show any proof of that. In fact, fact, the only thing I can find that explains why it's called Paper Mario is that the sprites are paper-like, because people were getting tired of the polygonal models they'd see on PlayStation.
I don't get it either.
I'll go in depth later on why I think Paper Mario is a dumb name for this game, but regardless, it released in the States in February of 2001, super late in the Nintendo 64's life. Regardless, it did very well, selling over 1 million copies, which is really good for such a late N64 game. And of course, the game has been rolling in the praise for the last 2 decades. Many clamor it as not the best Paper Mario, but the second or even third best depending on your opinion on Super Paper Mario.
So naturally, I was really excited going into the game. I mean, I love the Origami King, but apparently that was jack shit compared to 64. Where do I begin?
How about the story? An opening cutscene fills us in on what we need to know. Bowser has stolen the Star Rod from Star Haven, which he can use to make him invincible. The only ones who can stop that power are the 7 Star Spirits, which are turned into cards and spread across the Mushroom Kingdom, guarded by Bowser's minions. Meanwhile, Mario is invited to Peach's castle and tries to spend some alone time with her, but then, Bowser strikes.
What a fucking surprise.
Bowser then lifts Peach's castle into the sky because his airship was under it. I don't even want to know how he coordinated that. Anyways, Mario tries to fight Bowser, gets punked because Bowser has a Star Rod, and falls down to the Mushroom Kingdom. And from there, the structure turns into a typical Mario RPG adventure. To stop Bowser, Mario must save the 7 Star Spirits, and to do so, he must go to different areas, do some things, then work his way through a dungeon, ultimately fighting a boss to save each spirit. The game has a chapter structure which gives it a nice flow. Your first time around, a chapter will most likely take you somewhere from 2 to 4 hours, so they're a bit too long to be done in a single sitting, but knocking a chapter out in 2 sittings is pretty common. Each chapter has a different theme, which are all pretty typical for Mario. General grass, desert, haunted, forest, ice. The most unique areas are the toy box and the flower area, but even then, that just feels like a less bland grass area. Overall though, it's a nice structure, but not anything new, even for Mario RPGs. Legend of the 7 Stars has a very similar structure. It even has you hunting down 7 stars. Now the context is different in both of these games, and it's so much more interesting in RPG. In RPG, Bowser isn't the villain, and you actually end up teaming up with him, which was a first in Mario history. Here it just feels like a typical 3D Mario story, but as an RPG. Bowser kidnapped Peach, collect the MacGuffins to stop him, and save Peach. Let's discuss that title. Paper Mario. What about this is paper? Look at the Origami King. That looks like a Paper Mario. The whole world is made out of craft supplies and it has an art style unique to its series. But this, don't get me wrong, this is a great looking N64 game, but it doesn't scream paper to me. The sprites being 2D, yeah, but without even just a white outline, they don't look like paper. Nothing creative is done with the concept of Paper Mario, and as shitty as later games like Sticker Star and Color Splash look, at least they try to do something with the Paper Mario theme. This does not feel like Paper Mario. This feels like a Mario RPG sequel with a stylized art style. Again, it looks good, but not Paper Mario.
Well, what does make it a Paper Mario game is the turn-based combat. No, that just makes it an RPG.
Yeah, this is an RPG, and I like Mario RPGs, but man, this battle system is fine, but that's really as far as it goes. It's your typical Mario RPG system. You can deal extra damage and decrease oncoming damage with action commands, hitting A at the right time, flicking the left stick, whatever. Yeah, this is cool, but nothing new. Now the whole stick flicking is of course new, but the whole concept of action commands wasn't new here, and not super exciting now. I play so many RPGs with them to where, yeah, this has those too. You also have flower points, which allow you to do some special moves and add in some strategy. Speaking of strategy, I do like the strategy loop here. All enemies are lined up, but if you use your hammer, unless you use a special move that damages all enemies, you can only hit the front enemy. Now the jump attack may do less damage, but you can also hit any enemy, so there's a nice layer of strategy I like. Also, this is a more classic RPG, so when you defeat an enemy, you get experience points for it, called star points here. How many are dropped depends on the enemy type, but no matter what, it takes 100 star points to level up, meaning throughout the whole game, it takes roughly the same amount of time to level up, which is very convenient. And each time you level up, you can choose whether to increase your health, flower points, or badge points.
Oh yeah, I should probably talk about badges.
Badges are another thing from this game that people adore, and you can count me as people. As you go through the game, you'll find a ton of badges that you can equip. They'll give you different attacks or stat boosts, and each badge takes up a certain amount of badge points to wear. So the more badge points you have, the more badges you can use. Picking between these three each time you level up isn't easy, and it really depends on your playstyle and just where you are in general. I did find myself leaning more so towards health and flower points. Maybe that's why I sucked at this game. I didn't play it that strategically, but who can blame me? This was my first rodeo. I still really like the mechanic and think it's great. And while we're on the topic of great mechanics that improve the battling system, let's talk about the companions, a big controversy with modern Paper Mario. At various points throughout the game, you meet characters who join you throughout your adventure. They all have special abilities both in and out of battle, so let's go over them. Goombario is the first and is fucking useless. His ability is telling you information. In battle, he has Tattle, which will tell you information on enemies, including their HP, which is useful enough, but not enough for me to use him after I got the second companion, Cooper. Now this is a companion, man. You can jump on his shell to hit things that are just too far away. And his attacks are great too. His base special attack lets him hit all the enemies off the ground. I found myself using Cooper a lot. Then you have Bombette, who is okay. She can blow open cracked walls and has an exploding attack, but I found myself really only using her outside of battles. Then there's Parakarry, a Para-Koopa mailman. He can lift you across small gaps you can't jump across, and is great for tackling airborne enemies in battles. He's the other companion I used a lot. He has a special move where he'll slam into an enemy with a shell, whether they're airborne or not. Lady Bo is a boo who can turn Mario invisible to avoid being seen by enemies and even hit by enemies in battles, which makes her especially useful in more difficult boss fights. Watt can light up dark areas, and that's kind of it. Her attacks are fine, but she wasn't a go-to. Sushi lets you traverse water, which is super useful, and has a special water attack that is really helpful for fire-based enemies. And Lackluster, who can help Mario fly over spikes, thorns, and other various hazards. He can throw spinies in battles and is useful enough, just not necessarily a go-to. Now, above all else, these characters have actual depth, which is awesome. They'll come from interesting places and have unique dialogue for specific situations, which is a ton of fun, and they're great in battle and add a ton of strategy. You can also upgrade them with special orbs you find across the world, and they learn more moves when you upgrade them, making them more powerful. Overall, they're a great addition. You can change which companion you have at any time with the right C button, and you'll be doing so a lot because they're all really useful in specific situations. Except you, Goombario. Overall, the battle system is fine. Not super fun, but hey, it's at least worth it to see all these cool enemy types. Ice Piranhas, sunglasses wearing Koopas, King Koopa Klansmen, Tribal Shy Guy. Wait, what the fuck?
Oh my god. Don't tell me I'm the only one who sees this. A white-robed Magic Koopa with a pointy head in a Mario game? I get that wasn't a thing in Japan, but you'd think when the game was localized by Nintendo of America, they would see that and change that. They could have changed the road color. They could have made it red. They could have made it black. They could have made it purple. I mean, there are multicolored Magic Koopas throughout the whole game, yet they left the white one in? But also get this. Remember how Goombario will tell you information about enemies? Well, his description for this is that he is one of the magicians in the Koopa clan. I'm just at a loss for words. I don't even know what to say. I mean, at least you beat them up, but I just don't get it.
We get it, just move on.
The bosses are all pretty neat. Some are cool takes on pre-existing Mario enemies, others are new creations entirely, but they're all pretty fun to fight. When you beat each boss, you free that area's star spirit, and each star spirit grants you power. You get a set of star meters, with each star move costing a meter or a few. You get powers like Starstorm, which rains down stars, and Smooch, which restores 20 HP. As you free more spirits, you get more powerful powers and also more star meters. They slowly rebuild during each turn in combat, but it's slow, so if you're using them, it adds another fun level of strategy.
So past the name, you've been pretty much praising the game. What are your issues with it?
Well, if you insist.
The pacing kills it for me, man. This game can feel like such a slog. There are a few sections that were so stupid that I couldn't resist busting out a guide. Even then, this game is slow. Each area took me roughly 3 hours to beat, which may not sound bad, but it's so much combat and running back and forth. Thankfully, you don't really need to grind in this game, because you run into so many fucking enemies, it's never a problem to begin with. It's not the most grueling RPG, but it can still be incredibly grueling. Also, at the end of every chapter, there's a brief interlude where you play as Peach. She's being held captive in a room, but keeps on sneaking out to learn things to help Mario, but if you get caught, you get sent back to her room and have to start all over. And the things you do in these segments aren't particularly fun. I get story-wise it's to help Mario figure out what to do next, but man, it just felt unnecessary at many points. The writing is good, but I think I preferred Origami King's writing more. There wasn't much funny dialogue, at least to me. It was just kind of and the theming, it's not a big issue, but it's pretty generic Mario. The toy box area is thematically unique, but it also fucking sucks. It's so much backtracking in and out of the box, and the music drives me insane. And there are these Shy Guy types that can call other Shy Guys to battle.
I don't like the toy box.
When you arrive in the Ice Town, you go to speak with the mayor, who is dead. You're a prime suspect, but are sent to help figure out who else could have done it. A really awesome setup for one of the storylines here, right? So you find out that this author, who writes murder novels, is hiding out in the top of his house. Perhaps he is the killer. But no, you follow him to the mayor's house, and the mayor wakes up. The mayor knocked himself out when he was getting a gift for the author.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
The story is good, but it didn't really leave a lasting impression on me. But I haven't beaten it, so who knows, it may get better.
So let's finally beat this game.
After freeing the final Star Spirit, you go to the Star Haven, where the Star Spirit gives you the Star Beam, a power that will stop the power from the Star Rod. And from there, you go to Bowser's airship and work your way through it. This final stretch is the ultimate test. You use every companion, except for Goombario because he's fucking useless, to traverse the innards of the airship, working your way up to Peach's castle. The enemies are tough and require good strategy. You'll be saving and recovering health any chance you get, and before you reach Peach's castle, you must fight Junior Troopa, a kid who you face multiple times during the game, but this time, he's pretty strong. But not strong enough. After defeating him, it's on to Bowser in Peach's castle. His first phase isn't that bad. I used Lady Bow to make Mario invincible so Bowser can't harm him. Lady Bow can't do any damage to Bowser, but it's worth it to keep my health up. It's a slow burn, but this phase isn't too bad. Anytime he tries to use the Star Rod, just use the Star Beam and he loses his power. After defeating him, he flees upstairs for the final battle. So follow him up there and it's time for the final confrontation, and it's a grueling one. I was at him for 20 minutes, and this time he isn't fucking around. I once again used Lady Bow to help prevent Mario from taking damage, but even then, that's not a flawless technique. Sometimes Bowser will just jut in after Mario's turn and he'll hit Lady Bow, knocking her out for a few turns. Let's just say I burned through some Ultra Mushrooms and used Smooch a few times, but Bowser doesn't care. He will heal himself and go whenever he pleases. I will say, I can imagine how intense this must have been back in 2001, at least for a Mario game. The music, the atmosphere, this must have been the most intense Mario shit yet. This isn't for the faint of heart. Even if he doesn't use the Star Rod, his attacks are powerful, and he can easily wipe you out if you're not careful.
Oh, I'm down to 20 HP, 5 FP, and 0 f***s to give. I'm either beating this, or I'm not. Oh god, come on. No, come on. Well, it looks like I'm not beating Paper Mario, but overall...
Wait, what are you doing?
Give him my final remarks. I'm done.
No, you know the deal. I'll turn you back to normal once you beat me.
Oh, I'll beat you. I'll fucking beat you! Holy shit, I am never doing that again. Paper Mario is objectively a good game. I just didn't have the greatest time with it.
There was a lot of the game I did enjoy, and I have a ton of respect for the groundwork it laid for the Paper Mario series, but I was underwhelmed and disappointed by it. It just didn't live up to the hype.
Maybe it's a me thing. Maybe I went in with too high of expectations. Maybe I need to revisit the game in a few years with a fresh lens, and maybe then I'll see what everyone else sees in this game.
The companions, the badges, the character work, it's all great, but the story and game as a whole just isn't anything special, and yet that's the important part because this is a video game.
I may have sounded pretty critical at times, but that's just how I feel. But overall, Paper Mario is just okay. Well, it is nice to have not beaten but talked about the first Paper Mario game, and now I can move on to the rest of the series, like the 1000-Year Door, which is going to be really easy with the remake coming out in a few months. Then it's on to Super Paper Mario, which I'm really excited for that one. And then after that one, it's... There's no rush. We've all been here before, haven't we? You want to play something, you have so many options, but you have a really hard time deciding. You finally land on something, but then you have to install a lot of stuff, and then you don't really want to play it anymore. This is what's referred to as gaming burnout, or as I like to call it, video game burnout, and this is something I suffer from fairly frequently.
Playing video games is great. I love it, especially when you have a few weeks with not much going on. It's so nice to finally get some games you've been wanting to get to. But on the rare occurrence I get this opportunity, I find one stupid little thing getting in my way: Burnout. There are many types of burnout, and of the various types, gaming burnout is one of the least serious. I mean, school burnout, work burnout, motivation burnout, emotional burnout. There are much worse types of burnout out there, but I don't think anyone would want to listen to me talk about emotional burnout for 10 minutes, so let's talk about video game burnout. According to LinkedIn, gaming burnout is a state of emotional and mental exhaustion that can affect your performance, mood, and motivation. It can also harm your physical and mental health as well as your relationships and work. It is not that serious. Video game burnout isn't some crippling deterrent, it's just an annoying thing that happens. My best example of getting burned out of gaming occurred in February 2023. The prior Christmas I received a PS4 and a stack of games and started working my way through that. I started with Jedi Fallen Order, jumped ship to Cyberpunk, then finished Fallen Order, started Red Dead 2, then started Spider-Man, beat Spider-Man, then GoldenEye 007 was added to Switch Online, so I beat that, and then I was down and out for a bit. It was just too much, man, and I took it easy on gaming for a few weeks. Now, after a few weeks, I was able to finish Cyberpunk, but Red Dead 2, I didn't even get around to continuing until August. This was probably my most severe case of video game burnout because it went past just, I don't know what to play. It was, I don't want to play.
For a case like that, it's easiest to just wait it out. Go busy yourself with something else. There is more to life than just gaming. It's weird, but trust me.
Another possible example was earlier this year in the same time frame. In the span of just 2 weeks, I played through Jedi Survivor, Spider-Man 2, and Mario RPG. Now, thinking back, I didn't really have a massive urge to play anything, but also looking back, I didn't have time. January was one of those months, and honestly, it was a good one to be that, because by the time I could finally sit down and spend some time with a game again, I was down to do so.
However, for me, there's more than just I've played too much that can cause this feeling. This may not be video game Burnout, but it's the same camp of, I don't know what to play.
Let's say a new release is coming out this week and I want to pick it up and play through it. Cool, I'm set for the next few weeks. But what am I playing this week? I have all these games I want to play, but I don't think I can finish any of them before this comes out. So what am I gonna play? And what about the opposite problem? A game comes out that I want to play, but I don't want to go buy it. Princess Peach Showtime. It looks fun, I heard it's fun, but now isn't really a good time. Plus, figuring out when I can go to GameStop is a whole other story.
When I start a game, I want to get invested in it and stick with it until the end, or else it's really hard for me to come back to it in the future. Zelda Twilight Princess.
This game. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. Spring 2021, I made my way through a good chunk of this game before burning myself out. Great. This is not the kind of game you want to get burned out on, because if you forget what to do, you may as well just start over. I don't know, so many story beats I experienced 3 years ago, so if they come up again, I'm not gonna remember them. It's not as much as an impact. Since that initial burst of playing this years ago, it's been a tradition every few months to come back to it for half an hour. I start to retrace my steps, then go, f it, I'll wait for the Switch port. I have been saying that for the past 3 years. It just made sense for 2022, the first year since 2012 with no new Zelda release. During the big build up to Tears of the Kingdom, why not fart out Wind Waker and Twilight Princess HD on Switch? Now I have to find another way to waste my $60. So I could restart Twilight Princess, but I'm afraid the moment I make significant progress...
Alright, just minute back to City in the Sky. Son of a bitch!
The Zelda games are really hard not to get burned out on, especially Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword. These are lengthy adventures that are also pretty damn linear and can get pretty slow at times. They don't have much choice to go and do something else in the game like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, so playing these from start to finish is a big investment. You should take it slow so you don't get burned out, but then it's gonna take you forever to beat it. It's an ongoing cycle, there's no winning. But sometimes a game being long can actually be a good thing. I recently started Persona 5 and it's really good. This was one that seemed doomed to linger in the backlog for a long time because I kept on telling myself I need to wait until I had 100 hours to spare. With that mentality, I wouldn't start it until retirement. Recently though, I thought of a different strategy. What if I played through it in chunks? The game is structured fairly well where you can play a 10-hour segment that is, in a way, a self-contained storyline. Of course, it's one long overarching storyline, but each dungeon, called palaces here, are at the center of their own independent storylines. Combine that with the daily slice of life structure, and as I said, this game is incredibly approachable. Chipping away at it, one section at a time, I played through the first 20 hours or so, finishing the second palace and its storyline, and I'm currently in the in-between section of the dungeons where the crew is figuring out what to do next, so it's not like I'm left on a cliffhanger. When I have another week with a fair amount of free time, I can dedicate it here and continue the story without getting burned out, which is a really nice feeling.
Some games are structured like that where you can approach it in a way where you can't get burned out, but this isn't a flawless thing. You still have to get invested in it for a couple days, and it can just be hard to do that. So what do I do when that's the case? Well, may I introduce the Burnout Prevention Force.
This is an elite force made up of 9 games that I can play when I'm suffering from burnout. Whether I'm exhausted by games or just don't want to get invested in any, one of these games should do the trick. Like Super Mario Maker 2, I adore platformers to bit, and this is like the ultimate platformer. It's like an endless supply of levels, and despite all these being made in the same level creator, they can feel so different and unique. Any 2D Mario can be quite the blast, but none can compare to the amount of variety here. Not just in the art styles, but in the level types, how hard they are, what mechanics they include, how well crafted they are. When I have the itch for a platformer but I don't want to get fully invested in one, this is an absolute go-to. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is also a huge one. Really any Mario Kart can work, but 8 Deluxe is my personal favorite. It has a whopping 98 tracks, an excellent battle mode, and its online is always kicking. Whether I want to race random courses or play some Renegade Roundup online, the amount of quality and quantity of the tracks in the game make this one an absolute mainstay. In a very similar vein, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Again, any Smash could work, but Ultimate is my go-to. A large variety of characters, maps, a solid enough selection of modes. World of Light is something I'm still chipping away at alongside Spirit Battles. Combine that with the fact that Nintendo is always adding spirits based on new games, and there's pretty much always something new to do here. I'd say I play online here often, but I suck at fighting games, so that's a no. But still, Ultimate is always on my mind. Do a few spirit battles or try to make some progress on World of Light, get the motivation to finally get the DLC characters before realizing the price and backing down. It's like a tradition every time I play it. Animal Crossing New Horizons is also a good one. It's a great 30 minutes game. Just hop on for a half hour, see what's up, then pop out. And hey, who knows, as you're checking out everything, you may suddenly think of something to do and then spend a few hours doing so. There's still a lot I want to do with my island. If only there were good items available in the shops and more fun ways to get Nook Miles. Ugh. But hey, I can always continue laying a path across my island.
I am really bored here.
Well, you know what they say, you can't have the Lego Movie without a Clockwork Orange. Or, sorry, you can't have a Clockwork Orange without the Lego Movie. Grand Theft Auto 5. This is the peak of sandbox open world games. Just pop on some cheat codes and start rioting away. Grand Theft Auto 5 has always been one of my comfort games. Beyond screwing around and causing chaos, I still really like just relaxing and taking it slow, following the traffic rules, pretending to be a normal functioning member of society. Until you get to Sandy Shores, no rules out here! Then as soon as you're done causing a ruckus, I love being in this jovial world. Here's an obscure one, Meteos. This is a puzzle game designed by Masahiro Sakurai, creator of Kirby and Smash. This is a DS game, and at face value, it seems to be your usual match 3 puzzle game. But when you make a match, the pieces actually lift off from the ground, and you need to keep making matches to continue to blast these pieces off into space. This is a game that could work on Switch, but it's just so damn enjoyable here. It has all the elements of a great puzzle game, along with the fact that but look at this! Doesn't this look freaking awesome? Clubhouse Games and its follow-up Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics on Switch. You may wonder, what's the point of having both? Well, there's a few games that's only in the DS version and a bunch that are only in the Switch version. But having them together, you have the best of both worlds. These are both fantastic on their own. They're collections of classic board and card games along with a few other cool ones. 51 Worldwide Classics very much leans into some more Wii series style games with sports games and some Wii Play-esque games. Both are absolutely great. Many of these games are ancient, but it doesn't matter because they'll always be fun until the end of time. And the final game, Star Wars Battlefront 2. Either the EA version or the original can work, but I prefer the original. The maps are so good, the gameplay is a blast, there are so many modes and things to do, and the recent collection has online multiplayer. It's amazing.
These are the games in my Burnout Prevention Force. Why these games? 2 words. Variety, approachability.
Whether I just want to play something for 20 minutes or spend a few days with it, any of these games will do the trick. But the other important thing is variety. A platformer, racer, fighter, puzzle game, classic minigame collection, shooter, sandbox, life sim. This covers a wide variety of different genres that all play differently, so when I'm having a tough time figuring out what to play, any of these games will do.
I recommend making a Burnout Prevention Force of your own. Again, I have more than 9 games. As a matter of fact, the more games, the more options you'll have. Which can be a bad thing though, so play it carefully. But spend some time thinking, what games can I play anytime without getting too invested in? What can supply me with 20 minutes or 3 hours of fun? What can, well, what can burn time until I wait for God of War to install? Talking about video game burnout apparently. Alright. Let's play.
Still want me to tie it to the boat?
I think I'll stick to Meteos. It is once again that one day of the year where my interest isn't a joke. Happy Star Wars Day. Now, picking a Star Wars game to talk about is no easy feat, especially when there's so many of them.
definitely not that one. But you know what my three major interests are: Star Wars, Nintendo, and portable gaming. Yeah, I guess I should get these out of the way.
The Game Boy, the handheld system that changed handheld systems. Sure, it may be a fucking piece of shit these days, but you can't detest this guy's impact in the portable gaming space. The use of interchangeable cartridges, multiplayer potential, and a terrible screen dominated any competition, and this is easily one of the most recognizable icons of the 90s. So many franchises, whether originating in games or films, made their way here, and of course, Star Wars was no exception.
During the Game Boy's reign from 1989 to 1998, there were no new Star Wars films released, but that didn't change the fact that the original trilogy remained a pillar of pop culture. So, naturally throughout the 90s, the entire trilogy made its way to the Game Boy.
Now, interestingly enough, these three games were actually based on console games. These are just ports to the Game Boy. So that makes these a bit more impressive as long as they're good versions. First up is Star Wars, based on the original film, later renamed Episode 4: A New Hope. The NES version is a hard-as-nails 2D side-scroller, and this is no different.
Now, I have made a fair amount of progress in this game before, so allow me to run you through how the hell this weird-ass thing works.
Alright, so first off, we have a solid enough take on the opening crawl, followed by a pretty good looking cutscene, at least for Game Boy standards. Some text fills us in on what's up. You start right after R2 goes missing, looking for Obi-Wan. But as soon as gameplay starts, you're shot right into this cave. Now, you can use this as a tutorial of sorts to figure out the controls, but there is no benefit of going through this cave, and you can just leave immediately. The game starts with an overhead land speeder pseudo-open world area. It's just a large Tatooine landscape with a bunch of random caves you can explore. There are benefits to exploring some of the caves, but I never go out of my way to do so. First priority is to find R2. Now in the film, he's found in the Junlin Waste, so you'd assume you'd go there, but no. Instead, you go to the Sandcrawler, which barely even looks like one. When I first played this, I thought it was a temple of sorts, but 3PO chimes in saying R2's in here. So going through the Sandcrawler, we're treated to the core gameplay, and it isn't terrible. It's a 2D side-scroller, as I said earlier, and it controls alright. However, a big issue with this port is screen crunch. Unless you played this before, it takes forever to navigate the Sandcrawler. There's so many weird things you have to do to reach certain areas. Like these arrows shoot you up and you can jump from here to gain more height, but if you don't do that, you can't reach this ledge that looks like you're not supposed to reach. Or here, you have to jump on the arrow thing, which lets you float over to this platform. Some of the platforming feels like something out of a Mario Maker level. It's not terrible, it's just unorthodox. But once you figure out how it works, it's not that bad. After finding R2, 3PO says that R2 claims he belongs to a Ben Kenobi, so now you need to find Obi-Wan. Well, Obi-Wan found Luke while he was looking for R2, but at this point in the game, why would Luke look for Obi-Wan? He found R2, which was what he needed, so why not go home?
And where is Obi-Wan? What do you think? Maybe the Junlin Wastes, maybe his house, or a cave? Yeah.
Yup. Obi-Wan is in a cave. Why? Also, what the hell are these enemies? There were Jawas in the Sandcrawler, but what is this? What are these dragonflies and what the fuck is that? Is that supposed to be a Tusken Raider? It looks nothing like one, but if that is supposed to be Obi-Wan, I guess anything could be a Tusken Raider. Anyways, Obi-Wan gives you Anakin's lightsaber and now it's on to Mos Eisley. Now, the game doesn't tell you, it's just another one of those things that you just have to know. But getting there is a pain too. There's no map for this overworld area, which isn't a huge issue. The Sandcrawler's in the top left corner, Mos Eisley in the bottom right, but it's not hard to get disoriented. Once in Mos Eisley, you make your way to the cantina to meet with Han, but my god, this part sucks. In the way are a bunch of Rhodians and Ithorians, which can only be killed with a lightsaber, but each swing with the lightsaber has a second-long delay, so you have to time your swing just right to make sure you actually hit them. Combine that with the screen crunch and how fast the enemies are going, and this part is hard. Eventually, you get to Han and can play as him, and he can kill Rhodians. I don't know about Ithorians though. I tried to kill one, it killed me, and then I couldn't play as Han anymore, so I'm stuck with Luke and his shitty lightsaber. You'd think the saber would be awesome, but no, it's fucking horrible. The delay in swinging it is so bad, and if possible, I'd prefer to use the blaster since you don't need to be right next to an enemy to kill it, but these enemies are too powerful to use the blaster on them. After you leave the cantina, oh my,
what the fuck? There was a stormtrooper right outside the door ready to hit you as soon as you come out. And guess what? This becomes the respawn point for the rest of this section. So guess what happens every time you die? You better fucking start running!
Well, now you have to make your way to Docking Bay 94, but this section is terrible. On the way, you have to face stormtroopers, Jawas, and whatever the hell this is. Now, the stormtrooper and droid thing aren't bad, they just walk around, but the Jawas, oh my. They just come down from the sky, floating down to deal damage to you, and every time you die, it's back to the cantina entrance with a stormtrooper. Learning to beat this is an endurance test. Take a step forward, then 2 back. Another step, 3 back. Then you die to a Jawa who randomly appeared and
give up and move on. I mean, this isn't a terrible game. If you want to play it, I'd recommend trying the NES version. Or you could just try neither and you'll be a lot more happier.
Now we have The Empire Strikes Back, published by Ubisoft. Now I don't have much experience with this one, and allow me to show you why. First off, as soon as the opening crawl is over, on to gameplay. No title screen, options, nothing. You start on Hoth riding a Tauntaun, and just a few steps in, a text screen with Han pops up telling you a meteor struck nearby. So we're Luke when he's about to get attacked by the Wampa, but that doesn't happen here. Instead, you keep moving forward before falling into a giant cave that I have no idea how to navigate. When you fall like a feather. I swear, you spend most of your time in this game just falling. Also, you don't have to ride the Tauntaun. Doing so gives you extra health, but you have so much more mobility off of it, as if that means much. Luke is so clunky in this game. I will give it this does feel more like an NES game, but don't take this as a compliment. Speaking of feeling like something, during this whole game, the Star Wars theme is just looping in the background. It feels familiar.
I sense something. A presence I have not felt since. Oh yeah! Bad!
Yeah, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade on Game Boy. Similarly, you're exploring a cave while the Indiana Jones theme is looped in the background. It made me feel like I was going insane there, and the same can be said for this game. And of course, they were both published by our best buds over at Ubisoft, but developed by separate companies. Maybe Ubisoft just held a gun to their head. So eventually, after some clunky platforming, I made my way to— holy shit! A Wampa! Oh god, oh come on! Killing this guy is a pain. Luckily, he doesn't seem to go to the edge of this ledge, so if I can make it here, I should be able to stand still and shoot him. But just look at this. I always jump a bit too far and get knocked back off. Oh, come on. Go. No, yeah, there, finally. Okay, yeah, this works. Very, very slowly. God, it's just a Wampa. How many shots does it take to kill? God, come on. Come on. Oh, finally. Man. Alright. Back out of this cave, Han says the meteor was an Imperial probe. Which one? Because I've seen like 5 at this point. And back into another cave. Well, I should be able to make my way through it. Just fall down. Leap of faith. The screen crunch doesn't help much. Oh, what the hell? No. Oh, come on!
Wait. Back? At the beginning of the game? Are you fucking serious? No checkpoints? Well, I have some continues. Not like that helps much when it sends me back to the beginning of the fucking game. I mean, I may as well just restart the system and I'll start at the same point. You know, that's what playing this game is like.
Can't even get past the first stage. But let's be real, who would have the patience to do so? With the leaps of faith, enemies that won't die, and the clunky controls, I can't even tolerate playing this for 10 minutes. Well, that's A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back on Game Boy, ports of NES games. However, there was never a Return of the Jedi game on NES, but there was still one on Game Boy, so what gives? Well, on the Super Nintendo, the entire trilogy was adapted in the Super Star Wars trilogy. 16-bit hard-as-nail side-scrollers that adapted the films beautifully. And so, to wrap up the trilogy on Game Boy, they brought over Return of the Jedi as Super Return of the Jedi.
A Super Nintendo game on Game Boy. A Super Nintendo game on Game Boy.
have a bad feeling about this.
Well, to start, there's a password screen, which is good to see. In the very likely scenario I can't get past level 1, I can still see some of the rest of the game. Cutscenes return once again, and they look quite good here. And jumping into the game itself, like the console version, you have a choice of who to play as. Well, give me fucking Luke. And wow. Well, I have to give it this. It's not great, but that's purely because it's on Game Boy. As an adaptation of Super Star Wars to Game Boy, it's not terrible. It feels smooth enough, controls well, looks acceptable for this screen, and it brings that fun from the console game on the go. And it's very faithful to the console version because, well,
it's hard as shit.
The Super Star Wars trilogy strikes an excellent balance of being difficult but not frustrating. It's hard beyond belief, but it's so fun, and this, yeah, it works. I can't manage to get past the first level boss, but it's no biggie because of the password screen. It seems to be missing some levels from the console version, but it still has most of the scenes you'd want here, like inside Jabba's palace, the Ewok village where you play as Wicket, which is pretty annoying, more leaps of faith, the classic screen crunch does not help at all, and Wicket just isn't as powerful as Luke, so it's naturally a bit harder. Speaking of leaps of faith, check out this jump in the Death Star 2. I had no idea what to do here for a minute until I guessed to jump just to see a little platform. Now that is the leap of faith of leaps of faith. There's even a level of the Falcon running the Death Star. You have to figure out whether you need to go above or below these obstacles, because we all know that is just the best game mechanic.
But hey, you know what? Above all else, this game is nowhere near as bad as the others. It's actually pretty tolerable, especially for a Super Nintendo game ported to Game Boy. I don't hate this.
Well, that is the Star Wars trilogy on Game Boy, and while there isn't much to say about these games, especially nice things, there's one important thing about them. They brought the legendary trilogy to portable consoles for the first time ever. They're relics of the 90s, for a relic of the 90s that should stay in the 90s.
I would know because I wasn't around.
Now, technically there is one more Star Wars game that you can play on Game Boy, that being Star Wars Yoda Stories. This was a port of a desktop game, however, it's technically not a Game Boy game. It's one of these black Game Boy cartridges, made for Game Boy Color, but they can be played on the original Game Boy. But like any other one of these, when I played them, I asked myself,
why the hell would I do this?
So I'll save this for whenever I decide to look at Star Wars games for the Game Boy Color. This discussion works best as just talking about the original trilogy. But on the topic of these games, did you know a few years ago, Limited Run Games re-released Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back on Game Boy? Yeah, they came in packaging reminiscent of the classic Kenner action figures, and the cartridges themselves are a transparent plastic. These are cool, but they were limited edition alongside the NES games. Would be kind of neat to own, and they're not necessarily expensive, but why the hell would I pay $50 to have a modern re-release of a game I don't like?
Can you imagine buying something you already own again just because there's a few changes about it? Because as a Star Wars fan, I sure as hell can.
2023 was an incredible year for gaming. I feel like I don't even need to say that. And since 2024 doesn't really have much to get excited about, let's look back on 2023's releases to reminisce on when good games came out. Like...
Oh, yeah.
We saw so many incredible games come out. Sequels we've been waiting years for, ports and remasters dreams were made of, and even a bunch of garbage. Going month by month, I want to look at most of the notable releases, whether I played them or not. Of course, I'm one person with a not-so-infinite wallet, so I was unable to pick up every game this year, and there were other games that you couldn't pay me to buy, so I haven't experienced everything, but I played demos where I could, and everything else, I just want to look at mostly objectively, with a bit of unjustified subjectivity. And going back to the whole I am one person thing, I also can't talk about every piece of news from the last year, so I'm more so picking and choosing from the things I want to talk about the most, because I'm selfish. Well, with all that out of the way, let's dive back into 2023, the best place I know where. January had a handful of solid releases, even though it didn't really feel like it. Now, as a Nintendo fan, you may expect me to have something to say about Nintendo's first game of the year, Fire Emblem Engage.
I do have something to say about it.
I didn't play it.
Yeah, I'm not into Fire Emblem, not yet at least. I'd like to give the series a fair shot, but I am not spending $60 to do so. The other notable new title from January was definitely the Xbox exclusive Hi-Fi Rush, which came out of nowhere as it was announced and released on the same day, and man does it look good. It's coming to PS5 in the last few months, but I still haven't played it yet, but I really want to. It looks like a throwback to 6th generation game, just the art style, gameplay, atmosphere. It looks like it comes from the golden age of the original Xbox and PS2. From what I can tell, it's also a rhythm game, which is also really interesting. It just looks like a quality game that I would love to play. And Hi-Fi Rush was pretty damn big, so much so it took away a lot of attention from Forspoken, which seems like a good thing. So I gave the demo a go, and it was just so goddamn boring. The combat felt so brainless, but not in the fun way. I can get behind a good old beat 'em up where you just mindlessly tear through enemies, but this just... ugh. Nothing about it felt fun or interesting. The world felt like a super generic, dull medieval fantasy world, and the combat just felt like I was mindlessly pressing R2 in a really unsatisfying way. This game had a pretty negative reception, and while I only played the demo, I didn't think it was that bad, more so just pretty nothing. Nothing remarkable, and will live on as another game on the PlayStation Store. The other big release from January was Dead Space, a remake of the Xbox 360 original. I think it's very interesting that we are now living in an era where we're starting to see full remakes of PS3 and Xbox 360 games, but I'm not against it because Dead Space looks excellent. I haven't played the original or this remake, but I'm definitely down to pick this up in the future because it looks like a great space horror game. So, with all of that, what did I play in January?
What do you think? Old ass shit.
GoldenEye 007 made its way to Nintendo Switch Online and Xbox Game Pass. One of the most beloved Nintendo 64 games, this game was so difficult to re-release due to all of its licenses. You see, it's a Nintendo 64 game, but it was developed by Rare, who was bought out by Xbox, and of course it's a licensed James Bond game, so there are 3 companies with a hand in this pie, and yet they worked together to release this game on both Nintendo Switch Online and Xbox Game Pass, which is legendary. Finally, people like me can experience this beloved classic. It's not that great. I'm kidding, of course. I love GoldenEye 007, and this is a very nice release of it. The controls at first were pretty awful because, keep in mind, it was developed for this. But after messing around with both the in-game and system-wide control settings, you can get a dual stick scheme that feels shockingly good. And I played through this game with this scheme and I loved it. I wouldn't say it's an incredible game. The reason it's so beloved is its multiplayer, and back on the Nintendo 64, this was a great game, but even these days I really enjoyed it. But there are many who couldn't really get behind it, and I definitely get why. It's aged, and I'd even say it's a bit overrated, but I also think it's a ton of fun, and definitely one of my favorite Nintendo 64 games. And it was awesome to finally see it re-released. Also, this was the first Nintendo Switch Online game with widescreen support, and it's really nice. On the news front, Google Stadia met its inevitable demise.
Godspeed, you piece of shit.
The last thing from January wasn't necessarily a game, but rather the TV show adaptation of The Last of Us began airing this month. Now, since I still have yet to beat The Last of Us,
it'll happen one day. Maybe.
I haven't seen the show yet, but I'm definitely interested in doing so once I beat the game. If I ever do. With a couple of live presentations this month, we saw a few new releases, primarily for Nintendo, the most notable being Metroid Prime Remastered. Shadow drops immediately following the directs digitally, with a physical release coming later. I waited to pick it up physically. Yes, I didn't really have the time to play it yet, so I waited until 2 days before Tears of the Kingdom came out.
I really need to work on my time management skills, don't I?
I eventually did get around to it, putting in a few hours, and Metroid Prime is simply fantastic. This was my first time playing it, or really any Metroid game for that matter. I've dabbled in most of them, but this was the first one I truly got engrossed in, and my god, what a game. The gameplay is sublime. I'm usually not the biggest fan of first-person shooters on consoles, but the auto-aim here made it so much fun. And just exploring these environments on Talon 4, discovering the world's history, finding all these alien species, and of course, it's got that addictive Metroidvania gameplay, but in 3D, which I was worried would feel pretty complicated, yet it feels really good. And despite this being a remaster, it really doesn't feel like it. The only times I remembered this was a GameCube game was when I actually thought about it, because the work put into this remaster makes it feel like it very much could have been a brand new 2023 release. And if this quality is what we can expect from Metroid Prime 4, count me on board. Now, I still have yet to beat it, but I'm very much looking forward to actually doing so. However, I do have one problem with this release, that being its price. $40 for a single GameCube game. What demented game do you think you're playing? Is this game a $40 experience? To me, yes. It's absolutely sublime, but also, This game is 20 years old. This should have been $25 at the most, but Nintendo thinks they can price it at $40 because people will buy it regardless because it's Metroid Prime. And they're right.
This was still a shameful purchase.
The other shadow drop following the Direct was a Nintendo Switch Online update adding Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance games to Nintendo Switch Online, and this was without a doubt my favorite part of the show. I've been waiting for Game Boy Advance on Switch Online, and for it to finally make the jump alongside the rest of the Game Boy lineage was so great to see. Game Boy and Game Boy Color are grouped together in one app, available for all members, with Game Boy Advance being for expansion pack members only, which is odd. I mean, I get it, they need to add more value to the expansion pack, and I think Game Boy Advance works, but also, so many of its titles feel like Super Nintendo games, which is available in the base tier. Not only that, but its launch lineup was pretty lacking with only 6 games. And since it's an expansion pack app, the games are added at a snail's pace. Basically, either there's a Nintendo 64 edition or a Game Boy Advance edition every month, which is just frustrating. Like, this is the premium tier, but the base tiers get much more plentiful updates. But oh well, having the Minish Cap on Switch is worth it, I guess. The Game Boy and Game Boy Color app is way cooler. It's had more frequent additions with stuff like Kirby's Tilt and Tumble. Back then, you used to tilt the whole Game Boy to move Kirby, but now you just tip the Joy-Cons. And Link's Awakening DX, my favorite game of all time, thank you. Not only that, but the filters. You can change the color palette to replicate the original Game Boy's puke green, the pockets more washed out greens, or replicate the Game Boy games when they're being played in a Game Boy Color. I think it would have been really cool if they would have let you adjust the colors like you can when playing on a Color or Advance, but hey, this is already more effort than I expected from Nintendo, so I'm satisfied.
You know, he may have pissed everywhere, but at least he didn't shit everywhere too.
However, February's big release was Hogwarts Legacy, which launched for current-gen systems only this month.
And just like that, I am cancelled.
Yeah, talking about Hogwarts Legacy is pretty tricky because, you know, due to it being a Harry Potter game, there was a ton of controversy surrounding the game, and many people boycotting the game and unfortunately harassing those who simply played and reviewed the game. It's a really icky situation, but regardless of your stance, I respect it as long as it doesn't harm yourself or others. I haven't picked it up for myself as I'm not a big Harry Potter fan, and while it was definitely intriguing me upon its build-up to release, once it released and it appeared to be another mediocre open-world game set in the Harry Potter world, I lost interest. I may pick it up in the future, but I'm in no rush to do so. What else was there this month? Octopath Traveler 2? Yeah, I'm good. While I do like a handful of RPGs, from all the marketing, this does not seem like one of those. I mean, for crying out loud, this was the 3rd HD 2D game released by Square Enix in a goddamn year, and the 4th game with this logo style. Which one of these is your favorite?
This is a tough one. Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe.
Well, hell yeah, another remaster from Nintendo, this time Kirby's Return to Dreamland from the Wii. Haven't played the original or this remaster, but I did play the demo and my god, I need to pick this one up. It's Kirby, so of course it's pretty solid. This game's gimmick seems to be these special abilities that are really overpowered, like this sword one. There's also a new epilogue and of course mini games. $60 for this is pretty iffy, but as someone who's never played the original, I'm definitely looking to pick this one up in the future. In terms of news, Super Nintendo World Open in America.
Really stretching the definition of news these days.
March was a simpler month, with its biggest title definitely being Resident Evil 4, the remake of the GameCube original that went fucking everywhere. Well, it's back, fully remade, and while I'm not a Resident Evil fan, I have dabbled in the original, and this remake seems good. I give the demo a whirl, and it definitely remakes the game. Definitely has a scarier atmosphere than the original, at least the opening. However, even though I'm not a fan of either of them, I do prefer the original. It's not that the remake is bad or necessarily worse than the original. In fact, I'd say it's objectively better, but I definitely find its crusty Wii visuals both scarier and more charming. I may sound like a fucking idiot because I've only dipped my toes into both of these, but like many other games, I'm in no rush to pick up the remake, as if I really want to play Resident Evil 4, I'll probably just stick to the Wii version. As for original titles, from Nintendo we got Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon.
Thanks?
Yeah, not a Bayonetta fan. Much like Fire Emblem, I would like to give the games a chance, but that chance is not going to be via a prequel that plays differently than the main series. But the last big release this month, finally, after nearly a decade, one of the most critically acclaimed games finally came to PC. The Last of Us Part 1 made its way to PC. Yep, there it is on Steam. Wait, what is that doing there? Yeah, unfortunately, this port launched completely broken with so many bugs and glitches, which is super disappointing and something that's become more and more common with PC games. They launch in a seemingly incomplete state, which always hurts to see, but thankfully as a non-PC user,
thank God! I mean, I may have had to sell my soul to Apple, but at least I don't have to pay $70 for the worst version of The Last of Us.
On the news front, the 3DS and Wii U eShops closed this month.
Godspeed, but I have not heard anyone talk about them ever since they closed down, so... you guys didn't really care.
And E3 2023 was cancelled after both Microsoft and Nintendo confirmed they were not planning on participating. After E3 2021, they wanted to take 2022 off to put everything into E3 2023, but it seems Microsoft and Nintendo learned in 2022 that they don't need E3, and so with the two biggest participants out, it made sense to pull the plug for 2023. Overall, a very light month, with my main point of interest this month being Tetris the movie. Now, when I first saw the trailer thumbnail, I thought this was a joke, some comedy sketch, but actually watching the trailer, it all clicked. This is a biopic about the licensing battle for Tetris that occurred in the late 80s. Nintendo was trying to get the license to release the console version of Tetris in the States so they could launch it with the Game Boy, but of course everyone else wanted a piece of that pie. It's a really interesting story, and I felt this film did a great job telling that story. Of course, this is a biopic, so there are various plot points that didn't actually happen and were just added for dramatic effect, which was the main criticism I saw for this film. But newsflash, all biopics do that, this is no different, and as a biopic about one of the most iconic games ever, I really enjoyed it. Seeing these legendary Nintendo figures depicted alongside world leaders like Gorbachev was truly something. Overall, I really enjoyed Tetris. I wouldn't call it an incredible piece of cinema, but as a video game fan, I found it to be a really enjoyable take on the rights battle for one of the most iconic games ever, and I would love to see more biopics on other events in the video game industry. Still waiting for that Gizmondo biopic.
If no one else makes it, I will.
April was a pretty packed month. Minecraft Legends, Honkai Star Rail, Disney Speedstorm to name a few, and even Dead Island 2 finally releasing after being announced almost 9 years prior in 2014. Finally, after all these years in development hell, it was released to reception. Pretty mixed overall, just brainless fun but creatively lacking. However, April finally saw the release of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Hey, only a 3-year wait from the first? That's pretty commendable. And I quite like Jedi Fallen Order, and from Survivor, I wanted more of Jedi Fallen Order, both in terms of gameplay and story, and I only got half of that. So, gameplay wise, I really enjoyed Jedi Survivor. Like Fallen Order, it's a Metroidvania set in the Star Wars galaxy, so of course I love it. And while Jedi Survivor feels similar to Fallen Order in many ways, that's not a bad thing. Exploring these areas with all the force abilities you have from Fallen Order is a blast. When you get to a part where it's just parkour segment after parkour segment, it's so goddamn fun. Great new additions like the grapple hook also really help with traversal, and exploring is just a blast. I was a bit disappointed by how few planets there were, as it really just feels like you go between a few, but each planet is distinct enough, so it's fine. The combat though, oh man, the parrying system, man, it just may be my favorite in any game. It's so satisfying to parry then immediately counter. Customization is also incredible. All the outfits, hairstyles, beard styles, there's a lot of customization to Cal, which scratches more of that itch I have for a true open world non-linear Star Wars game. So I really love the gameplay, but the story?
If I say I like it, can I move on?
The story was the weakest part for me. I don't want to get too spoilery, but the main chunk of the story just feels so pointless. You pretty much have the same goal as your enemy, and so much of the game, you're just chasing him down to here, and here, and here, and then once you defeat him, out of nowhere, the game introduces a new antagonist, and man, that just pissed me off. I fucking hate it when a story is prolonged after a point where it feels like it could have wrapped up, and while I appreciate the twist villain for adding a bit more and giving the game a better conclusion, it still feels unnecessary and just a way for the writers to add drama, which the story was really lacking. I really love the character work here though. Cal having to struggle with the lurch to the dark side as he grows feelings for Marin. Everyone feels like they really have grown after Fallen Order in the way I expected them to. And I really hope this isn't the last time we see them, because I love these characters, but the story they're in, I just didn't like. But overall, I did enjoy Survivor because at the end of the day, it's a video game, and the game part is the most important part, and I really enjoyed it here. However, the story, it doesn't feel like a story that the writers actually wanted to tell in the Star Wars galaxy like Fallen Order's story. It feels like a story they told because Fallen Order was a success and so they needed to make a sequel.
Overall, 8 out of 10, can't wait for the sequel.
Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp released, wait, what? Advance Wars 1+2 finally released? After being delayed from a December 2021 release to a spring 2022 release, it was delayed more due to world issues before finally releasing this month, and as I expected, I heard nothing about it. I get and respect why Nintendo delayed it from its spring release, but that also pretty much killed its chance of doing well. I mean, a few weeks later, a new Zelda was coming out. If they released it in March, maybe it probably would have done better, although no matter what, due to all of this, I don't think anyone should be holding their breath for more Advance Wars content, unfortunately. But as a Nintendo fan, you may be wondering when I'm finally going to gush about this movie that was released this month.
Never. I have standards.
Super Mario Bros. The movie finally released this month, and man, was I absolutely disappointed by this movie. So hearing it was being made by Illumination and then seeing the voice cast revealed, like many others, I was in for a train wreck of a film. But when the first trailer released, it didn't look horrible. The rest of the trailers did though. All the following trailers were pretty bad, and after the last one, I decided I was in no rush to see the film, but after a few weeks, I went and saw it and was blown away by all of the little details. All of the references were so fun to spot. The cinematic remakes of the music, the absolutely stunning animation, there was clearly so much effort that went into those aspects. And none of the story. The story and pacing absolutely killed this movie for me. The one thing I like about this story is that Peach is actually a leader. She doesn't just get kidnapped and not appear until the end. No, she's doing what a leader does and tries to stop Bowser, which was an awesome take on her character. And that's it. So much of the story just felt unnecessary. Like, it feels like you could cut out the whole second act and lose pretty much nothing story-wise. And the pacing, it never found that sweet spot. I was either screaming get a move on or slow down. It's so obvious that this movie was made by Illumination because of all the stupid fucking slow-mo scenes, terrible pacing, and the logo at the beginning of the movie. I never really had much faith in the movie cause it's a Mario movie. The plot of Mario consists of Bowser kidnaps Peach, save her. What makes Mario enjoyable is the gameplay, the worlds you explore, the challenges you conquer. Mario is about the gameplay, not the story. So to me, Mario just doesn't work in a film. And if you're gonna do a Mario movie, I'd prefer if you get zany and stupid with it. Like, that 90s Mario movie is pretty terrible, but I'd much rather watch that over this cesspool of garbage. Have all the musical references you want, but maybe also make a good movie. I may sound really critical of this, and I am. This was the second highest grossing film of 2023 and has set Illumination up for the next goddamn decade. Like, damn, having Across the Spider-Verse come out 2 months later was like the biggest case of whiplash. I forgot animated kids films could be good.
Yeah, Mario in with Spider-Man. Not literally.
May saw the release of what was my and many others' game of the year. Oh yeah, there was a Zelda game too. After 6 years, finally, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom released, and it's good.
What a shocker.
I've already talked about Tears of the Kingdom, but when I did, I still had that hype blindness. But now that it's died down, this game is still incredible, nothing's changed. Tears of the Kingdom was my most anticipated game ever when it was released, and it did not disappoint. Which is interesting looking back, because it's not a ginormous step up from Breath of the Wild, but it still was what I wanted and what I expected. I definitely agree it has flaws. Reusing so much, some of the issues with Breath of the Wild are still pretty prevalent. It took 6 years to come out, but who am I kidding? I absolutely adore this game. Tears of the Kingdom just hit it right for me. There's so much to it. It's a game I can come back to for years and still have stuff to do. Whether it's side quests or core hunting or exploring Hyrule more, I can pop in this game and just have fun. And that's large in part due to the new abilities, which completely triumphs Breath of the Wild in my opinion. They're so fun to use and seem complicated on paper, but they're made so simple and fun to use in practice. It's weird having so much love for a game that feels so similar to its predecessor, but every time I think of Tears of the Kingdom, I'm reminded just how much I love it and will remain for years as one of my favorite games. I hope it will be the last Zelda game in the world of Breath of the Wild and the last non-linear 3D Zelda for a while. I'm definitely down for some more Ocarina of Time style adventures for the next game, but that's mainly because I feel like both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom will keep me satisfied with this kind of Zelda for a while. And so I'm just not a fan of this style, but to act like this is a bad game just because it doesn't seem to be the biggest step up from Breath of the Wild, yeah, it's a bit much. This year's big sequels, Spider-Man 2, Jedi Survivor, and Tears feel similar in the sense that they may seem similar to the original games from a distance, and in many ways they are, but once you get your hands on it and dive into the games, you can truly tell and appreciate how it stands apart.
Can I get bitchy yet?
Of course, Tears of the Kingdom has flaws, but I don't really mind a ton of them. But I am annoyed by some things Nintendo is doing with it. It's been confirmed for a while that there's no plans for DLC, which is a little disappointing but respectable enough. They say it's because they've done everything they can in this world, which isn't true but okay. But even some little things are missing, like a Master Quest. I want to replay this game, but I would prefer doing so in a Master Quest, but it doesn't doesn't feel like Nintendo has supported the game much since launch. I mean, this was their first $70 release, and I feel like they'd support it more than just patches. In just 4 months, it sold 2/3 as many copies as Breath of the Wild has in 6 years across 2 platforms. This game was without a doubt Nintendo's best performing game in 2023, and yet it feels kinda neglected. And I know it may sound really bitchy, but I told you that's what I was going to do. Listen, I can respect that you're done and ready to move on to the next Zelda game, but can't you just do a little master mode first?
I'm just so passionate to have my ass handed to me.
That's all I could really muster up in what I don't like about Tears of the Kingdom, because I adore this game. I was not disappointed by it at all. I really enjoyed it, and I'm excited to close this chapter on this era of Zelda and hop into a new era full of dog shit. Yes, May's other big releases, Redfall and The Lord of the Rings Gollum.
Okay, which should we talk about first?
Hogwarts Legacy and last-gen systems.
What the f***?
Hogwarts Legacy made its way to last-gen systems this month, which was nice to see. I'm glad the companies are finally putting their foot down on last-gen versions. Either they don't do them at all, or they release after the current-gen versions. Because at this point, the PS5 and series consoles have been out for a few years. They're no longer hard to find. You can go to a GameStop or Walmart and more than likely find one. Jedi Survivor very much could have run on PS4, but I'm glad they kept it current-gen exclusive because it's time to move on. And I also support releasing the current-gen versions first, then releasing the last-gen versions later if you're gonna do a last-gen version at all.
Well, that was nice being able to avoid talking about a shitty game by talking about a last-gen port of a shitty game.
Okay, let's get this over with. Redfall was Bethesda's latest disappointment, an online first-person shooter about vampires developed by Arcane Studios.
I've never heard a more disgusting sentence in my life.
Redfall ended up being pretty gross. I can't say much because it was an Xbox exclusive, and I'm too busy with my Astro's Playroom machine to care, but just look at the gameplay. It looks so sloppy and unfun. Man, I'm disappointed by this, and I can't even play it. And The Lord of the Rings Gollum? Oh boy. So I actually played the demo of this, and it was okay. From what I experienced, it wasn't as bad as many made it out to be, but that doesn't mean it's good. I just didn't play much because, why would I? It was extremely boring. I mean, how did this pass the concept stage? A Lord of the Rings game? No duh, but having it be about Gollum, one of the weakest and most pathetic characters in the series, I like Gollum as a character, but he's not the kind of character that I want to play as in a game. The gameplay was just so repetitive, just jumping around and climbing walls in this dark, dingy cave. I didn't make it far enough to say this game is atrocious, but it's not good and absolutely failed to hook me. And that's pretty much it for May. It was a pretty light month, definitely because there was a new Zelda game, as June was pretty packed. Oh my gosh, June was a packed month. Street Fighter 6, Diablo 4, and Final Fantasy 16 were definitely the biggest titles. I played the Street Fighter 6 demo and I had a blast. I suck at fighting games, but I really like 6's style. Crank the difficulty down low and let me beat the shit out of my opponent and you have a happy Nicus. However, there's also World Tour, which is the story mode here. You can create your own character, and this is one of the most fun character creators I've ever used. You control so much, you can warp so many different parts of the body to make an abomination to mankind, and then fight as that guy. I had a blast making my character and then fighting as him, and the mode itself, you have various missions, however, it's also an open city where you can go around and fight random pedestrians. It's so silly and fun, I really want to pick this game up. I'm definitely fine waiting for a sale or price drop to pick it up, but it's also definitely on my list. I also played the Final Fantasy 16 demo, and it was fine. I didn't make it that far because, I don't know, it didn't necessarily grab me, but I'm down to give it another go in the future. And Diablo 4, it just doesn't seem like my thing. I passed on it. Those were the major releases, but there were also a bunch of other solid releases. Dave the Diver had my eye, I tried out the demo.
What else would I do, buy the full game?
And it was pretty fun. Swimming around, catching fish, all with a gorgeous art style and fantastic presentation. Yet another future pickup for me. And there was a bunch of remakes and remasters released this month too. We Love Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie, Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, Front Mission 1, Sonic Origins Plus.
Damn it!
I'm not the biggest Sonic fan, but I do quite enjoy the Genesis titles. So when I saw Sonic Origins Plus, guess what I did? This is the deluxe version of Sonic Origins, which was released in the summer of 2022 to disappointment. There was a bunch of little issues from its pricing to how the games were presented, but I think Sonic Origins Plus does help with that. The physical release comes with this really nice art book showing a bunch of concept art, the game's covers in each region, and other pieces of art. And you also get a code that adds 12 Game Gear games and Amy as a playable character, and that's what makes this Plus.
Thank you?
Yeah, this is Sonic Origins, but with Amy, and a bunch of Game Gear games. Okay, the Game Gear games are novel and cool to dick around with, but they do not add value. I mean, this, I'd pay to not play it. And Amy as a playable character? That's cool, but she should have been from the beginning. Overall, I do like this release. It's nice having these games on Switch, but I wish it had more actual Sonic games, not Game Gear fodder. Well, with it being the month of E3, there was Summer Games Fest, and Nintendo held their own direct announcing a bunch of titles. A Princess Peach game and Luigi's Mansion 2 HD for 2024, but for 2023 releases, a remake of Mario RPG, WarioWare Move It, a new 2D Mario, and remasters of Pikmin 1+2, Shadow drops following the direct, just like Metroid Prime Remastered, and like Metroid Prime Remastered, I waited for its physical release to pick it up, but it's technically a June release, so let's talk about it now. So it's $50 for both games, but they can be bought separately for $30 each, and I respect that pricing structure. I'm just glad they brought over both of them to get the entire Pikmin series on Switch in time for Pikmin 4. So yes, you can play the entire Pikmin series on Switch.
Okay, let me correct that. Only the bad Pikmin games can be played on Switch.
I played both Pikmin 1 and 2, and this is my first time playing a Pikmin game, but I fell in love with it. I was definitely intimidated by Pikmin, but Pikmin, it's hard to explain, but once you know how to Pikmin, it just becomes second nature. And from there, you're just blasting through a really fun game. This remaster didn't get as much attention as Metroid Prime, but it's still a nice remaster. It's not the best looker, but it plays really well, and overall, I really enjoyed it, and I'm really glad we have these games both on Switch. Your day will come, hey Pikmin.
I'll tell you that though, there was no other big June release, especially from Nintendo. I mean, why would they release another game in between their two biggest games of the year? How the hell did that get there?
Everybody wants to Switch.
We actually call it bad game around these parts.
This game is a piece of junk. I've already gone in depth on it, and it's not good. It's a really slow and unfun party game with just a few okay minigames. The rest just suck and are unfun. It's just a slog to go through, but still hilarious. This game was announced on June 1st and released on June 30th. Nintendo rushed this out in the window between Tears of the Kingdom and Pikmin 4 because they knew this game was ass. Playtesters didn't like it, insiders worried it would ruin Nintendo's reputation, and if it was released in 2022, I would have been pissed. But for it to release right smack dab in between two big titles for $30, it's more funny than anything.
I love owning a game I despise.
Oh my gosh, you thought May was barren? Look at July. The big title this month was of course Pikmin 4, finally releasing 10 years after the prior title. I haven't played much of this game, I'm about 4 hours in or so, but I've loved what I've played so far. It's structurally closer to Pikmin 2 with caves and no time limit, and I really enjoy both aspects. I don't really prefer one style of Pikmin over the other, I love both, however, I think I do like the cave style a bit more. You create your own character, which is a ton of fun, and you also work alongside Ochi, one of Nintendo's greatest creations of all time. Your goal is to save all of these, other guys, Olimar's race, I have no idea what they're called. This is a great game, but it makes a lame first impression. After the first bit of gameplay where you explore this house as Olimar, it cuts to you landing on this planet in search of other Rescue Corps members as you go through this tutorial area, but my god, this was obnoxious. You stop every 10 seconds for the character to spell out something obvious. It's a really slow start when it doesn't need to be. This is clearly meant to be for newcomers, and this definitely was many people's first Pikmin game because, well, it's the first new Pikmin game on a console that sold over 21 million units. But I enjoyed Pikmin 1 as a starting point so much more. Going in, you're just like Olimar, knowing nothing about the Pikmin but slowly learning all about them. Here, it's spelled out for you, and while it doesn't affect someone like me, new players aren't going to have the same sense of discovery. However, once you get past the opening and it just becomes another Pikmin game, oh my gosh.
It's a new Pikmin game!
It looks and runs beautifully, it's just so fun. The low camera angle really helps sell how small you are, on top of the fact that you're interacting with man-made objects. Seeing how a Game Boy Advance SP is giant compared to these guys really helps sell how small these guys actually are. It's really neat. Overall, while it hasn't been as much time as I've wanted it to be, I've really enjoyed Pikmin 4 so far. It's really damn good, and I'm excited to play more of it. The other July release of note? There was no other July release of note. However, when it was announced that a game called Red Dead Redemption was rated, the rumors went crazy. Many people got excited for a full-on remake of Red Dead 1 with more references to 2 and 2-level visuals, but me personally, I'd have been fine with just a straight port to modern platforms.
Well, whatever it ends up being, I'm sure it will not disappoint.
On the morning of August 7th, I saw a YouTube notification from Nintendo that said Red Dead Redemption, and I was blown away. Yes, Red Dead Redemption received a port to not just Switch, but PlayStation 4 as well. It was a straight port, but man, I did not care. Now what did the rest of the internet think?
What the heck is that?
This sucks.
This sucks.
Many were disappointed that this was just a port and not a remake, but why did you automatically think it would be a remake? It's like a dog who sees their owner putting their shoes on and thinks they're gonna go for a walk just for their owner to leave without them. Buddy, you're disappointed because the thing you made up didn't happen. You look like an idiot. The expectation that Rockstar would remaster Red Dead 1 in 2023 when they're knee-deep in development of GTA 6, talk about double standards. To which you may say, they can outsource it. Yeah, that went great last time. I'm happy with this port because this preserves the game, brings it to modern platforms, and makes it portable for the first time ever. Now, $50 is a bit pricey, I will admit, but they released Metroid Prime Remastered for $40 earlier this year. $50 for Red Dead doesn't faze me. Some said just buy a 360 or PS3 and play it there. Just buy this port and suck it up. Well, I was ecstatic. It launched digitally in August with a physical release later, but I didn't care. I ate it up in August and I loved it. This release actually got me to finally complete Red Dead 2. I did so right before this came out, so I dived into this right after playing 2 and was reminded how much more I prefer 1. Everything is perfect to me. The story, the world, the characters, the gameplay. Red Dead 1 feels so alive for a 2010 game. The way you'll just see life casually hopping around as you ride across the prairies, going to the back of the saloon and playing poker with the general store owner. This game feels impressively alive, and of course, this was just a flawless port. I really enjoyed revisiting this title, and it won't be long until I revisit it again. But Red Dead wasn't the only notable release this month. Oh no. August was a pretty big month, and one of the Game of the Year nominees launched during it too.
Well, no shit, I just talked about it.
Baldur's Gate 3 launched and became a hit out of nowhere. I mean, Baldur's Gate 2 came out in 2000. Where the hell did such a passionate fanbase come from? Well, I did what I do best and gave the demo some time. 15 minutes, to which Baldur's Gate 3 fans will say,
"No, you need to spin longer before you form an opinion of it!"
To which I say,
"Damn, this game is pretty good!"
From the very little I played, Baldur's Gate 3 is an excellent game, and one I'm definitely down to spend more time in, but it needs to not be $70, have a physical release, and I need to have 100 hours that I can sink into it. It's an isometric turn-based medieval RPG, which is a combination of my least favorite types of games, and yet I enjoyed what I played here. The battles were actually pretty fun. There's a set distance you can move, so you can attack an enemy, then move away from them, or if you kill one and can still move, you can move towards your next enemy. It adds another layer of strategy that makes the turn-based combat more fun, and while it doesn't entirely seem my thing, I'm absolutely down to play this one more, just not for that price. Sea of Stars and Arbor Core 6 released this month, and so did Madden 24. Just one more year till Madden 13. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre also released this month, and it's a lot like Friday the 13th the game, but Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And Vampire Survivor made its way to Switch this month. Now, what's that, you ask?
A mobile game.
But I thought you hated when those came to Switch.
This is an exception!
Vampire Survivors is awesome. It's a pretty mobile game, but I feel like it works really well on console. Not only that, but its style. It gives me major Castlevania vibes, and yes, that's all I need in my life.
I'm a very easy man to please.
September was another pretty beefy month, and it could have been the month that I got myself an Xbox Series S. If only Starfield looked better. Man, I was excited for Starfield earlier in the year because it did seem exciting. But as the release date got closer and closer, it really started to seem like a typical first-person Bethesda RPG, and that's what it ended up being. Starfield wasn't necessarily terrible, it was just not that good, much like Bethesda's other first-person open-world RPGs. But I can still enjoy some of them. I love New Vegas and Oblivion, but not necessarily because they're great games, they're just fun ones. But Starfield just didn't look fun. It's pretty similar to Fallout, but in space. But that ended up being pretty lame. The planets were pretty barren and boring, besides a few points of interest. Sure, it's the same for No Man's Sky, but at least the planets there look more alive and fun to explore. But Starfield just looks so dull and depressing. It doesn't make me want to explore the cosmos, it makes me want to play a different game. And for those who played it, they weren't big fans either. I mean, modders gave up making a multiplayer mod for the game because they found it to be too boring. Talk around the game died down fast, and it's gone down as another Bethesda RPG that Todd Howard talks up as if it's the next evolution of gaming, to which many eat it up and say the same thing. Then the game releases and it passes like a fleeting shadow. And seeing this from a distance disappoints me. Thankfully, it saved me from getting a Series S.
Like, I dodged a bullet right there. What are the other Xbox exclusives? Looks like I'm buying a Sega Genesis!
But I was excited for Xbox to finally have a big exclusive, because again, it was making me want to get a Series S, but just wasn't it, unfortunately, and makes me worried for The Elder Scrolls 6, which will probably be their next title. Overall, 8 out of 10 production, 0 out of 10 game. Faith Farm released this month. I just recognize its name because of its appearance in too many Nintendo Directs. Super Bomberman R2 was, well, cool to see. But the other big title this month was Mortal Kombat 1. Not Mortal Kombat 1 as in the first one ever, it's the newest Mortal Kombat game called Mortal Kombat 1. I get it, the name Mortal Kombat 12 isn't appealing, but just come up with a damn subtitle. I guarantee it sounds a lot more appealing than 1. Anyways, as I do, I gave the demo some time and it was good. I definitely like Street Fighter 6 more, but I may still pick this one up in the future, if I don't suck at fighting games then. The fighting mechanics are cool. I just found Street Fighter more stylistically appealing, but that shouldn't take away from the fact that this is still a great new Mortal Kombat game and a good current gen exclusive. You gotta include the Switch and current gen. Yeah, for some reason they decided they should bring Mortal Kombat 1 to Switch. Why? And they did it natively, which I would usually commend. I hate cloud games, and cloud games would especially not work for fighting games. You need your button presses to be read quickly. A delay can really harm your performance.
But they shouldn't have brought it to Switch in the first place.
Why did they do this? No Switch owner who's also a Mortal Kombat fan is going to go, thank God I can play Mortal Kombat 1 on my Switch. If they don't have a PS5 or Series console, they can upgrade to an S for like $200. And even if you can't, just don't spend $70 on Switch. I get and commend why they didn't bring this game to last-gen systems, but considering how underpowered the Switch is in comparison to the Series consoles and PS5, these current-gen multiplats need to stay off of it. And it's not that I don't like the Switch or that I don't want it to have third-party games, it's just that this quality is unacceptable, especially for $70. Because the Switch has had plenty of excellent experiences for it that can run better and are way cheaper. Free counts. Yes, announced and released on the same day in a Nintendo Direct this month, F-Zero 99, another 99-player battle royale game for Nintendo Switch Online players. And man, F-Zero 99 is a blast, until it wasn't. I adore F-Zero 99, it was so exciting to see and was a ton of fun, but it got old quick. Sure, it's because of that damn track selection. You can vote between 2 tracks for each race, but it's usually either Mute City or Big Blue. And these are good courses, but they feel like the only courses I plan when I play a single rounds. The Grand Prix have you play more courses, and they're a lot more fun, but they only happen in half-hour intervals. F-Zero 99 is still a really fun time, but again, Nintendo has failed to strike the gold that Tetris 99 did. Tetris 99 still remains popular to this day because it's Tetris, it's infinitely replayable and addictive. And F-Zero is a blast too, and I think it works well enough as a 99-player battle royale, but now these days, not many people are playing it. Half of the lobby just ends up being bots now, which is just so lame. And as much as I hate to admit it, I can very much see F-Zero 99 getting the Pac-Man 99 treatment in a few years, which means to be shut down because nobody cares anymore. But I hope the popularity of this game at launch at least inspires Nintendo to give F-Zero an actual chance. Overall, this Direct was fine, but really made it apparent that the Switch is on its way out. Any new announcements for Nintendo were just remakes or remasters. Exciting ones at that, but Nintendo's 2024 lineup at that point seemed pretty barren, with the only original title being Princess Peach Showtime. And with the Switch being almost 7 years old, this Direct really made it feel like it was almost time to move on.
Pikmin 1 plus 2 released physically this month.
Yes, Pikmin 1 plus 2 received its physical release. I like this cover, I get it, it's meant to replicate the Japanese covers, but I like the old covers so much more. This format does fit a bit more with Pikmin 3 and 4 covers, but you could have made new designs, that would have been neat. Speaking of neat, since these games were sold separately digitally, when you pop in the cartridge, 2 icons show up.
It takes very little to impress me.
Now, it may be hard to believe me because when I've said it's been a beefy month, I talk about like 2 games, but October was actually beefy. There were 2 games on the same day. Yes, on October 20th, Spider-Man 2 and Super Mario Bros. Wonder for their respective consoles.
Guess which one I played first.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder is incredible. I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did, but my god. The core gameplay is of course excellent. It's 2D Mario fun, but it feels more like a 3D Mario game. One of the collectathons, as each major level has at least 2 Wonder scenes. One from completing the level, and the other from finding and activating the Wonder Flower and completing its respective scenario. And these Wonder Flower segments were insane. It can make the pipes crawl around, make piranha plants sing, have a horde of bulls charge at you, make a bunch of bouncy hippos bounce around, and the best part is, these are just some of the effects from World 1 alone. This game was filled to the brim with crazy effects. Going in, I was worried there would only be 10 or 15 unique effects copy and pasted, but no, at most an effect is used twice, maybe even 3 times. But there's still so many unique effects, it just oozes creativity. The dev team had so many crazy ideas and they did not hold back. And it makes for such a fun game with so much variety. All the world themes are thematically similar to the typical Mario World themes, but the way they're presented and handled makes them truly feel different. And on top of the wonder effects, there's also the badges which give your character abilities like a parachute cap or a mid-air spin boost, but you can only have one of these at a time, so you have to choose wisely. And the character roster, oh my. Some don't like how all the characters besides besides Yoshi and Nabbit play the same, but I like it. It adds for a fair-based playing system, and it makes the badge system work a lot better. I'm not showing much of Wonder because it truly is a game that needs to be experienced. It's not this groundbreaking, genre-defining experience, but it's an excellent 2D Mario after an 11-year hiatus. And I also really like how it truly stands on its own. It doesn't replace the New Super Mario Bros. Games or any other 2D Mario for that matter. Unlike New Super U, there isn't much of a reason to play Wii more than U and vice versa. Overall, Wonder exceeded my expectations, and if it wasn't for Tears of the Kingdom, it would have undoubtedly been my favorite game of the year.
To which Spider-Man fans would have said, "Oh, Mario Wonder's your game of the year, of course it was, you only play games for babies, I only play games like Spider-Man, it has Venom, yeah!"
Spider-Man 2, this game is good, but it did take a while for it to click to me. Gotta be honest, wasn't a huge fan of the first 2 acts. Now the gameplay was great. It's another Jedi Survivor, Tears of the Kingdom situation where it looks and plays pretty similarly to its predecessor, but there's so much more to it. But man, the story was not doing it for me. The biggest thing I wanted from Spider-Man 2 was more Miles. He's still a brand new Spider-Man, and because of that, there's a lot more growth we had to see with him. And since we skipped over Peter's origin in these games, I was definitely looking forward to see Miles' growth as a character in the sequel. Instead, he's constantly told to fuck off. So many times, Peter wouldn't allow Miles to help with certain missions. He'd tell Miles to go work on his college essay, and it was just infuriating.
Genki and I tracked the exhaust trails from their aircraft to the Williamsburg Bridge. I'll meet you there.
Hold on! Don't you have an essay to finish?
But as the story went on and Miles started to get more of the spotlight, I really came around to that choice and how he grows in the last third of the game alongside everything else.
Damn, this is a good video game.
Of course, the big addition here is the symbiote suit, and it's really awesome. The special abilities it has are so overpowered, it's a blast. And the rest of the gameplay, the combat is a bit improved. There's various new moves, but some old moves are lost as well, but overall, it's hard to talk about how the combat has changed when you can talk about how the traversal has changed. My gosh, man, the traversal here is incredible. You can gain such speed, and with the addition of the web wings, traversal is so much fun. Swinging at just the right angles, finding wind tunnels to glide in, diving into a loop-de-loop, then jumping out of it, shooting across the city. Spidey moves lightning fast in this one. Like, Spider-Man and Miles Morales felt perfectly fine, but going back to them, the swing feels sluggish. Of course, this was due to the PS4's power level, and now that we can harness the power of
whatever the fuck you call that.
The traversal is so impressive and so fun. I mean, it was fun enough just hopping in PS4 and swinging around, but in here, it's incredible. And the MJ missions here are also so much better. There's still cell sections, but she now has a blaster from Silver Sable, allowing her to actually take out enemies so they don't feel as slow as they did in PS4. Overall, while it took me a bit to fully get on board, with it now being said and done, I love Spider-Man 2. It met my expectations, has surpassed its predecessors, and I am very excited for the third and possibly final entry in this trilogy. Well, those were the 2 major releases on October 20th, but what else was there? Okay, I was excited for Sonic Superstars. I love some 2D Sonic, and the last one, Mania, was excellent. And so to see that there was a new 2D Sonic game that was more original than Mania, I was excited. And later let down 3 days before Wonder released. Okay, so this is a good game, but short and infuriating at points. The zone designs and themes are on point, it's a really fun game, but the bosses are so slow and dragged out, and if you die, time to replay the whole boss again. But it's a fine game that released at a horrible time. I think Wonder and Spider-Man 2 launching on the same day worked out well because these are such different games. This is an open world superhero game, this is a 2D platformer. This is a 2D platformer released days before the best 2D platformer of the year. Guess what happens? Yeah, it just got overshadowed, and at least for me, the same happened with Alan Wake 2. Releasing a week after the Spidey Mario combo, I heard nobody talk about Alan Wake 2 because they were still yakking it up about Wonder and Spider-Man. Alan Wake 2 was clearly good, I just haven't played the first, so I'm not really considering playing the second yet. And man, this game was so overshadowed. I mean, I heard about the damn King Kong game this month more than it. Oh wait, King Kong game?
That's dog shit!
Skull Island, Rise of Kong, and on paper, a King Kong game sounds like a good idea. So does communism, so that doesn't say much. This game ended up being a super low budget, unfinished piece of shit that somehow released for $40. How?
That's gaming in 2023 for ya!
Well, thankfully, that wasn't October's last big release.
I'm never gonna stop talking about this year, am I?
Assassin's Creed Mirage, the first new Assassin's Creed game in 3 years. It went back to the series roots and was only $50. Now that's a good sign if I've ever seen one.
And I never have.
Yeah, this game was another Assassin's Creed. Not bad, not anything more though. And Detective Pikachu Returns. I made it loud and clear with every direct it's appeared in. Detective Pikachu Returns looked bad in like a 3DS game in HD. HD. I didn't even notice it was released, and I'm glad I didn't because Nintendo will stop talking about it. I'm not opposed to a Pokemon mystery game, but make it actually look good, please. You have the goddamn budget. Well, those were the new titles, but there are also a handful of ports and re-releases. Red Dead Redemption received its physical release this month, and man, having this on Switch is so perfect with the red spine. Speaking of Switch, a pretty shocking port of Borderlands 3 made its way to the system, which was interesting. I get it, the rest of the Borderlands series is on Switch, and the Switch can run PS4 games, okay, but it's still pretty odd. And the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 also released this month, which I want to pick up, but the story of Metal Gear just intimidates me too much. And as if all these releases weren't enough, there was also a damn movie. Five Nights at Freddy's, obviously based off the hit indie horror games. It's about time this movie was released. I mean, this thing has been rumored for a long time, so for it to finally be out is cool to see, if only if it was good. So, this movie wasn't terrible, just kind of empty. I'm not a Five Nights at Freddy's fan, but I've had some interest in learning some of the lore, and I was hoping this movie could fill me in. This movie just made me watch random YouTube videos on it because it did nothing for me. I don't know, man. I wouldn't go as far to say it was bad, but I'm not saying anything more than that. And on an unrelated note, while I haven't been talking about it because for the most part it doesn't matter, I want to mention it here. Mario Party 3 made its way to Nintendo Switch Online a week after Mario Wonder. Why does that matter?
Because the following Friday, let's just say Intercourse was off the menu because I was busy.
November, what a cozy time of year. The small gap in between the Halloween and Christmas season, a great time for Wario to shine. WarioWare Move It kicked off the month on November 3rd, and this was the Wario game. WarioWare Move It is awesome. It goes crazy with the Joy-Con and their possibilities. It's a WarioWare game, so it's not the deepest thing, but it's a really fun game to blast through in a sitting. This game actually made use of the Joy-Con's IR camera. Look at that, I can flip myself off. Movie was another game that was kind of swept under the rug, but it's okay, I was there for it, and I still am. I don't know, man, I just really liked it. It's not a crazy game, but it's a fun game. And with Mario Party 3 releasing the week prior, Wonder 2 weeks prior, and the Mario RPG releasing in another 2 weeks, that made people question if there would be some form of Mario content the following week to have a unofficial month of Mario of sorts.
Even if Nintendo said Mario, that would count.
Well, it happened as the following week, the final wave of the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass was released. Now, I haven't been talking about the waves up to this point because A, I haven't talked about 2022 waves, so to just talk about 2023 would be a bit awkward, and B, I'd much rather talk about all the courses together later on. But just for now, this was a solid way to end up the DLC. The final course being Wii Rainbow Road was predictable, but still perfect. Wii Daisy Circuit isn't my favorite, but they totally made up for it with DK Mountain from Double Dash. Overall, it was a solid send-off to some excellent DLC and helped carry us to the final piece of Mario content from this last month, Super Mario RPG, a remake of the SNES classic. Come on, guys. Much like Pikmin 1 Plus 2's cover, this cover replicates the Japanese cover, but man, the North American one was way cooler. Now, why am I whining about this? Because what else would I whine about with this remake? Super Mario RPG is one of the best remakes I've ever played. It took this classic SNES RPG and gave it the Link's Awakening treatment with gorgeous modern graphics and quality of life enhancements. This game feels like a modern game. So many times I'd reach a segment and think there was no way this was originally on Super Nintendo. Then I'd search it up and lo and behold, there it is. This is a super approachable RPG. It's not difficult, you don't have to grind, it has action commands. This isn't a giant game, but it's a short and sweet one, and one that I will definitely be revisiting quite often. This is my first time playing Mario RPG, and it's definitely one of my favorite RPGs now, and I'm so glad they did this excellent remake, and I'm excited to see what this leads to.
Like Minecraft?
Some Star Wars centric DLC released from Minecraft this month, Path of the Jedi, and with me being the Star Wars nut I am, I gave it a go, and it just didn't grab me. I like it conceptually, bringing you through the process of becoming a Jedi, but doing it in Minecraft is so goddamn unappealing, so I stopped playing after an hour or so. Well, thankfully, that wasn't the worst November had to offer, just look at Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Yes, this year's Call of Duty title, oh my god. Modern Warfare 3 was slammed, and rightfully so. This was supposed to just be DLC for Modern Warfare 2, but they made it a $70 release last minute, and thankfully nobody put up with it. I really hope this shows Activision that Call of Duty doesn't need to be a yearly franchise. Just release new maps every now and then and spend a couple years creating a new game with new mechanics and a big campaign while supporting the old game with some new content. With the failure of Modern Warfare 3, I think things will change, which is good. I don't want to hate this series, but it's hard to not criticize it when they do something stupid. Speaking of doing something stupid, Hogwarts Legacy made its way to Switch this month.
Oh my god, Warner Bros. Games, why?
Delayed from a July release, Hogwarts Legacy finally made it to Switch. It really shouldn't have. This is okay, but just why? Well, we have some big news this month. In fact, it carries over from October. People were getting antsy and thinking the trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6 was coming soon. In fact, it had to be in October because Grand Theft Auto Vice City released in October. Yeah, so did most other GTAs.
Well, this month Rockstar confirmed that come December, they would release a trailer. So at this point, all we had to do was wait. Oh my god, just release the trailer!
Oh my god, it's finally December! On December 5th, we finally got the trailer for Grand Theft Auto 6, and it was good. The foundation laid here is exciting, the exaggerated take on Florida is gold, and overall, this is now my most anticipated game. I'm a big GTA fan, which is weird because I haven't really talked about the series much, but I digress.
Let a man be happy.
Well, it's hard to top this, but let's see what's released this month. Dragon Quest Monsters The Dark Prince launched as a Switch exclusive, and I've dabbled in it. It's a really charming and cozy game. Monster is a Pokemon-like spin-off where it's about collecting and battling with the monsters, and I love that here. Most of my playtime has come from the demo, but I do really want to play more, but for now, it seems good. Minus the performance. It looks a bit cheap, and performance-wise, frame rate hiccups are pretty common. Besides that though, a solid game I'm dying to give my time to. Batman Arkham Trilogy released this month, bringing yet another one of my favorite games, Arkham City, to Switch. As expected, Asylum and City run flawlessly. It's night that's a bit problematic, but I don't really mind it. This is more of a novelty than anything. When I finally decide to play Night, I'll play the PS4 version, but I do like having a portable version. The other notable title from December was Avatar, a video game adaptation of the highest grossing film of all time. It wasn't that great. It looks pretty lame, not surprised as it's Ubisoft. It's just hard to care.
Like, he is the scum of the earth, but my foot itches and I think that bothers me more.
The final big talking point of the month, and year for that matter, was the Game Awards, which was big for a year like 2023. And the game of the year ended up being Baldur's Gate 3.
Of course, personally, I would have preferred for Tears of the Kingdom to win, but I'm not mad about Baldur's Gate 3 winning. I mean, it's an amazing game, and just because it won doesn't mean that Tears of the Kingdom isn't a great game, or Mario Wonder isn't a great game, or Spider-Man 2 isn't a great game, or Resident Evil 4 isn't a great game, or Alan Wake 2 isn't a great game. Someone fucking tell that to the internet!
My god, both Spider-Man 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 fans were insufferable following the show. Spider-Man fans were going, how did this game win? It's a turn-based RPG, while Baldur's Gate 3 fans were gloating and rubbing it in their faces. Both sides needed to calm down, it doesn't fucking matter. It's an award show meant to celebrate gaming, and it did celebrate Spider-Man 2. It was a Game of the Year nominee for crying out loud. It was just annoying seeing them attacking each other when our enemy was right there all along. What the hell was the show this year? So much of this was unacceptable. The time limit on the award winner speeches telling them to wrap it up after 30 seconds, that's unacceptable, especially when you let some of these other people talk about nothing for so long. Anthony Mackie talks about nothing for a minute. Hideo Kojima explains his new game for over 5 minutes and that's fine, but dear god, limit that. Cause to nudge these developers who poured so much into these games away after they won an award for their game, it's just pretty disrespectful. And some of these presenters, man. Timothée Chalamet presenting Game of the Year? Whose idea was that? Like, get the hell out of there. You probably have some new Willy Wonka movie you need to go promote.
Oh, would you look at that?
I think it could be an awesome tradition if they had the prior year's Game of the Year winner present the Game of the Year as a fun passing down of the torch. Make it feel more like a celebration of the industry instead of, oh, look at what celebrity we can get. Overall, this was a disappointing showing, and Jeff Keighley is not invited to my birthday party this year.
Okay, after almost an hour of yip yap yapping away, I can firmly say that 2023 was an excellent year for gaming.
So many great games released this year, and I had so much fun with so many of them. Excellent sequels we've been waiting for, original titles that came out of nowhere and blew us away, and some fantastic remasters that help preserve some of the most beloved games. 2023 will be a year that, for years, I will look back fondly on. It was just so fun with all these great games, and even the lame games. With there being so many good games, it just makes the bad games funnier.
And while 2024 has been very ho-hum so far, and definitely seems like it will continue to be, I don't really have an issue with that. And sure, PlayStation and Xbox don't really have anything going on, but with Nintendo, their next system is on the horizon. They've announced that they're going to announce it sometime within the next year. And we've had Mario vs. Donkey Kong, Princess Peach Showtime, Endless Ocean Luminous, which were definitely fun enough experiences to keep me satisfied for the year. It just goes to show how good gaming in 2023 was. It makes me never want to play a game again.
The Nintendo Switch is a console I adore so much. There is so much I love about this thing, but I do have one major issue with it. The game case's spines. Look at this, this is vile! So much so, I think I need to take action.
Can I get a refund?
Fuck you.
Okay.
The Nintendo Switch is my favorite console of all time. It of course isn't perfect, but to me, it almost is. Its core gimmick is incredible and still works perfectly over 7 years later. Its lineup of new games rivals Nintendo's output during the Wii and GameCube era, and their remasters and re-releases tend to be some of the greatest of their kind. I have very few issues with the system, like, oh wow, it's underpowered, it's a tablet from 2015 that's crying for a successor, its only theme choices are black and white, the Switch Online Hub and eShop are laggy.
So many of my criticisms with the Switch sound so naggy. Like, here is this console that does so much right, and here I am, pissed that the spines are red.
I do not like the Switch's spines. I've talked about them in the past, but let me re-establish what I do and don't like about them. So on the positive side, they do look nice and uniform. They're all completely red with the Switch logo on top, left-align title in a white standardized font, and a publisher logo on the bottom. Sometimes the logo is in color, some games will be different for some reason, but most games look very uniform and nice with each other, giving them a really consistent look. It just looks nice when you have a bunch of Switch games on a shelf, but my main issue comes in when you step back from the shelf. Even from a little distance away, you can't tell which game is which. Sure, I know the Zelda games are roughly here, the Mario games are roughly here, but if I'm sitting on my couch and looking at my shelf trying to decide what to play next, I can't see all my options easily. Compare this to the PS4 and Xbox 360 with their colorful spines and unique logos, it's so much easier to tell which game is which. Not only that, but it just looks cooler. Not all spines are winners, but there are some fantastic ones that do a great job of representing their game. Cyberpunk's Pissed Yellow, Fallout New Vegas' gross orange and brown palette, Bioshock Infinite's colorful sky, these spines look amazing.
It's just so satisfying seeing a shelf full of colorful spines that beautifully represent all the titles in your collection. And it just makes me wonder, what if the Switch had spines like that? And thankfully, I'm not the only one who wonders.
Introducing r/Switch Spines, a community on Reddit. Wait, come back. I know. Reddit, the easiest place to find porn on the internet before Elon Musk bought Twitter? But trust me, it's safe here. It's like the back alleys of a big city that are safer than the rest of the city. This community consists of people who make custom spines for Switch games. And I mean actual spines. They have a handful of standardized formats, and from there, super talented artists make spines for damn near any game you can think of. I'm serious, look up any game, even if it hasn't released yet, even if it doesn't have a physical release, hell, even if it doesn't exist, there can still be a spine for it.
I discovered this community a couple months ago, and ever since then, I've wanted to go through the whole process and make my Switch spines actually look presentable. And recently, I did, so I want to take you through the process of how you can make your Switch games go from looking lame as hell to actually pretty damn presentable.
Thankfully, they made the process as easy as can be. You can try and rough it out by trying to size and print the spines yourself, but that would take a ton of extra time and work when people have made sure we don't have to go through that. All I did was find a Photoshop template with a grid pattern that you can fit spines into. It's a template that's meant to work with Photoshop, but it's no big deal if you don't waste your money on Adobe, as you can use this with the free browser editor Photopea. And it's a test run. I tried laying out spines for everybody once to switch in every single box. I want to make sure nothing goes to waste, so I want to try this out to make sure everything prints correctly before I print 4 pages of unusable spines. Thankfully, this editor will snap the spines into these boxes. Sometimes they tend to be a tad shorter than the boxes, but it's no big deal as you can stretch it a tad with no noticeable change to the spine art itself. And do make sure you do that, because if you don't, then your spines will be shorter than the case itself. Well, now that I'm done, it's time to print. Of course, you can print at home, but your printer is more than likely not great at printing color. Like, check out these GBA covers I printed on this printer. I should be good to use this. Well, thankfully, many places offer document printing in full color for very cheap. And I mean good color. I went with the UPS store, so I saved my spines as a PDF so it would print just like this, and then I sent it to them and went up there to pick up the prints. And after I got them printed, I ran home and cut them out. Now, it's definitely better if you use a paper cutter or X-Acto knife to cut these for a cleaner cut, but if you're careful, scissors can do the job. One thing I definitely realized with these spines is that the spines should definitely be spaced out more. It's better if you have more white space, just in case you have an imperfect cut. That way it won't make any of your spines look wonky. wonky. It's not as big of a deal with these since it's the same color gradient all the way across, but with a whole collection of spines, it's definitely essential to space them out. And with the spine cut out, just slide it into the case and you're done. And look at that, that looks really nice. One down? I should probably get going. Now came my favorite part of the process, gathering the spines. I just grabbed a spine for every single game in my collection, and a few more I know I will be picking up in the future. It was a ton of fun gathering the spines. Most games have multiple designs by many people. There's joke designs like this Animal Crossing one with Doom, and a handful of design templates. These Zelda spines are made by the same person who used the same Zelda logo in the same position on every spine, with the art of that game's link from the cover at the bottom, which just looks so cool. I couldn't find one of Skyward Sword HD, but I found one that looks pretty similar. I'm a huge sucker for consistency, and thankfully, the fact that there were so many options allowed me to pick my favorite of them, which I think is really nice. Even if you had the exact same game library as me, so many of these games could have different spines than mine, if that's what you want. I love that there's so many options because that's just more choice. You may like this template with the white Switch logo on top and a fully colored spine, and that's great because many spines have that style. One thing that often bothers me about spines are the LEGO games. The LEGO logo is always in a different place every time, and for some reason it just bothers me. But I found this very nice looking template with a bunch of studs in the background and each game's logo on top with the LEGO logo lining up. Except for the Skywalker Saga, damn it. But thankfully it was an easy fix. I just moved the logo a stud up and boom, it's nice and level. I tried keeping series look nice and uniform. Like Pikmin. Pikmin 1+2 and 4 got a new, definitely worse logo, yet 3 Deluxe has that old logo. But just because I'm a damn consistency slut, I got a spine for 3 with the new logo. But hey, if you prefer the old logo, there's also options for not just 3, but 1+2 with it, which again, I think that's just so cool. If you don't like how your spines look after picking them out, it's your fault because most games, there are just so many options. For all the Nintendo published games, I wanted to keep the white Nintendo logo consistent, and I went for having characters from the games at the bottom if that was available. And once I had all them together, I sent them to the UPS store, headed up there again, and got them printed. But they definitely looked a little big.
So I just picked up the prints, and I don't know about you all, but me personally, they look a little small.
I meant to say they looked a bit big. They looked a bit big.
I'm gonna hope for the best and hope that this is good enough.
But once I got home and compared the size, they seemed to be just right. So then came the most tedious part, cutting them all out and sticking them in the case. And it wasn't too bad. I definitely found cutting a bunch out, then sticking them in the cases to be faster than cutting one out, sticking that in the case, then cut another, stick it in the case one at a time. Either way, it took me a little under 2 hours for about 50 games, which wasn't that bad. Sticking them in the case was definitely pretty tricky. Trying to get them to cover the red completely isn't easy. Another tip if you do this and use the grid template, don't put a spine in the first box. I put the Animal Crossing one in that and it got cut off a bit. Not too bad, and it's not noticeable from a distance, but it's a really easy thing to avoid. It was awesome seeing each of these come together. I love these games, and it was so cool seeing their personality come through with the spine. Once I had all them done, I stuck them all back on my shelf, and they looked wonderful. The header at the top with each game's unique spine underneath just looks so cool. It's so much more fun to look at than just red. And now I want to go over some of my favorites. Atari 50 The Anniversary Collection. I chose this one with the wood paneling background that calls back to the original 2600, which is just so charming. I love how Batman Arkham Trilogy looks with Batman at the top. The ocean blue of Endless Ocean Luminous perfectly represents the game. The Zelda spines came together really well. Even Skyward Sword HD's looks good with the rest of them. The LEGO games also look so nice and uniform. I love having all of Live Alive's protagonists on the spine. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's is an extension of the cover, which just looks so cool. The Pikmin games look wonderful together, and the same with the Sonic games. Sure, the Frontiers logo is a bit different, but hey, Frontiers is much different than these other two, so it fits. And the Mario spines, man. Having art for the 3 games and 3D All-Stars looks amazing. I love so much how the bottom part of 3D World plus Bowser's Fury spine is darker for the Bowser's Fury portion of the logo. The yellow of Mario Maker 2 instantly makes me think of Mario Maker's yellow cover. I love seeing the edge of the pictures on Odyssey spines, and RPG spine is just as boring as the game's cover. It's a match made in heaven. And Smash Ultimate having Mario, Link, and Samus at the bottom is just so goddamn cool looking. Overall, I am beyond thrilled with how this looks. Just seeing these colorful spines makes me want to replay some of these games, and it gives this part of my collection so much more oomph. And of course, a large part of that is because of the community r/Switch spines. There are so many talented people here making these spines for fun so we can finally make our collections look decent. Even if you have no interest in changing your spines, I still recommend giving this subreddit a look. It's so cool seeing multiple variations of each game's spines, how these creators recontextualize the cover or even something else from the game into the spine. It's just so darn awesome to look at.
It's great to finally have some life and personality in these spines, and I'm really happy with how they turned out. And if you yourself are on the fence about if you should do this or not, I recommend doing so. It's actually really easy, and it just adds so much more visual flair to your games. With that being said, I do still have that whole sheet of everybody want to switch spines left. Earlier I said I wanted to make sure nothing goes to waste, and a PAL copy of Everybody Want to Switch is $15 on Amazon right now. Nothing goes to waste.
Nintendo holds 3 Directs a year, but one of them always has higher stakes than others. The June Direct used to be for E3, but now that that's not a thing, Nintendo just has to host a normal Direct. And despite E3 being dead, the spirit lives on with each company hosting their own events. And with all of that energy going around, eyes are always on the June Nintendo Directs.
But it's 2024. I mean, last year was a massive year for Nintendo, and this year so far has been very light. Not to mention the fact that Nintendo is getting ready to announce their next system, and it's a really weird time for a Direct. The Switch is at the end of its lifespan. I mean, how can we possibly get excited for anything else coming to it? Okay, so that's how.
Alright, jumping right into this, the Direct starts with Luigi being a dumbass in the reveal of a new Mario and Luigi game. It's great to see the series returning in a new style on a home console for the first time ever. The battles look exactly how they should, and this new gameplay style looks interesting. With that being said, I do have a gripe. I'm not really feeling the art style. It looks a little cheap. With that being said, it's very promising to see a new Mario RPG made from the ground up, and I hope this, in conjunction with the recent remakes of Super Mario RPG and The Thousand Year Door, promise a brighter future for Mario RPGs.
But where is Takahashi?
Hello everyone, I'm Shinya Takahashi.
Good.
Headlines, Nintendo World Championships NES Edition. Great to see, but I don't really care. Okay, let me reword that. I'm looking forward to this game, but the reveal trailer really showed everything we need to know. I get this is just an ad for it, and it's fine, just not really exciting. Next up, an action RPG, Fairy Tail 2.
Can you guess what Nicus thinks?
How about an awkward looking RPG? This doesn't look terrible, just weird. And what, a Nintendo Switch Sports update adding basketball?
What the are we sure it's 2024?
Yeah, what a weird time to add a new sport to Switch Sports. This game came out, wasn't great, people stopped caring, so now let's add basketball? Later this summer? It's like they're asking for this to fail. Mio has an absolutely gorgeous art style, but that's all I can decipher from this trailer. And a sizzle reel of cartoon classics. I don't care, and hey, I don't care.
Well, it wouldn't be a Nintendo Direct if there wasn't a sizzle reel of 3 games I didn't care about after all.
An Among Us update with new roles, which is actually pretty cool, I can't deny. Then a Monster Hunter-like game, or a farming game, or
What the f***? Show me that again. You grow plants that turn into dogs? I just don't get it. I mean, I'm so lost. Can you show me something I understand? Oh, I understand that loud and clear.
Donkey Kong Country Returns is coming to Switch? Hell yeah. It won't be stuck on the Wii with crusty visuals and motion controls, and on 3DS with even crustier visuals. Nope, it's now playable in HD.
And considering that Nintendo loves to shadow drop re-releases like this, I very much see this being added to the What the f***?
What the f***? Luigi's Mansion 2 HD has this same problem. Hell, it was even more egregious as that was revealed a year ago and is just now coming out, but to be fair, that's a 3DS game, so porting that is more work.
But you could consider this a 3DS game after all, so you got me there, Nintendo.
Well, after a great announcement, onto a lame one. Holy shit, never mind. Yeah, the Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake announced 3 years ago finally gets an in-depth look, and it looks incredible. I know many are tired of the HD 2D style, although I think Dragon Quest looks great with it, and it gets a release date of November this year.
Well, that's great and all, but wonder what took them so long to develop this, and why just 3? Okay, there we go.
Yeah, the whole trilogy is getting remade, with remakes of 1 and 2 releasing next year.
I'm so happy and pissed.
The Erdrick trilogy already has a way to play it on modern platforms. Sure, these aren't great looking, but I'd much rather have the Zenithian trilogy remade. I mean, that'd be a hell of a lot more work, but it would be nice to be able to play more than just the original trilogy and 11 on Switch. But hey, I'm an idiot, I'll buy these anyways. And Yuji Horii makes an appearance. He pulls the classic talk about what you just saw, but of course I don't mind that because look at him! Look at him! I'd listen to him talk while holding a slime plush all day long. Well, back to some more headlines. Funko Fusion, Lego Dimensions is better. Another sizzle reel, Luigi's Mansion 2 HD.
I'm so excited for a remaster of a game I already own that's coming out next week.
The new Denpa Man is, Animal Crossing, Persona, and Miitopia all in one. Metal Slug Attack Reloaded looks neat, I will give it that. Darkest Dungeon 2.
Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
Okay, did I miss something?
More classic titles are on the way.
No, I didn't.
An NSO expansion pack update adding A Link to the Past plus 4 Swords and Metroid Zero mission to NSO, which is cool, but also not. One of these is a port of a game already on NSO, the other is a remake of a game already on NSO. However, 4 Swords now has online multiplayer, which is great to see. And 2 N64 games, both for a new 17 plus NSO app, Turok and Perfect Dark. Japan introduced the 18 plus app a while ago for GoldenEye and Jet Force Gemini, and I've been wondering if they do the same thing here, and thankfully, they have. This allows for so much more leeway with games they can bring over. These two, of course, but also Conquer, Resi 2, Daikatana, the rest of the Turok series, hell, even Biofreaks. With that being said, here's my bitch. This app only hosts the 17 plus games. Why? I wish it would just host every game so that way I could just use one app and no need for both installed. I'm glad they're doing this to allow more games on their service, but it could be implemented better.
I always have something to complain about. I mean, I am a video game whiner after all.
Moving on, don't care. A Marvel Capcom arcade collection, which is awesome to see. So many of these games are iconic, so it's awesome to see them return. And Mario Party.
Is anyone really surprised?
Super Mario Party Jamboree. This looks excellent. It looks like classic Mario Party is back. Creative boards with branching paths and unique theming, a bunch of modes outside of the normal party mode, 5 new boards and 2 remade ones. After years of floundering, Mario Party is back. Can we drop the Super though? I hate the name Super Mario Party, especially since we already have a subtitle. Mario Party Jamboree, that's an excellent name, but we have to shove Super in there because Super Mario Party sold like crazy.
Well, I'm not gonna buy it because it has Super in the title. I'm gonna buy it because it looks like a good Mario Party game. Nintendo's not gonna know the difference, are they?
Well, let's get going on our final batch of headline. Or wait, Zelda? A new 2D Zelda? In the style of Link's Awakening? A boss fight like A Link to the Past? Or wait, we play as Zelda? A new 2D Zelda where we play as Zelda.
I am so confused.
So, out of nowhere, here's a new 2D Zelda, and this isn't your typical 2D Zelda affair. This game focuses on this Echo ability that lets her place items she's come across in the world to traverse it. This is bringing the sense of experimentation and freedom of Breath of the Wild into a 2D Zelda, which is so cool to see. A new 2D Zelda was a fever dream, but now it's a reality, and it's better than I could have expected. I can't wait to play it when it launches next year.
The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom launches September 26th.
What?
It comes out in 3 months. 3 months. Nintendo really is the only company that will go, here's a new entry in one of our most popular franchises, and it releases in 3 months. Like, what? Well, final round of headlines, Just Dance, cause we didn't see that coming. Lego Horizon Adventures, a PlayStation game on Switch, and a PlayStation logo in a Direct. What a world we live in. Stray's coming over, that's awesome. it's gonna look like a Lord of the Rings life sim.
Because that's what we all immediately think of when we hear Lord of the Rings game.
Ace Attorney games only released in Japan are coming over, which is always great to see. Another Who Gives a Shit game, make that too. And to end it all out, a look at Metroid Prime 4.
Am I the only one who's not impressed?
Prime 4 looks great. It's exciting to finally see it in action, but I think a big thing about it for me is that we've already seen a Prime game in HD, so this isn't anything crazy visually. It's just a new Prime game, which I'm really glad I can casually say that. It looks good, I'm of course excited, but I definitely need to see more. And with the teased release date of 2025, I have a feeling it won't be long until we do.
Well, was that the best direct ever? I don't know, maybe, but I think we can all agree that did not go the way we thought it would.
With the Switch being at the end of its lifespan, it seemed we'd just get ports and basic spin-offs until the Switch successor launched. Yet here we have Mario and Luigi Brothership, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, and Metroid Prime 4 coming alongside some spin-offs and remasters. The Switch is an unkillable machine. Last September I thought Wonder would be its final big breath, but we still have a couple more coming.
Overall, this was an excellent direct and a lot of fun to talk about. Not just because there are all of these big new reveals, but because everything Nintendo had some small little pointless thing I could whine about.
For nearly 40 years, Mario has been defining platformers and is, my opinion, the mascot of video games. Show anyone a picture of him, play the World 1-1 theme, they will recognize Mario even if they've never held a controller in their life.
Mario is the man, and the Super Mario series of 2D and 3D platformers may just be my favorite game series of all time.
I've talked in depth about many of Mario's 3D adventures, as well as a bit of some of his 2D adventures, but I'm not a true video game whiner until I've talked about all of them.
The NES trilogy is considered classic, the best 2D platformers of their time. But it's been more than 30 years since the last entry of this trilogy released, and that's pretty damn old for games. So with that, I ask the question, do each of these games hold up? And considering I'm also going to be looking at the lost levels, you know the answer to one of them.
The Nintendo Entertainment System was released in the States in September of 1985, and along with it came Mario, starring in a 2D platformer. But of course, this wasn't Mario's first appearance. He first appeared in Donkey Kong as Jumpman on a quest to save his girlfriend. He then upgraded from protagonist to antagonist in Donkey Kong Jr. the next year before finally becoming the titular character of Mario Brothers. Here, he teamed up with his brother Luigi to flush out crabs and turtles in the sewers. And this is where many iconic staples of Mario first appeared. Luigi, coins, pipes, and Koopas, formerly known as shell creepers here. And 2 years later, these staples would appear in a brand new adventure made for Nintendo's Famicom, Super Mario Brothers, or Bros if you prefer. I've always assumed this game was a launch title for the Famicom in 1983, but no, this game didn't ever release until September of 1985 in Japan, and October as a launch title for the NES in the States. However, regardless of it being a standalone title at launch, it was very iconically bundled with Duck Hunt in a dual cartridge. But this thing was released way later than I thought it did, as this cart was created for the NES action set released in 1988. But this cartridge is synonymous with the NES, as the action set was $150 compared to the $200 the original model started at. Combine that with the fact that the system had been out for a few years and many of its iconic games have released at that point, and with word of mouth spreading, the NES really took off, and this dual cartridge stands alongside it as one of the relics of the 80s. The game was designed by Shigeru Miyamoto and Takashi Tezuka, who wanted to make a more advanced, colorful platformer, or athletic game as Miyamoto called them. That's all good, but that just leaves one question. Where does the super part come from? I've always assumed it was because this was a huge step up from just Mario Brothers. It went from one single screen repeating level to 32 scrolling levels. I mean, if this is normal, this is pretty damn super. But no, the super part comes from the newly introduced Super Mushroom power-up.
I like my explanation better.
Well, let's finally see where the Super Mario series began with Super Mario Bros. I don't like this game. I'm over-exaggerating, of course. Super Mario Bros. Is a good game, primarily from a design perspective. I don't want to dive too deep into it because I have 3 other games to talk about, but Super Mario Bros. Is one of the best design platformers out there. World 1-1 and 1-2 alone seal that deal. These 2 levels perfectly get the player acquainted with how 2D platformers work. There are multiple pathways to the end, some easier than others, but some harder paths may also have some more benefits. You can jump over enemies, but also jump on them to defeat them and even get points. What the points add most is definitely replay value. They of course come from arcade games where the whole point was to get a high score. There was no truant to these games, it was just play until you die, and you can always just replay the game from the beginning whenever and try to get a high score. And that applies to this game as well. Of course I'd never do that because I never want to replay this game.
Okay, it's clear I have something against this game. But what is it? I mean, this is an NES classic! Remove the CL, remove the IC, and you're right on the money.
My main issue with this game is the control. It feels like Mario's on ice and just not fun to control at all. It definitely feels better on an original system with an original controller, but he still feels too slippery and imprecise for me to really enjoy controlling him. So many times I'd just slightly hit an enemy or fall into a pit I couldn't maneuver out of the way of because of how clunky this game can be. Another thing I can't stand about this game are the castle stages. Oh man, I hate these. The earlier castle stages are fine, but the later ones often have splitting paths, with only one being the correct way to the end, and the other one setting you back a bit. And the game doesn't ever tell you which way to go, it's all a guessing game. And considering that this game has a life system and time limits, you can have to restart the game because you couldn't find the right path in time. It's such bullshit. It's not a test of your platforming skills, it's a test of patience. Like, is this the way? Nope. This one? Nope. And it never tells you which ways are right. You pick one of the right paths, but then you may pick wrong on the next one and it sends you back. But then you don't know if one was right or both were wrong. And considering how well the earlier levels are designed, these castles are so frustrating. I found myself just looking up the correct path because I couldn't bother going through this shit. And the fact that you can get a game over because you can't find the right path, it's so stupid.
That's enough being negative though, because everything else about this game? Don't even get me started. I'm gonna get started now.
Structure-wise, this game is perfect in my opinion. The game consists of 8 worlds, each containing 4 levels. Usually an overworld stage, an underground stage, another overworld stage, and a castle. Sometimes there's also an underwater stage, which I don't like. I typically don't like underwater stages in Mario games. They're just so slow. Controlling Mario is so sluggish, and in these earlier side-scrollers, the music sounds like I'm slipping into insanity. The overworld stages are definitely my favorite. They're the most open and easiest to maneuver. It's so fun to just run full speed and blast through the levels. The underground levels are also pretty good, they're just much more concise. You have to take them slower to avoid all enemies and properly navigate each level, but they're still fun. And then the castles. Despite what I said earlier, most of them are fine. Most of them are pretty similar to underground levels, it's just some of the later ones are horrible. Graphically, the game is acceptable. It's iconic. The sprites, the backdrops, the animations, it's all classic. But let's be honest, you're lying if you say this is aged gracefully. But it's still relentlessly charming and a core part of this game's identity, much like the music. It's so weird to me that this game is like 6 unique songs, including the invincibility and in-game themes, but these are still the most iconic chip tunes to come out of the NES and have remained as a part of the Mario series identity for years, which goes for so damn much in this game. The enemies, Goombas, Koopas, Bowser, Piranha Plants, Lakitu, Spinies, Cheep Bloopers, it's not easy to find a Mario game without these fuckers. They're just a part of the Mario series identity. And of course the power-ups, the Super Mushroom, which makes Mario double in size and gives him an extra hit point, of course shrinking back down after being hit, and the Fire Flower, which lets him shoot fireballs. But when he's hit in the Fire Flower form, he's still reverted back to his small form, which is dumb.
Well, that is the original Super Mario Brothers, and does it hold up? I'd say a reluctant yes.
It of course isn't a perfect game. I have issues with the controls and those stupid castle stages, but besides that, this game is excellent and still a blast to play. It's dated, but what did you expect from a game nearly 40 years old?
Regardless of my issues with it, every time I pop it in, I find myself having a ton of fun. Now, On the other hand,
Japan's Super Mario Bros. 2, known in the States as Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. After completing development of the original, the developers tried out making harder levels, which they enjoyed a lot, so much so they turned it into a sequel to the original game. But this time, Shigeru Miyamoto didn't design any levels, and god, you can tell. The game was marketed towards those who mastered the original and wanted something harder, and they very much were aware of how hard this game was, as in this commercial, this girl yells in frustration after dying.
Damn! They knew they were a bunch of dickheads.
The cover even says for super players. Yeah, super players, not a stupid American like myself. This game notoriously did not release in America for a while, which is a fact I feel like I really don't need to talk about because we all know it. But what the hell. When Nintendo of America received the game, they found it too difficult for it to be fun for consumers, so they took a different game, Mario-fied it, and released it as Super Mario Bros. 2. Later on with Super Mario All-Stars on the Super Nintendo, Japan's Super Mario Bros. 2 finally became playable in the States as Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. It was later included with Super Mario Bros. Deluxe on the Game Boy Color, and an uncompromised 8-bit version finally released in America on the Wii's Virtual Console, and since then, it's been a part of every one of Nintendo's retro gaming services, including Nintendo Switch Online. So considering I'm going over the 8-bit games, I may as well talk about this one briefly because I don't have much to say. Super Mario Bros. 2 is basically Super Mario Bros. But harder. The graphics and music are identical, the gameplay is the exact same, looks the exact same, but now it's less fun. It's harder, but not a fun harder. Some parts are just so cryptic and stupid. I mean, you really have to be a super player to not just beat this, but also tolerate this to the end. Want an example of how much NAS this game is? Well, in early 1-1, you hit this block and a mushroom pops out. Try to collect it and... what the f***? Yep, you died. That's not a super mushroom, that's a poison mushroom.
Oh, I am so glad Japan kept this game.
So, objectively, Super Mario Bros. 2 isn't a bad game. It's just hard beyond belief to the point where it's not fun. Not only that, but it's not a step up from the original. The two following games change up gameplay, structure, graphical style. They stand on their own and don't replace the original, and actually, this one doesn't replace the original either, because you'd always choose to play the original before this. Does this game hold up? No.
Thankfully, we did get a different Super Mario Bros. 2, this one being based off Doki Doki Panic, and this is a delightful game.
Super Mario Bros. 2, the American version. Instantly from the title screen, the charm is just overwhelming. The music is so inviting and the characters at the wait, multiple characters? Yes, this game allows you to play as more than just Mario. You can play as Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Toad. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. Mario is just the default. Luigi is a bit harder to control but has a much lighter jump and stays airborne longer. Peach can just straight up float for a few seconds, I don't know how. And Toad can run really fast but is not great at jumping. Overall though, it's awesome to have 4 playable characters, each with unique attributes. Structurally, the game is broken into 7 worlds with 3 levels each. Now there are less levels than the original, however these levels are much longer. Not unbearably long, but they tend to take a while with multiple screens scrolling left, right, up, and down. The vertical scrolling was a big deal for this game, and yeah, it's cool I guess. Gameplay wise, it controls decently similar, and it's still a make it to the end game, but besides that, it's pretty different. First off, you can't just jump on enemies, you have to hit them with something, either a plank you pull out of the ground, or better yet, another enemy. I love this mechanic so much. Slamming enemies into each other never gets old. Speaking of enemies, some beloved Mario enemies were introduced here. Shy Guys, Ninjas, Birdo. It's so weird thinking that these were not created to be Mario enemies, but because the Japanese had this weird obsession with difficulty, well, they now are. This game is just pure fun in every sense of the word. Each world has a unique theme, which makes playing through the game so much more interesting. They're typical Mario World themes, but it's still refreshing to see, especially after the first game. But man, the ambiance of this game just makes it for me. The graphics look so good. They're so colorful and vibrant and cartoony. It's just a really fun game to look at with its bright blue sky, neon green plains. I love it. And the soundtrack, oh man. It's much bigger and has remixes of older songs along with a bunch of new ones, and all of them sound so good.
Super Mario Bros. 2 is an excellent game. I mean, it's my favorite NES game too. which is of course why I say it definitely holds up.
It's just so fun to revisit. It's unique from the rest of the Mario series, but still feels like a Mario game at its core. The multiple playable characters are awesome, and overall, this game has such a wonderful, colorful identity, and I can pop this guy in any day of the week and have a blast.
Well, let's end this look back at the Mario games of old with the final game of this trilogy, Super Mario Bros. 3.
This yellow cover, man, it's so iconic. The big colorful art of Mario with a new power-up, I love it. Whereas Mario 2 was either a harder version of the first, or just a completely different game, Mario 3 was to be the true evolution of the original Super Mario Bros. Miyamoto came back to direct this one and guided the developers to make one of the greatest 2D platformers ever. This hit America in 1990 at the end of the NES's lifespan, and this feels like the final magnum opus for that console, a full circle moment before the next generation rang in. Super Mario Bros. 3 retains a similar structure with some major changes, one of them being a world map. Instead of immediately hopping from level to level, you select what level to play next from the world map. This adds some choice, as there are some levels that are completely skippable, but completing them will give you access to special things, like toad houses that give you power-ups, so it's a trade-off. Each world is much bigger than any we've seen prior. Each of these take much longer to complete and have way more levels, so much so each has at least one mid-castle, where you even have to fight a boss, Boom Boom, at the end. There's also Hammer Bros and Boomerang Bros you can run into that will force you into an encounter with them, and defeating them will give you an item. Gameplay wise, they perfected it. Mario feels so good to control. He feels a bit slippery, but at some moments I may make a bad move that almost leads to my death, but I'm somehow just barely able to recover, and I guarantee that's because of how good this game's control is. The levels are shorter this time around, back to roughly the length of Mario 1's levels, but there are much more variety. Each world has a unique theme, so each world's overworld levels look different, but even among themselves, they can play differently. There are auto-scrollers where the screen scrolls by itself and you have to keep up, the typical ground platformers, some hilly levels, levels in the sky with falling platforms. Each level is so much fun and a great test of your platforming skills. And back to the world themes, some of them are really cool. Sure, grass, desert, water, ice, but there's also the world where everything is huge, which is really awesome. And the pipe maze where you gotta keep on traversing pipes, it's such a blast. That's not to say there aren't some frustrating levels though. Some mid-castles can be such bullshit. A new power-up introduces the raccoon tail, which when running fast enough allows you to fly for a limited time, and in this mid-castle, you need to get one and fly up to this hidden pipe in the ceiling. Oh, it gets worse though. In this level, you need the tail, and to grab a Koopa shell, fly up here and clear these f***os. How am I even supposed to start figuring that out? Thankfully, most castle stages aren't too bad, and each world doesn't end with a castle stage, but instead an airship. These take place on an airship, which is just cool to begin with. Here you have to avoid all these bullet bills and cannon blasts, which is such a great use of the concept. And each airship ends with a fight against a Koopaling, which are easy but passable. Overall, I like the airships a hell of a lot more than the castles. Much like Mario 1, this game introduced so damn much to Mario. World maps, auto-scrollers, airships, Boom Boom, the Koopalings, Chain Chomps, Dry Bones. This game had as big of, if not a bigger impact on the series than Mario 1. And who can forget the power-ups? I've already mentioned the Raccoon Leaf and the Fire Flower, Superstar, and Mushroom Return, but there's more. The frog suit makes swimming so much faster, and while it's pretty useless outside of water, it's still just so damn funny to see Mario hop around in it. And there's also the Tanuki suit, which is a slightly more powerful version of Raccoon Mario. And much like 2, the graphics, while not as colorful, still look really good. The sprites have a really cool style, and I just love the animations in this game. And the music is just, oh man, it's so good.
Super Mario Bros. 3 is an excellent game, and objectively, the best Mario game on the NES.
So, no question about it, it holds up today tremendously. It introduced so many things of importance to the series and was still an amazing game in its own right. And much like 1 and 2, pop this fucker in and I'm in for a good night.
And that is the Mario trilogy on the NES. And the Lost Levels, but let's forget about that one for this discussion.
These games still hold up tremendously. Despite the fact they're nearing 40 years old, they're still fun to this day. Sure, they're dated in many ways, but most of that is just charming. And once you look past that, it's just a trilogy of 3 excellent platforms for the NES. And the Lost Levels.
40 years later, we're still playing and talking about them, and I can vividly imagine still playing them 40 years from now.
Oh, I never got good at this game.
A duology of iconic games combined into one masterpiece for the ages. Nicus cannot get enough of it. But there are other games in the series. Some he has played, yet others he has not. Meanwhile, Nicus's alter ego Sucin plots a evil plan that will change the Nicusverse as we know it.
If I can make this work, this will change the course of history. I will make every single universe in Nintendo the lazy company they should be!
It's such a beautiful day. The sun is shining, the birds are chirping, and I got a copy of LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga in my hands. LEGO Star Wars may quite possibly be the best video game adaptation of a film series. While it has aged in ways, it still remains fun to this day. Whether you're playing the original 2 releases, or even the DS version, exploring the Star Wars galaxy is a blast. Reliving iconic scenes from cinema history, exploring a comedic take on these classic films, and enduring the terrible ship levels, LEGO Star Wars will always hold a special place in our hearts.
And unlike others, I also dedicate a place in my heart for the Skywalker Saga. A much smaller place, but still a place.
Hey, for a modern take on LEGO Star Wars, I like it a lot. I think it's great to have alongside the complete saga, not as a replacement. There were a ton of new ideas that were great, and it allowed you to explore the galaxy in a way unlike any Star Wars game before it. A Mario Odyssey type open world with all these little challenges to get Kyber bricks, but unlike Odyssey, they had a purpose.
While I have my issues with it, I love the Skywalker Saga to bits and pieces, and it summates the LEGO Star Wars series as one of my favorite game series. But there are more games in this series, one we don't talk about, and the other is LEGO Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars.
This is the LEGO Star Wars game nobody talks about, like, at all. Of course, we can't shut up about how great the complete saga is, and some people won't shut up about how much the Skywalker saga sucks.
I told them to stop crying, but that'd be pretty rich coming from me.
LEGO Force Awakens sucks ass, and it's talked about because it's so bad. So where does that leave the Clone Wars? Well, people don't talk about it that much, so it's not like they have anything bad to say about it. They just don't have anything good to say about it either.
I've never played LEGO Star Wars 3 before, and I've also never been told what to think of it, so I guess I should play it to form an opinion on it.
LEGO Star Wars 3 The Clone Wars, or hentai as I like to call it. It's a part of an iconic lineage: Viagra, lube, sex, hentai, sex 2, and abstinence. Well, conceptually, this game is a no-brainer. You have the first, which covers the prequel trilogy, the second covers the original trilogy, and do a third that covers the running TV show The Clone Wars. The Clone Wars is an excellent show, even early on. While seasons 1 and 2 can feel very childish at times, it's still entertaining enough and occasionally has some interesting world building that characterizes the galaxy further, not to mention the admittedly light but solid enough character work. Structurally though, the idea just makes itself. A TV show with an episodic format, each episode lasting 20 minutes? Well, no duh, each episode can be a level in a LEGO game. The game began development in 2009, wrapping up in late 2010, and thus the game only covers seasons 1 and 2 of the show, but that still gave the developers plenty of material to work with. It released on March 22nd, 2011 for the Xbox 360, PS3, Wii, PC, Mac, DS, and PSP, and came to the 3DS as a launch title when that launched a few days later. I did take a look at the 3DS version a few months ago, and it's pretty much a polished up version of the DS version, which I played to death as a kid, but I've never played the console version, which is a fact that kills me. Its critical reception was okay, not bad in the slightest, just not much more than that. I finally picked up a copy a couple months ago. I just saw it at a GameStop and thought, hey, if I owned a copy, I'd probably be more likely to eventually play it, so I bought it, and it's been giving me the stink eye since. So it's time to finally give this game the time it deserves. After all, this is the only LEGO Star Wars game I haven't played, so I feel obligated to do so.
And considering that this is a LEGO Star Wars game, it does have co-op, and so someone else can play with me. I played the complete saga with Sucin, but when he left, he said something that's been bothering me since.
Bye. See you next year.
Huh? See you next year. See you next year. Well, I guess it can make enough sense. I mean, if you knew my destiny was to play LEGO Star Wars 3, this could be what he's talking about, so.
Hello?
Hey Sucin, it's Nicus.
What do you want?
You want to come over and watch hentai?
Oh, no, I'm not really into that.
Oh, come on, what's wrong with LEGO Star Wars 3?
Oh, wait. It's your fucking sexual obsession with every single LEGO Star Wars game, isn't it?
They are the sexiest games after all.
Well, sure. I mean, I'm just working on a machine that'll let me travel between universes, but I can take a break and come watch some hentai. I'll be over there soon.
Alright, cool. You weren't kidding.
So,
I'm watching you play LEGO Star Wars 3.
Well, no, you're playing co-op with me.
No, you asked if I wanted to watch hentai. I'll watch, I just won't play. You're the worst.
Upon creating a new save file, the game jumps right into the prologue, Geonosian Arena from Attack of the Clones. And this may be the best interpretation of this scene. The scale of this version feels great. You start with fighting the beasts, and then all the Jedi come in, and it turns into a big brawl. A giant crowd of droids. It truly is a spectacle to behold. In terms of Jedi though, it's pretty weak. There's like 5 outside of the ones you're playing as? You're telling me these 5 Jedi alone can take on all these droids? Well, this is a great first level though, especially considering that this scene and the following battle is what begins the Clone Wars, and the level itself is a good enough hook for the rest of the game. After this level, you're sent to the hub on the Venator, and from there, the main story takes a more non-linear approach. There's 3 sets of 6 levels, each based on 3 characters: Count Dooku, Asajj Ventress, and General Grievous. You can choose to go in any order and can jump from mission to mission, like you can do a Grievous mission, then a Ventress mission, then a Dooku mission, and another Ventress mission after that. I just started with Dooku and played through all the missions in the order provided. There are 3 mission types. First are the standard puzzle platformer missions. These are as straightforward as can be, move in a straight line solving puzzles, fighting enemies, and doing some platforming to progress. This isn't something we've never seen before. This is as LEGO game as LEGO games get, but it's exactly what you'd expect. There are some parts where you split up into 2 groups of characters, each with different objectives. This is meant for co-op, so while you're doing one thing, the second player can do another.
It would be great to try this out, if only I had someone to play with.
Yeah, I guess that would be pretty cool.
You're the worst, you know. I know.
It's a cool addition, but when playing in single player, you just beat one objective, then switch to the other group and do the other. It's neat for co-op, but just feels pointless when you're playing on your own. The Starfighter missions are different than they usually are though. This time around, you actually land multiple times during the mission. You're usually flying around a ship that's taken damage, so there's various points where you can land and have to solve a puzzle. It's an interesting take on vehicle missions. You may need to activate a torpedo generator, make some fire extinguishers. It can get a bit tedious landing at the exact right spot and constantly hopping in and out of your ship, but considering it's just in this game, it's not that bad. And the last level type are these large-scale battles, which are unlike anything we've seen from LEGO games before and since. I mean, you could say it's a bit like LEGO battles, but shh, we don't talk about that. In these missions, your goal is to take control of all the bases on the map. At each base, you can use studs to buy a structure for your base, whether it's a vehicle spawner, barracks to spawn troopers, shields to protect the base, cannons. All of it helps you gain control of all the enemy's bases. Gaining control is as simple as destroying everything enemies have there. There is a light puzzle aspect, as enemy bases can have a shield around them, and that shield generator is in another camp, but that shield generator is gold, so you have to get a vehicle that can destroy gold LEGO objects. It may sound tedious, and I was definitely worried about this going into the game, but I enjoyed them quite a bit. There's a good level of strategy to them. Some of these later ones did start to drag, and there are a couple in particular that are just terrible, but as a whole, I think they're a great addition to the game.
And now that that's out of the way, I'll touch on each level while Sucin, I can be your cheerleader. Sure.
Battle of Geonosis. This is also a level that takes place during Attack of the Clones. It's the actual battle that takes place outside the arena. This is an introduction to large-scale battles, and here every base is built up for you. All you have to do is destroy all the enemy's bases. And that's pretty much it. Gungan General, this one is terrible. It's another large-scale battle, but this time you don't have any bases. You have to steal enemy vehicles to destroy the bases, but guess what? The enemy vehicles get taken away after a little bit. Thanks. This level is just so tedious and not fun at all. Like, I just got a vehicle and oh my god.
You're doing great. Dude, shut up.
Jedi Crash. This is the first starship level, and you have to fly to various parts across the Venator in order to put out fires and eventually abandon ship and steal a smaller cruiser, which doesn't get you that far, as in the next level, Defenders of the Peace, the cruiser crashed on the planet below. This is another large-scale battle level, and this one serves as a tutorial for building up bases during these battles, and because of that, it's a lot more fun than the ones that came before. Just build up your bases and destroy your enemies, a good time overall. Weapons Factory. This is another large-scale battle, which are getting a bit tiresome. Okay, having so many in a row is just exhausting, which is a shame because they're fun. It's just tedious to do multiple in a row. Thankfully, the monotony does get broken up with the puzzle platformer section towards the end of the level, but then you have to fight this tank thing and use this droid's head to activate panels, but the droid follows you to get its head back, and it's just so much going on, and it's just not fun. Legacy of Terror, this is a puzzle platformer, and a solid one at that. These parts where you have to use the force to stick blocks together sucks, but besides that, the puzzles here are pretty solid. The level ends with a fight against the Geonosian Queen, which is alright. Not terrible, but not necessarily great either. And that's the end of the Count Dooku storyline, but of course, there's still more. Moving on to Grievous's with Duel of the Droids, the battle theme in this level is just so majestic for no reason. Besides that, it's just a decent puzzler. There's a boss fight halfway through against General Grievous, which is cool. I gotta pick this thing up,
Oh wait, what the hell? Just pick it up with the force.
Yeah, I'm trying. It seems to be stuck in the wall.
Are you sure? Or maybe you're just bad at this.
No, it's probably a glitch. I mean, these games are notorious for glitches.
Okay, well let me try. I can probably get it unstuck.
What?
Just give me the controller.
Okay, God. You see, it's stuck.
Just give me a second.
It's stuck.
Well, yeah, I told you.
Give me that fucking controller back. Well, I see no other choice but to replay the whole level, which is just so fun. But finally making it back there, thankfully it didn't get stuck this time. Do a little Anakin section, then a hangar area where you gotta use the Anakin Starfighter blow up this bridge that the droids are fighting on, which is conceptually pretty cool. Outside of that stupid glitch, a pretty solid level. Shadow of Malevolence, another Starfighter level. Just gotta go to a couple points, do some stuff, go to another, repeat. It's a little tedious, but not bad. Destroy Malevolence. This is a puzzle platformer that takes place on the Malevolence, and it's pretty good. Fun puzzles, a cool boss fight with Grievous in the middle, and an ending that's very faithful to the episode it's based on. Layer of Grievous, now this was my favorite level in the DS version. It is not as good here. It's fine, but again, it's just not as good. Just working through Grievous's temple, fighting him a few times. Not bad in the slightest. I just prefer the DS version for some messed up reason. Rookies, this one is solid, focused entirely on playing as clones. The best part is the end with an infinite army of droids that you have to fend off. It's quite the spectacle to behold. Grievous Intrigue, a great start with a fight against him on the Venator's Bridge. Following that is a standard puzzle on Grievous's ship. Not bad, just nothing remarkable. There's also a little starship section towards the end, which is a cool way to break up the monotony and a fight against Grievous, as this is the final level of his campaign. Overall, not bad. Now on to Asajj Ventress's campaign. The Hidden Enemy, this one is pretty solid. This one has another one of these infinite army of droids, which is always a neat spectacle, but like, it's just a bunch of droids. There's a boss fight with Ventress that lasts like half the level. You fight her in here, then fight this droid she's on, and then fight her on the droid while it's falling, which I gotta admit is a pretty damn cool climax, I can't lie. Ambush, this is a pretty short and whatever puzzler. You play as Yoda, which is pretty cool, but that's pretty much it. Not bad, just not anything crazy memorable. Blue Shadow Virus, this is a solid, albeit a tad lengthy puzzler. It's pretty good, albeit repetitive. So much of the level takes place in these samey feeling corridors, so it just feels like you're doing the same thing over and over and over again. Pretty whatever overall. Storm over Ryloth, this is another ship level. As always, gotta land at different points to do some small thing. It ends with a face-off against a bunch of droids in the bridge, which is cool, but it's also just battle droids. Again, not bad, but there's really not much else to say about it. Innocence of Ryloth, this one is pretty decent. It's a puzzler with a good sense of variety, starting off going through a village clearing droids, having to take care of some beasts in this opening, freeing civilians of Ryloth, and then taking out an AAT to save some more civilians. This one is a pretty good time, much better than some of the last few missions. Liberty on Ryloth, finally another large-scale battle, and this one rocks. Just gotta take out all the bases, but you have no restrictions. You just have to do what you have to do. A good mission to end out Ventress's campaign with. And once all those campaigns are finished, there's one final level, the Zillo Beast. It's another large-scale battle, and it starts with just a large-scale battle, just take out all the bases. Like the last one, it's pretty enjoyable. After that, the Zillo Beast appears, and you have to beat it, which is kind of annoying. So to defeat it, you have to destroy this gold thing on its neck. To destroy the gold thing, you need the specific vehicle. To get the specific vehicle, you need to go to all these bases and spawn the right things in order to unlock the vehicle.
Your explanation doesn't make sense.
Well, how am I supposed to explain something I don't understand myself?
You could just not and lie.
You know what? You're right.
I love this level.
And that's the final level of the campaign, and wow, that's a pretty lame ending. Gameplay wise, it's fine enough. One final large scale battle, then fight a big thing. But as the final level, I don't really feel any stakes. It's a giant monster that's native to the planet. So really, you went to its home, disturbed it, then defeated it.
Are the Jedi not the good guys? You can't be serious right now.
And what I don't get more is that a level based on the following episode I feel would have been a great final level. In the following episode, Palpatine orders the beast to be brought back to Coruscant to study it, but in an homage to King Kong, it breaks free and wreaks havoc on the city. And I feel this would have been a great setup for a final level. The stakes are, well, everyone in the area, and you could still have your large-scale giant beast fight, just with higher stakes and a more epic hurrah to go out on, but
well, those are the 20 main levels, but there are 2 more levels.
These can be accessed from the Separatist ship part of the hub, which I'll go in depth on later. But these levels consist of you playing as the bad guys. Castle of Doom is based on the Clone Wars movie where you play as Dooku leaving Jabba's palace and making his way to the Dune Sea to kill Jabba's son. Solid puzzles and a fun fight against Anakin and Ahsoka at the end, and it's just cool to play a level from the enemy's perspective. And finally, there's Hostage Crisis, where you play as a group of bounty hunters infiltrating the Senate building. It's a short level, but still a pretty solid one.
And those are the 22 story levels, and yeah, that sums it up pretty well.
The campaign is fine. No levels are bad, I don't hate any, but none are really anything more than good. Compare that to the complete saga, where I can name plenty of amazing levels that are beyond memorable. Darth Vader, Secret Plans, Negotiations, Dagobah, Droid Factory, Jedi Destiny. Those are just a few of the great levels the complete saga has to offer that live rent-free in my head. But who goes,
remember Grievous Intrigue?
The Clone Wars episode?
No, the LEGO Star Wars 3 level.
Not really. Do you remember what it's like?
You make your way through Grievous's ship, and you fight him, and there's a starship section towards the end.
I mean, I kind of remember that, but I could also be remembering a different level entirely that just had a similar premise.
And that's our issue.
These levels just aren't memorable. Funnily enough, I remember many of the episodes they're based on because they had entertaining action, fun character banner, and dumb spectacle to make them memorable enough. But when you strip away the story and it's just a level in a LEGO game, they tend to be pretty forgettable. The large-scale battles are a great addition, but there's only 3 or so where you get the full experience with these, where you have to build up your bases and conquer your enemies. Overall, a fine campaign, but I very much see why nobody talks about it. 100%ing it is pretty straightforward. Each level has 10 mini-kits and True Jedi to achieve. The mini-kits are actually pretty cool this time around as they unlock a classic character for purchase. One of my issues with 100%ing LEGO games is that I usually don't find the reward for getting all the mini-kits worth it, but a whole-ass character, I can get behind that. They're also red bricks, but they aren't in the level this time around, rather in the hub world. You still have to solve puzzles for them, they're just found around the hub world, which is a change I'm fine with. Speaking of the hub, it's pretty solid. There's 2 parts to it, first being the Venator. You got the iconic parts, the bridge, the hangar, the med bay, the whatever the hell this is. Characters you've unlocked and can buy are just walking around, and a cool detail is that if you're playing as an evil character, others will start attacking you. So, where can you place the evil characters? The Separatist Hub. Yep, you can head over to the Separatist ship, which is where you access the 2 bonus missions. There's also bounty hunter missions available here, but I didn't get around to those. These hubs are good enough. There's enough to do to warrant exploring them. There just isn't much more than that. Presentation wise, this game is a huge step up from the LEGO Star Wars games that came before. The game looks great with much more detailed textures and especially the lighting. Man, compared to the complete saga, the lighting here is so damn good. The way your saber will cast light in the dark, or just how some areas are lit, really give each area so much more ambiance. It looks like exactly what you'd expect from a LEGO game from 2011, but it still looks quite good. The character animations are great, the lightsabers look great, it's just all exactly how it should be.
And that's LEGO Star Wars 3.
Well, that's it?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
LEGO Star Wars 3 is a good game, but it's not much more than that. It's a fun, but admittedly forgettable romp through the Clone Wars with not a lot of substance. It's like fast food. It's not great, but it keeps you satisfied enough for a bit, but there really isn't anything more. I enjoyed my time with this game, but it didn't hook me enough to 100% it. I 100%ed a few levels, but I didn't feel like doing much more than that.
And so now I see why nobody talks about this game. It's not bad by any means, but
it's not anything more than good. It really is the epitome of a 7.5 out of 10 game. And my ranking of the LEGO Star Wars series is most definitely below the Skywalker Saga. Regardless of that game's issues, there's just way more to do, talk about, get invested in. The Clone Wars is absolutely weaker than it in my opinion. But at least it's better than The Force Awakens, I will give it that.
Well, I should be going. It was alright watching you play. You summed it up perfectly, Yins. I'll give you this, you were right about one thing. And what is that? Well, when we played the complete saga last year, when you left you said that you'd see me next year, and look where we are. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Although, this wasn't what I was talking about. What? Yeah, there's something else planned. And in a few months' time, you will know what I'm talking about, or more so, everyone will know what I'm talking about. I'll see you in a few months, Nicus. Something else? He's planning something else? He's planning something. Something big. Something I don't want to be a part of. But he knows where I live. He knows where I am at all times, and as long as I'm here, I'll end up getting caught up in whatever he's planning. And that's the last thing I want to have happen. I have to make a choice for my own good. And as little as I want to do this, I don't think I have any other choice. Oh, hey there. You may be wondering, what's going on? Why are you taking all your games off your shelf? Simply put, I have to move. Recently, I invited over my arch-nemesis Sucin to play LEGO Star Wars 3 with me, and during it, he warned me of a plan that I don't want to be a part of. And considering that he knows where I live, I have to move. And I can't just move down the street or to a city an hour away. I have to move to a different state entirely. That'll do. It's just not the same. I mean, a basement is prime for video game whining, but an apartment? It's just too much. I'm just overloaded with new things. I mean, a new place to live, in a new city, in a new state. Hell, vintage stocks aren't even called vintage stock here. They're called Entertain Mart. If I'm gonna whine about something, it needs to be somewhat familiar. I need to be reminded what home feels like. A love-hate relationship.
Super Mario Bros. Is one of the most important games ever made. It defined 2D platformers, brought Mario into everyone's living rooms, and it pisses me off way more than a game nearly 40 years old should. Despite my personal quarrels with it, I love this game. I mean, who doesn't? Whether I play it on Nintendo Switch Online or pop in that gray dual cartridge, I'm bound to enjoy getting upset at a game I'm not great at. But when you're sitting on the floor basking in its 8-bit goodness, it's great. But then, you have to go to the bathroom, and while that's fine, there's always one thought on my mind while doing so.
God, I want to stomp on a Koopa right now.
Well, thankfully, over the years, there have been a handful of ways to play this classic wherever you please. Well, the lineage of Super Mario Bros. On handheld consoles didn't begin until 1999 with Super Mario Bros. Deluxe on the Game Boy Color. It boggles my mind that it took 14 years for this 2D platformer to go from a home console to handheld, while Super Mario 64, a 3D platformer, took only 8 years to hit handheld systems. And speaking of 64DS, I feel that this version of Super Mario Bros. Is somewhat comparable to this version of 64. Both had a bunch of new content that definitely makes it worth playing, but it also has some downgrades that can make it a pain to go back to. But 64DS is a different story for a different day. Let's focus on Super Mario Bros. Deluxe here. From the menu screen alone, you can see there's a decent amount of things to do, but I think the best starting place is the game itself, labeled Original. 1985. And it's Super Mario Bros., but way zoomed in. This here is the forefront of Deluxe's issues. The single thing that holds it back from being the definitive version of this game. Screen crunch. Due to the screen of a Game Boy Color being way smaller than the screen of a TV, the game is zoomed in so that way you can see Mario much better. Because of that, you can't see much else. You can't see that far in front of you. If you're in midair, you often can't see what's below you. So many jumps become leaps of faith with this. Oncoming enemies can be harder to spot, and overall, everything just feels claustrophobic. You can scroll the screen up and down with the D-pad buttons, which helps a bit, but it's also fairly clunky to press these buttons just because you can't see what's around you. It's a shame the screen crunch is so bad because besides that, this version of the game is incredible. It runs great and has a bunch of great quality of life improvements. There's now a map screen, which isn't really that useful. You can't move around it like you can in 3, it's just a straight shot to the ends, but it's still neat. But the biggest improvements are the ability to save and the fact that you don't reset to World 1-1 when you lose all your lives. Saving is simple. You can just do it and pick up where you left off later. As I said when talking about the original, the lack of saving in the original isn't terrible since the game is so short, but considering how tricky some of the later levels can get, it's a great feature to have here. And when you lose all your lives, your score resets and you restart the level you're on, which feels much more fair. And speaking of your score, it's actually more useful this time around. There's a scoreboard and clearing certain scores unlocks certain things. Getting over 100,000 points unlocks a special boom mode, which I'll talk about later, and getting over 300,000 points unlocks Super Mario Bros. For super players. Now, 300,000 points, huh? That sounds really difficult. It must truly take someone with skill to clear that. Yeah, a ton of skill. Well, after clearing that, going back to the main menu and selecting the Luigi icon takes you to the menu for Super Mario Bros. For super players. Now, what could that be?
Ugh, no!
Oh, no, it's the Lost Levels, but now with Screen Crunch! Because the Lost Levels wasn't hard enough. Okay, so in all seriousness, despite my hatred for the Lost Levels, this is a really cool inclusion. As an unlockable, I'm cool with this, it's just a bunch more levels. Albeit harder, but it's still a really cool inclusion. As for the other modes, there's Challenge Mode, which adds 5 red coins, a Yoshi egg, and a score goal to each level, which is an awesome way to add replay value to these levels. This makes you explore them for these items and add another fun layer of challenge. You have to take it slower to still find everything, but there's still a time limit, so you have to move briskly. It's a very welcome inclusion to add more content to this release. And in case that didn't do it for you, there's You versus Boo. Basically, you race Boo to the end of various levels, but after a certain amount of time, these blocks will appear or disappear, changing your path, so you have to be ready to hit blocks or find another way around. This is once again another awesome inclusion. And just in case that still isn't enough, give the toy box a whirl. This has a fortune teller which will give you a fortune. And a calendar which you can mark. It only goes to the year 3000, so I better mark the end of the world. This is so stupid and unnecessary, but I love it so much because of that. And there's also an achievements menu. You can get achievements from doing various things and unlock pictures, which is once again so unnecessary, but so cool.
And that's Super Mario Bros. Deluxe. I don't know how to feel about this.
Super Mario Bros. Deluxe at face value seems amazing. It's the original Super Mario Bros. With saving, the lost levels, a challenge mode, a racing mode, and random little knickknacks like a calendar. But despite all of its awesome additions, it has one major issue that makes the game damn near unplayable in the modern day. Screen crunch. It is so bad here, and because of it alone, it's really hard to consider this the definitive version of Super Mario Bros.
But that doesn't take away from the fact that this is still a really good and novel way to play the NES Classic. But what if you want to play it on the Game Boy Advance and you really hate Screen Crunch? Well,
the Game Boy Advance received a special lineup of games called the Classic NES series. These were NES games released on the Game Boy Advance. As basic as they can be, they're cool in a way. These box arts are awesome with the game's original art in a red header, and the carts are the same shade of gray as actual NES carts. And of course, you can't re-release a line of NES games without including Super Mario Bros. And, well, it's Super Mario Bros. On Game Boy Advance. Now, one quirk about the Game Boy Advance is its screen size. It's in between 4x3 and 16x9. NES games are all 4x3, but they fill up the screen fully here, so big whoop, they stretch the game. But look at some elements. It doesn't really look stretched, does it? Well, to make these games fit in the Game Boy Advance's screen properly, they removed a bunch of pixels so they can adjust the size accordingly. And while it's not the most noticeable thing, I can't help but see how wonky some of these things look. The blocks do look a bit squished, and it's just weird. But besides that, this is as Super Mario Bros. As Super Mario Bros. Gets. No saving, this really is the NES game on the Game Boy Advance. Actually, there is one thing you can save. When you press L and R, this menu comes up, and you can save your high score, which is weird. Like, I can save my high score, but not my game? Excitebike's classic NES series release allow you to save your custom tracks, so how hard is it to believe that they could have made it to where you can save your progress? Outside of that, not really a mistake, more so weird characteristic. This is just Super Mario Bros. The big thing about this one is the lack of screen crunch. It looks so much better. But compared to Deluxe, it also feels pretty barren. No extra modes, no lost levels. This is just the original game on Game Boy Advance for $20. Japan did get the lost levels as its own release, and speaking of Japan, look at how cool the packaging for their classic NES series games are, called the Famicom miniseries over there. I love the clear outer shell with the tiny replica of the game's box, and the cartridge is the same color as the Famicom.
These are both really cool releases, but purely from a collectability standpoint. Because from a practical standpoint, well, it's Super Mario Bros. On the go with no screen crunch. But as much as I hate it, I'd rather endure the screen crunch and have all of these little bonus modes than just the original game. Well, those are the two special portable versions of Super Mario Bros., but there's still numerous ways to play it portably, such as
the 3DS Virtual Console. This was the first uncompromised way of playing Super Mario Bros. On the go. While the classic NES series is pretty much that, its visuals were a bit wonky, but this is the original game, in a flawless format. Minus the controls. It controls fine, but with B&A keeping their mappings, it's a bit awkward. On an NES controller, these buttons are level so it feels fine, but here, it feels very awkward for the buttons to be at this angle. You can use X as the B button, which is a lot more comfortable, but I wish there was just full-on button mapping, or at least being able to use Y as B and B as A. Besides that though, this is a great version of the game. It looks fantastic, both pixel perfect and very vibrant. You can set a restore point as a very basic save state, which is a nice feature, but of course this is universal with NES games on the 3DS. Next up, this barely counts, but you can of course play Super Mario Bros. On Switch via Switch Online. So this is Super Mario Bros. On the go in an even more uncompromised state. Not to mention you have button mapping, rewinding, and multiple save states. But again, this barely counts and isn't impressive in the slightest.
Oh wow, the console that can play Batman Arkham Knight portably can also play Super Mario Bros.?
Well, those are pretty much all the official ways, but if we want to delve into the world of unofficial releases, we can talk about playing it on the PSP. Through your friendly neighborhood NES emulator, you can play Super Mario Bros. On your PlayStation Portable. The 3DS Virtual Console also received Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, which is cool. It leads to a really tough question, one of the hardest I faced in my life. Deluxe or the original? Both are available here, so I say, why not both? When I can play both on the same platform, I honestly may go for Deluxe. The screen crunch is annoying, but come on, we've played this game so many times. How much does the screen crunch really hurt us at this point? Plus, with all the bonus content, you can't really go wrong with Deluxe. But it's still great to have the original here as well.
Well, we have one final version to look at, that being the Super Mario Bros. Game & Watch.
Released in 2020 to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the Super Mario Bros. Series, this is a replica Game & Watch unit. Game & Watches were of course simple LCD games from the 80s, Nintendo's precursor to the Game Boy. But now, this little guy that just played really basic LCD games can play full-on NES games.
I'm so impressed as I sit here with my tablet that can play The Witcher 3.
This little guy can play Super Mario Bros. And it's fine. It's really novel to play it on such a small device, but it's a really basic version. No save states, no rewinding. When you switch games, it does pause where you were and will resume where you're left off, but besides that, this is just an incredibly basic version of Super Mario Bros. This can also play the Lost Levels, which I hate that game, but I'm cool with it as an inclusion alongside Mario 1. Also included is the Game & Watch game Ball, but now with Mario's head, and a clock with a bunch of Mario references, and that's it. Yeah, this unit just has Mario 1, the Lost Levels, and Ball. No 2 USA or 3 or World or Land 2. And for a little thing that retailed for $50, for how little it comes with, it's pretty unappealing, which is a shame because this packaging is so cool and the unit itself is so neat, but it's severely lacking inside, too little for $50.
And with that is how you can play a 40-year-old game on the go. It's a little weird how few ways there are to play such an iconic game on the go, but the ways there are pretty interesting, at least interesting enough for me to talk about for 12 minutes. And despite how they may look a little different than how you're used to, at their core, it's still the same game. And that's kind of indicative on what it's like moving here. Sure, it looks a hell of a lot different than the old dingy-ass basement, but at the end of the day, I'm still the same old Nicus complaining about the stupid games nobody cares about. And as long as I can keep on sitting on a couch whining about these stupid investments, I see no problem with being here. As long as there isn't screen crunch.
Batman is probably my favorite superhero. The only character who comes remotely close is Spider-Man, but overall, I like Batman more. While a vast majority of my knowledge of the character and his lore comes from the various film and game adaptations over the years, I do know some more lore from the comics, and all of that knowledge combined makes me love this character so much. But man, did his games used to suck. Batman games used to always be pretty damn bad. Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, Batman Vengeance, Batman Begins. A Batman game seems like a no-brainer. He has such a vast array of villains he can fight and over 80 years of stories to be adapted. And yet for a while there, Batman games were never much more than crappy games made to tie into films. But that all changed in 2009 with the release of Batman Arkham Asylum, which kicked off the Batman Arkham series.
The Batman Arkham series is one of my favorite game series of all time, and I haven't even played Arkham Knight yet. I mean, that's how good these games are. But it's been years since I played any of these, and I'd actually like to beat Arkham Knight, so why not play through and talk about the whole series, of course starting with the one that started it all.
Batman Arkham Asylum began development in 2007, and I feel like I remember hearing somewhere that it started development as a tie-in game for The Dark Knight, but became its own game later on. But from what I can tell, this wasn't actually the case. Maybe it's just that there was a game for Batman Begins, then this was the next Batman game, well, if you ignore Lego Batman, which may actually be that Dark Knight tie-in game. The game was released in August of 2009 for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, but it skipped the Wii and DS. Now, this may seem like a no-brainer. Duh, a game like this wouldn't really make sense on the DS, let alone the Wii. But there were versions of this game being worked on for those systems, both with some footage released. The Wii version doesn't look half bad. It looks exactly like what you'd expect the game to look like on Wii. It would have been developed by Red Fly Studios, who were the king of Wii remakes of Xbox 360 games. The demo takes place on a rooftop in Gotham, so it seems like this version could have been a prequel to the main game. And honestly, while it would have been very late in the console's life, I could see the game release on the PlayStation 2 as well. I mean, hell, X-Men Origins Wolverine released on the PS2 a few months earlier. There's also footage of a prototype for the DS version, which looks like a DS game, that's for sure. It's a shame neither of these were finished, as they both could have been very interesting alternate versions, but their cancellation didn't change the normal game in any way, so now let's take a look at it. I first played it in September of 2019. Around that time, Epic Games made the whole trilogy free, for whatever reason, so I scooped them up. At the time, all I had was an old work computer from, I want to say, 2010. I doubted the games could run on it, but I gave it a shot. I turned all the graphical settings down to the lowest they could be, and to my surprise, it ran. It was very ugly and at a rough 20 frames per second, but I didn't care because it was still Batman Arkham Asylum. I fell in love with it and beat it in just 2 days before moving on to the sequel, Arkham City. A year later, I picked up physical copies of Asylum and City for the Xbox 360 and gave Asylum another go, but I never finished it. Since then, I've maybe tried it again once or twice, but I've never beaten it again because I'd always preferred to just play City.
And that's a testament to how good City is. I mean, I loved Asylum when I first played through it, but after I played City, I always had a really hard time going back to Asylum. But now that it's been half a decade since I last actually beat this game, it's time to try again and see if Batman Arkham Asylum is still good.
For this playthrough, I will be playing it through the Batman Arkham trilogy for Switch. Now, some denounce this version because it's the Switch version, but there's nothing wrong with Asylum or City, it's just Night that's the issue. So, with all of that, let's finally dive back into the madness with Batman Arkham Asylum. Let's start with a brief rundown of the story. Batman catches the Joker after he kidnaps the mayor, which is pretty irrelevant. Batman takes Joker to Arkham Asylum, but wants to hang around because he's suspicious of how easily the Joker went down. And it turns out his suspicions were right, as Joker breaks free and, with the help of Harley Quinn, seizes control of the asylum. Batman chases after him where he comes face to face with some weird monster thing, and after defeating it, Batman chases after Officer Gordon. He follows Gordon's trail to the medical facility where he meets Dr. Young, who mentions that the Joker is after some notes of hers that she left back at the Arkham Mansion. Batman continues his pursuit of the Commissioner, taking down Harley and saving Gordon, but when checking out Bane, Joker infuses him with Titan, which is important, I swear. After taking down Bane, Gordon leaves the island and Batman goes to the mansion to find Dr. Young and her notes. She was taken by Zsasz, but luckily she hid them in the library, so Batman finds them and destroys them. He then goes to Warden Sharp's office and saves Dr. Young from Zsasz, and she then fills in Batman on what's going on. Dr. Young had been experimenting with the Titan stuff I mentioned earlier. She was selling Joker some of it, but eventually wanted to stop, which ticked off Joker, so he planned the whole takeover of the island. She mentions that he has a lab in the botanical gardens, and she tries to get Batman the access codes there, but they're hidden in a vault that was rigged with an explosive that kills her. So Batman then chases after Warden Sharp so he can get the access codes to the island. Harley takes him to the penitentiary, so Batman follows. Inside, Harley lets Poison Ivy free, which becomes important later. Batman finds Warden Sharp to get the codes and then chases down and defeats Harley. Batman then heads to the botanical gardens where he finds the Joker's labs and fights some Titan enhanced enemies. Batman then meets with Poison Ivy where he learns that there's a plant that can counter the Titan's formula effect, but it's growing down in Killer Croc's lair. So Batman goes down there, gathers the plant, makes the cure, defeats Poison Ivy, then all of a sudden, final boss time. Joker has been planning a party all night, and once Poison Ivy is defeated, Joker invites Batman over. With the cure done, in a last-ditch effort, Joker injects himself with a Titan formula, turning himself into a monster. So Batman defeats him, finally stopping the Joker and restoring peace on the island. Of course, there's some more layers to the story. This was just a brief rundown, but overall, the story is solid. It's not amazing by any means, but it's a good narrative for the game to follow. I personally didn't feel like there was much character progression in Batman, considering that at this point he's already seasoned. It's a good story, but it's not like one of the best Batman stories, but it provides a great backdrop for the game itself.
Oh, that's right, this is a game. Maybe I should talk about the gameplay mechanics.
The best way to describe Batman Arkham Asylum is a beat-em-up Metroidvania. It's weird, I never hear people talk about it, but the Batman Arkham games, especially this one, are Metroidvanias. It consists of you exploring various environments, collecting different tools that help unlock new areas. The big difference between this though is that this feels much more linear since the story plays a much larger role. While there's no official term for this, at least to my knowledge, I consider this game what I like to call a guided Metroidvania. It's a Metroidvania, but in-game characters tell you where to go and what to do next, which really helps the pace greatly. Of course, the game isn't completely free from moments where you have no idea where to go and what to do, but those moments are way less frequent than they are in other Metroidvanias. And of course, it's a beat 'em up as there's a lot of combat. Now, the combat in these games is incredible, and it all started here. At first, it seems like it's just spamming a single button, but right before an enemy attacks you, some blue bolts appear above their head, and if you press the right button when that happens, Batman counters. You can also swing your cape at enemies to stun them and jump over them to open up their back for attacks. And on top of all of that, you can also use gadgets for battle. This makes the combat system so much more engaging. You need to look out for enemies who are about to attack you so you can counter them, plus the tools add so much potential and combat variety. Another thing I like is takedowns. After a few hits, you'll briefly knock out an enemy and you can perform a special takedown on them, but it leaves you open for a couple seconds, giving enemies an open window to hit you. But if you don't take the enemy down while they're knocked out, they'll quickly regain consciousness and start attacking you again. The combat is just so fun. I never got tired of getting in fights because of how fun each encounter is. Hell, I sometimes found myself going out of my way to fight enemies because it's just so damn fun here. But sometimes you can't just face enemies head on, as they have guns. and they will shoot you. So throughout the game, there are various predator areas where you must stick to the shadows and pick up your enemies one at a time. There are usually gargoyles that you can swing around on to keep the high ground and stay hidden, and from there you can strike at enemies. Of course, stealth is the easiest option, sneaking behind the enemies and performing a silent takedown, but you can also glide kick enemies then perform a normal takedown, which is much easier, but also alerts nearby enemies. The predator sections are mostly pretty cool, but they can get annoying at times. Sometimes the clunk can get in the way, and other times, enemies cluster up and refuse to declutter, making it impossible to take them on. But aside from those annoyances, the predator section are a fun way to break up the normal combat and add some more challenge. Speaking of challenge and facing enemies, there are also a bunch of boss fights, which are,
super fucking lame.
The series would go on to have amazing boss fights, but the few fights here are super lame and easy. Titan Henchman, just stun him, hit him, repeat until he's defeated. Bane, fight a bunch of other enemies while waiting for him to charge at you. Then when he does, throw a battering at him and dodge. He'll run into a wall then attack him. Repeat. Harley Quinn, defeat the enemies while avoiding a floor that occasionally lights up with electricity. How riveting. 2 Titan Henchmen. These guys aren't hard to take down at all. Killer Croc.
Okay, let me rant about this section, please. So when you go down into his lair to find the plant you need, you have to walk on these conveniently placed wood rafts, but you can only walk at a normal speed because if you run, Croc will catch you. Now, during this, Croc will randomly come up from the water and run at you, but all you have to do is hit him with a batarang. You have a tracker that you follow to the plant you need, and after a few tedious minutes of slowly walking and occasionally throwing a batarang at Croc, you make it to the plant only to realize there's not enough there, so you need to find more of these plants down here. So it took you 10 more minutes of just walking around the sewers, throwing batarangs at Croc and finding these plants. It is the most tedious and unfun thing in this game and possibly series by a long shot. It grinds the pace to a halt in a game that usually moves at a very solid pace. And to end it all off, you don't even fight Croc. Eventually, you just run your way out of the sewer and that's it. God, I hate this part. Oh god. Anyways, what's next? Oh yeah, back to the lame-ass bosses.
Another Titan Henchman. How do these count as bosses? Poison Ivy, dodge her attacks and throw a battering at her when she deflowers? Or, oh god, I can rephrase that. Throw batarangs at her when she opens up her... just throw a battering when there's an opening. 2 more Titan enemies, man, enough already. And then Titan Joker. He looks super stupid, but man, his fight is stupid as well. You just fight enemies, then when you defeat a wave, Joker turns around and you just pull him down. Repeat a few times and that's it.
And those are the boss fights. Real winners, aren't they?
It's a shame that the boss fights were so lame in this game, but they get much better as the series goes on, thankfully. Another thing that kinda counts as a boss fight that I didn't mention in the story is Scarecrow. At a few points in the story, Batman goes through hallucinations from Scarecrow. The first time is in the medical facility where he thinks he sees Gordon's dead body, then he enters the morgue where he opens a body bag with his mom's body, another with his dad's, and one final one with Scarecrow, and a pretty good jump scare. The second encounter happens in the mansion when walking down one of the halls. The hall slowly turns into Crime Alley as Batman sort of relives his parents dying. After getting up, he turns back into his child self and we hear some great dialogue between Gordon and another cop, showing how Gordon cared about Bruce ever since the incident.
He'll be fine. A kid like that with all that money, he'll be just fine.
Shut up, now. He's 8 years old and all alone. Money won't fix that.
Which is really nice knowing their relationship now. The final encounter happens in intensive treatment as Batman tries to find Croc's lair. When walking through a corridor, the intercom says,
"Did anyone catch the game last night?"
What?
In one of the best jump scares in anything ever, the game makes you think it glitches out. It then cuts to the opening shot with the Scarecrow face in the sky instead of the bat symbol, and then the opening plays again, but with the roles of Batman and Joker reversed. Now, I first played this game on that crappy old computer back in 2019. I genuinely thought I pushed the computer to its limits and it pooped out, so it got me really good. Anyways, each of these Scarecrow encounters climax in a stealth platforming section where you have to avoid Scarecrow's glare in the environments. These are pretty fun, albeit simple. Just wait for him to look somewhere else, then keep running. I remember not liking them at first, but honestly, all these years later, I like it. The last major thing I want to talk about is the world, Arkham Island. This game appropriately takes place in Arkham Asylum alone, which is broken up into multiple buildings spread across the island. There's also a primitive bat cave, but overall, I'm not the biggest fan of this area. It's mainly that I'm so spoiled by what we got from later entries. City, Origins, and Night gave us full-on cities to explore, while this is just some giant buildings on an island with not much going on in between them. Navigating the island isn't fun either. Most of it is done on foot, and man, there's a reason why we don't see Batman run much in movies. Because it looks so stupid. I hate running around the island. There are very few moments where you can grapple and glide around. Most of it you're just on foot, and I feel like a massive loser. The island also isn't crazy fun to explore. There are a bunch of Riddler trophies and Riddler challenges where you have to find something in the environment described by a riddle, which is kinda neat. Speaking of collectibles, there are also interview tapes everywhere, which are cool to listen to. It's like Beatrice talking with these villains, and it can be a bit unnerving at points listening to them speak. As you meet characters, you also unlock character bios, which have a piece of art from the comics and a synopsis of their character, along with some fun little details about them. Character trophies, which are 3D models of characters. And lastly, challenge mode, a staple of the Arkham games. Basically, you fight enemies either head-on or stealthily. Everything you do gets you points, and you just try to get the best score you can. You can of course play as Batman, but you can also play as the Joker. He was originally exclusive to the PS3 version, but he's playable in the Switch port, which is really cool. While challenge mode isn't my thing, it's a really cool inclusion to give you more to do.
Well, and that is Batman Arkham Asylum. Is it still good? Yes, of course it is.
While it doesn't hold up to the rest of the series in many ways, there is one thing that no other entry in the series comes close to doing well: the atmosphere. This place is so scary. The grimy halls of each building leaves you feeling so uneasy. It often feels claustrophobic, and while you're the big and scary Batman, at points it's easy to forget. The Asylum instills this mood on you. It feels like a dark place, and its eerie nature is something no other game in the series comes close to. And while its boss fights, world, combat, and structure would be improved upon in later entries, it shouldn't be understated how good of a first entry this is. This game is forever important, as it's a success that allowed Rocksteady to reach for the skies with the sequels and turn the Batman Arkham series into one of the greatest game series. But it wouldn't have been possible at all without this first game.
However, while I still love this game, even after replaying it over 5 years later, I can't really see myself replaying it in the next couple of years. There just really isn't anything here that would make me want to replay it anytime soon. Wait a minute. GameStop exclusive Dim Bone Scarecrow challenge map? Okay, so there is one thing. Oh boy, it's August, which means the next Nintendo Direct is a few weeks away, which works out perfectly because I can talk about Batman Arkham City in the meantime.
We'll now present today's Indie World Showcase and Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase.
Oh, fucking shit!
Well, I don't think anyone saw this coming. Usually Nintendo holds a Direct in September, but here we are. Nintendo hosted an Indie World and Direct Partner Showcase back-to-back at the end of August. Why?
Why do you think?
This was undoubtedly to make way for the reveal of the Switch's successor this fall, and I guess because we're just months away from the new system, Nintendo doesn't really have any new games to reveal, so we have a partner showcase and an Indie World thrown in the beginning. Now I usually skip Indie Worlds, but I'll give Nintendo this: airing it right before a Direct is a great way to get more people watching. Well, with that, let's dive into this double presentation, starting with the Indie World. To kick things off, Balatro is getting collabs with some other indie franchises, and The Witcher 3. I don't know why The Witcher 3 is here among these other indie series, but this is cool to see. I love it when indies have collabs with other indies. It's like one giant family. Next is Neva, which looks to be a 2D platformer with gorgeous art direction. It's minimalistic, but also not, if that makes sense. Incredible looking stuff here. Moth Cubit meets my wildest fantasies by taking place in an office building, exactly what I want to play when I'm killing time in my cubicle. Coffee Talk Tokyo is a new entry in the Coffee Talk series.
That's a series?
Well, it's a visual novel where you make coffee? Sure. DLC for Sea of Stars, which I didn't even know was an indie. I've heard so much pizzazz and saw so much marketing around this, which was awesome to see. And hey, this is free DLC, which I'm always on board with. And, well, big day for Reddit, huh? Maps based on Shrek are coming to Power Wash Simulator. Furcula looks pretty damn cool. if you can ignore the scanline filters. I get it's trying to replicate what it looked like on a CRT, but it's a bit too much for me. Which is a shame because the game looks great if you ignore that. Date Everything allows you to live out your fantasy of dating whatever. Like, you can date a humanized lamp, a towel, a shelf.
What the fuck is this?
This is really fucking weird. I have an idea. Let's never talk about it again. Now, question. If you could do one thing to Peggle, what would you do?
Oh, make it an RPG.
So this is a pachinko kind of game where you send balls to hit pegs. Every peg they hit does damage and other RPG moves. It's a really cool and creative concept, I have to admit. Next up is Wobbly Life, which looks kinda
not great.
Pico Park 2 looks like a really creative puzzle game where you're attached to the other player, but man, the lack of an art style is so boring. Next up, a sizzle reel featuring Shovel Knight, Europa, Cuisinier, On Your Trail, Metal Slug Tactics, and The Plucky Squire. A quality enough barrage of games, but it doesn't compare to the final announcement, Pizza Tower, coming to Switch. This game was huge last year. Great for them to bring it to Switch now. Yeah, it took a bit too long, but at least it's finally here. It'll be great to finally play this game. And that concludes Indie World, and it was good. Nothing struck me as lame, and there was a lot of stuff that caught my eye.
But enough of this indie nonsense. It's time to focus on why we're really here. The Partner Showcase.
Of course, this is a partner showcase, so expectations should be kept low. So hopefully we get Mario Kart 9, Mario Odyssey 2, Tomodachi Life, New Leaf HD, and the Switch 2 revealed.
These games are falling into place.
Well, this isn't that, but I'll take it. To celebrate the 40th anniversary of Tetris, they're releasing a compilation of a ton of Tetris games from over the years. There's also a special mode and some documentary clips, which is so cool. And the NES version of Tetris is coming to Switch Online.
Nice!
It releases in winter.
Why?
Star Overdrive looks interesting. This has great I'll pick it up on sale energy. Goat Simulator 3, wow, this looks terrible. Of course, we got the remaster coming to modern platforms, and it's clear they're condensing that version down to fit on Switch, but why? Why not just port the old version? It would look so much better. A small sizzle reel of an anime RPG, Star Wars Hunters, a first-person shooter, Worms, and Dreamlight Valley.
Wow. What a bunch of nothing.
Well, how about a SpongeBob game focusing on Patrick?
This has got to be the greatest day ever for Reddit.
This seems to be Goat Simulator with the SpongeBob skin. Probably cool for SpongeBob fans, but does nothing for me. Fitness Boxing 3, okay. These games are huge, so I get why this exists, but it's also just not crazy exciting. Also, this logo looks like something I'd find on a cleaning product. Another Capcom fighting collection getting into real niche territory with some games like Plasma Sword and Power Stone. This is awesome to see. I have no affinity for any of these, but I'm still happy to see such niche games being made available on Switch. And a reminder that the Marvel vs. Capcom collection launches soon. Next up, another anime RPG.
Next.
HD remasters of Suikoden games.
Next.
Dragon Quest III HD.
Next. Oh, wait!
Yeah, the Dragon Quest III HD remake. This little clip showed that you can customize your party members, and there's also a new vocation. Both really cool things to see. I am very much looking forward to this. And another Castlevania collection, this one including the DS games. These collections are so good. I'm so excited for this one. But man, where the hell is Symphony of the Night on Switch? That's like the best one. Civilization 7 is making its way to Switch, which is interesting, although these games are pretty basic graphically, so it makes enough sense. An anime RPG remake?
Next.
My Sims, wait, what? Well, talk about something I didn't expect. Some My Sims games are getting remasters. Now, personally, I would have preferred The Sims 4 or The Sims 3, but this is way less likely, so I'll sure as hell take it. These aren't necessarily my thing, but I know these games mean a lot to many, so it's awesome to see here. Five Nights at Freddy's Help 1 and 2, cool for FNAF fans, which isn't me. Also some DLC for Security Breach, and wow, this looks rough. Another sizzle reel, this time consisting of pre-established games. Epic Mickey Rebrushed, The Lord of the Rings Life Sim, Just Dance 2025, Funko Fusion, FC 2025, Lego Horizons Adventures. I do appreciate that they didn't waste time with all new trailers for these because, like, what else is there to talk about with these? A new Room Factory game, or, I'm sorry, anime life sim farming RPG.
Next.
And the final announcement? Yakuza Kiwami. Well, the first Yakuza game is coming to Switch and it's cool to see. Normally I would say why not bring more, but this time I say don't bring more. I'd love to see more Yakuza on Switch, but let's wait for the Switch's successor to come out before we bring over more Yakuza. This port looks pretty decent, a little rough at points, but good. But I think waiting just a bit to bring the rest over would be good in the long run. Don't completely devaluate these ports. And with that, this double feature is over.
I don't know what to think.
I liked that, but not anything more. There were a bunch of cool announcements and reveals, but nothing that had me giddy. This may have been better in quality than, say, the September 2022 Direct, but I'll always like that one more because it had exciting moments. I've said that before, but we remember Directs for the highs and lows. We remember Mario Wonder's reveal. We remember the numerous farming games in the September 2022 Direct. And as cool as it was to see the new Castlevania collection, in the future, I'll never go.
Wait, do you guys remember the August 2024 partner showcase where they revealed the Castlevania DS collection?
No.
I love Directs for their big moments.
The moments where you lose yourself and you see your dreams come true in front of your eyes.
So while this Direct and Indie World were good, it's just not going to be one that I look back on very fondly. But thank God it was moved up to August, so that way we can make way for the Switch's successor next month. Because it wouldn't be in September if I didn't get unreasonably excited for a Nintendo thing.
Batman Arkham Asylum was a smash hit when it was released in 2009. After years of bad Batman games, the Caped Crusader finally got the gaming outing he deserved. And naturally, since the game was a success, a sequel followed shortly after. Welcome back to Batman Arkham-thon, where today I'll be talking about the peak of Batman Arkham, Batman Arkham City. During the development of Arkham Asylum, developer Rocksteady already knew with the next game they wanted to set it in Arkham City. They even included an Easter egg that went unnoticed for years. In Warden Sharp's office, you could blow away an unmarked wall and inside, find a hidden office with plans for the prison. By early 2009, people working on Arkham Asylum were being moved to Arkham City's team as they started to develop its story. This time broadening the scope with a larger world to explore and more iconic foes to face, Batman Arkham City swooped its ways onto the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 in late 2011, with a special edition releasing for the Wii U a year later, Armored Edition. But like its predecessor, I will be playing the version included in Batman Arkham Trilogy on Switch.
Please don't get mad at me.
Well, just like Asylum, let's start with a rundown of the game's story, including Catwoman segments. While this wasn't in the base game at launch, it was always DLC and has been included with pretty much every release of this game since the original. It's hard to imagine Arkham City without these segments. Catwoman tries to steal something from Two-Face but is caught. Off to a great start. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne is outside of Arkham City protesting when all of a sudden the prison security, Tiger Guards, ambush and knock out Bruce. When Bruce comes to, he's face to face with Dr. Hugo Strange, the man in charge of the prison. He reveals that he knows Batman's true identity and ominously states that Protocol 10 is ready to be initiated. Bruce is then checked into Arkham City, and while trying to help out reporter Jack Ryder, he's knocked out and taken by the Penguin and his crew. When Bruce wakens, Penguin starts squabbling about his beef with the Waynes and tries to strike Bruce, but Bruce counters, breaking Penguin's hand, breaking free, and escaping up to the rooftops. From there, he has his batsuit airdropped and he suits up. He hacks into Tiger security comms where he hears Two-Face has Catwoman in the courthouse, so he goes to rescue her so we can figure out what's going on there. After saving her, he starts talking with Catwoman, who doesn't know anything. She does end up being shot at though, so Batman follows the shot into the church where it turns out it was set up by the Joker. Assuming Joker is in on Protocol 10, Batman follows Joker's signal to the steel mill and breaks into the office where Joker and Harley seem to be hiding. Upon arriving there though, it seems Joker is dead, except nope, he's not. He gasses Batman, knocking him out. Meanwhile, Catwoman wants to steal treasure from Strange's vault and escape Arkham City. Exciting stuff. She goes to visit Poison Ivy for help, but ends up being captured. Great. Meanwhile, Batman regains consciousness and has an exposition dump from the Joker. Simply put, Joker is dying because of the remains of the Titan in his blood from Asylum. Mr. Freeze was working on a cure but went radio silent. To force Batman to help, Joker put his own blood in Batman and also shipped out his own blood to hospitals across Gotham. Batman assumes this is Protocol 10, but Joker claims he hasn't even heard of it. He then kicks Batman out a window, leaving him with no choice but to find Freeze. He tracks him down to the old GCPD building, but it seems he's been kidnapped by the Penguin and is in the museum. So Batman goes there, saves Freeze, and stops Penguin and his pet Solomon Grundy. Freeze tells Batman that the only thing he's missing is a certain chemical, which Batman knows he can get from Ra's al Ghul's blood. Or Ra's al Ghul, as they say in the game, but it's Ra's al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul, one of them. What the fuck? I'm just gonna say Ra's al Ghul. If that's wrong, who gives a shit? And conveniently enough, one of Roz's ninja are in a display case in the museum and break free, leaving a bloody path to where Roz is hiding. As Batman descends the sewers into the abandoned Wonder City, he gets close to dying from Joker's blood, but reunites with his old love Talia, who is also Roz's daughter.
Everything here is just so convenient.
Batman agrees to take a trial to be Roz's successor, getting a drink that temporarily heals him. After passing the trials, he ends with Roz and ends up fighting him after he reveals all he needs is Roz's blood. Batman gets the blood and takes it back to Freeze, but Freeze now wants Batman to save his wife, which Batman refuses to do, leading them to fight. After defeating Freeze, they realize Harley stole the cure while they were fighting, so Batman heads to the steel mill to face Joker. After a fight with him, Talia allows herself to be taken by the Joker, and Batman gets knocked out because Strange began Protocol 10. Cut back to Catwoman, who is now convinced Poison Ivy to help her. Isn't that convenient? So Catwoman infiltrates Strange's vault, but at the last minute decides to go back and help Batman. So she goes and helps Bruce, who weirdly wants to immediately save Talia, but is told by Alfred of all people to go after Strange first. As Batman tries to locate Strange, he realizes what Protocol 10 was. Strange's plan all along was to act like the prison got out of control so he could bomb it and kill all the prisoners. So Batman ascends up Wonder Tower, taking down Strange's force of guards, and then confronts Strange. And while Strange is monologuing, he's killed by none other than Ra's al Ghul. Yup, this whole time, Strange and Ra's had been working together. Batman and Ra's fall out of Wonder Tower, which then leads to Raz's death. With Ra's and Strange taken care of, Batman goes after Talia. Upon arriving at the theater for the final confrontation, Talia seems to kill Joker, until she's killed by the real Joker. Here, it's revealed the whole time that there have been two Jokers, one played by Clayface and the other being the actual Joker. Batman takes down Clayface and gets the cure back, drinking some, and then Joker attacks him, causing Batman to drop the cure, breaking and ruining the rest. With that, Joker is beyond saving, and as he slowly dies, Batman reveals that he still would have saved Joker. And with one final laugh, the Joker dies. Batman leaves Arkham City with the corpse of his arch-nemesis in his arms in a really powerful scene. He then walks off, presumably returning to the Prowl as if nothing happened that night. Oh, and Catwoman's story. She plans to finally leave the city. Two-Face tries to blow her up. She goes to the museum and defeats him, and he tells her that he stole all of her stuff and hid it around the city.
I am so glad we had all that Catwoman stuff in there.
The story of Arkham City is sublime. Trying to tell it concisely is a bit tough. It's not a long story, but there's a good amount of depth. It's a really engaging narrative that is a fantastic continuation of Asylum's story. The dynamic between Batman and Joker in this one is fascinating. I didn't mention it last time because I didn't find it crazy relevant, but in these games, well, except for one, Batman and Joker's actors reprise their roles from Batman the Animated Series. Mark Hamill as the Joker, and the unfortunately late Kevin Conroy as Batman. And these two are, in my opinion, the best actors to ever play their respective roles. Conroy has this very distinct voice. It sounds perfectly deep and menacing for Batman, but as Bruce, he does the professional billionaire really good as well. Of all the actors who have played Batman, Kevin, in my opinion, has had the best voice for the role, and his role in these games, the animated series, and every other thing he was a part of cements him as my favorite Batman actor. It's absolutely heartbreaking that he's gone, but I'm thankful he played the Caped Crusader for so many years. And then we have Mark Hamill as the Joker, which always confused me when I was younger. This is Luke Skywalker, but I was gonna go to Tashi Station to pick up some power converters! But man, like Conroy, Hamill may be my favorite actor for this character as well. Again, we've had some great actors for the Joker. Jack Nicholson brought the silly chaotic energy, and Heath Ledger.
He had this weird thing where he wouldn't stop licking his lips.
And as I said, these are good actors who did a great job, but Hamill's performance, man. He reaches the chaos of Nicholson's Joker with the over-the-top ideas of Ledger's Joker to bring us the best of both worlds. These two are truly a dynamic duo, an incredible Batman and Joker duo, and once again, it was absolutely crushing to hear of Conroy's passing in November of 2022. It says so much that Mark Hamill has retired from the role due to Conroy's passing. After all, who would the Joker be without his Batman? These two legends would reprise their roles once more in Arkham Knight, but I mainly wanted to talk about them here because this is where so many of their best moments together occur. The way they play off each other is so good. And this moment...
Do you want to know something funny? Even after everything you've done, I would have saved you.
That actually is pretty funny.
These lines have always stuck with me. The ending with Batman carrying Joker's body out of the city is so powerful. It mirrors the opening of the game and is one of my all-time favorite images in Batman's history. This is a moment that has stuck with me ever since I first beat this game. And speaking of which, why not reminisce on my history with this game? It's deeper than any other game in the series. Now, my first full playthrough immediately followed my playthrough of Arkham Asylum, but my history with this game dates back to, I want to say 2014. I was visiting a friend of my dad's place and he let me play his son's Xbox 360. He had a bunch of the games you'd expect, Halo 3, Call of Duty, Gears of War, but one stuck out to me, the damn Batman game. Yep, he had Arkham City, so I started that one. I didn't get very far. I remember saving Catwoman and that's it. I think I got stuck figuring out where to go after that. I may have skipped the cutscene, but I didn't make it that far. But the very little I played enamored me, and it sat in the back of my head for years. So 5 years later when I started City, I had that slow realization.
Wait a minute. I've played this before!
It was awesome seeing the rest of the game for the first time. But do remember, this was still on that crappy old computer, so it looked like this. But again, I didn't care. That's how good this game was. Gameplay-wise, it expands upon the foundation that Asylum said. It's still a Metroidvania, but this time in an open world. Yes, you now have Arkham City to explore, and it's okay. Now, it is really cool to have a city setting to explore as Batman, and traversal is so much more fun than Arkham Island. There are constant grapple points to grapple and glide from. Traversal here is vastly improved, although the world design is a bit odd. It's this weird horseshoe shape, so when you go from one side of the map to the other, you have to do this big loop around the base of Wonder Tower, which is weird. But Arkham City is way cooler to explore than Arkham Island. Like last time, there are a ton of Riddler trophies scattered around, each one of them unlocking concept art, character trophies, challenge stuff, whatever. And there also is a series of side quests that you can follow as you get the trophies, but I've never really bothered doing it. As for other things that return from the first, the combat is here and still as amazing as ever. It still has the fantastic counter system and free flow combat, not to mention all the new tools Batman gets in this game that gives you more potential in combat, and especially the Predator segments. When an enemy with a gun sees you, you can drop one of these to create a burst of smoke. You can of course escape, or you can even use a temporary cloud to defeat an enemy quickly. And then the rest of the new tools, like Mr. Freeze's jammer, which can be upgraded to jam guns. I love picking off enemies one by one, leaving one left, jamming their gun, then dropping down in front of them just for them to realize their gun is jammed. It truly makes me feel like I'm a threat to these guys, someone they should all fear. But these Predator segments were also very prone to jank. I'd say even more than Asylum's were. They could still be fun, but I also found myself getting very frustrated at them. And speaking of fun but also frustrating, the Catwoman sections. As I mentioned earlier, this launch has paid DLC, but is included in like every re-release, but man, could you tell this game wasn't designed around her. The first Catwoman segment is the first bit of gameplay where you just beat up Two-Face's thugs. While her moves are different, at the end of the day, it still comes down to pressing the attack and counter buttons. The second part is after Batman is knocked out by Joker. It's when Catwoman goes to visit Ivy, and she does, fighting a bunch of thugs, then gets captured. Then she disappears for a few hours. This happens like an hour into the game, and she doesn't reappear until like the last hour. So cut to when Protocol 10 starts and Batman gets knocked out. Poison Ivy agrees to help her, so Catwoman breaks into Strange's vaults, takes care of the thugs, grabs the valuables, then is faced with a choice. She can leave Arkham City and leave Batman to die, or leave Strange's valuables behind and go help Batman. Now you can just leave Strange's vault and the game can end right there, but it just rewinds after the credits and you're forced to make the choice again. And lastly, as an epilogue, Catwoman goes back to her apartment.
Well, that was an anticlimactic way to end her story.
Well, Two-Face did rig her place to explode, but cats have 9 lives, so take that. After Batman defeated the Penguin, Two-Face took over the museum, so she goes there, defeats Two-Face, and he reveals that he spread her belongings all over the city. Let's hear it for random padding. So after you beat the main campaign, you can switch to and play as Catwoman whenever. Man, I wish I was fun. I hate her traversal. She uses her whip to grapple, but she has to climb, and you have to press these at the right time, and I can never get the timing right. I'm only ever too early or too late, and it's so annoying. I appreciate the idea of giving you another character to play as, but man, I wish she was more fun to play as. Well, on the positive side, let's talk about the boss fights. There are only a few, but they are some of the best in the series. First off is Solomon Grundy. You have to destroy these generators to weaken Grundy. It's a fun fight where you run around, quick-fire explosive gel on these generators, then you beat the hell out of him. He keeps regenerating, and there's some quick time events that, while are a tad lame game, gameplay wise, they're a cool spectacle. And man, the final beatdown on Grundy is awesome. Then after beating him, Penguin starts firing rockets at you, so you just run over to him and beat him up. Not the most exciting boss, but I still greatly enjoy it. Next up is Ra's al Ghul, which is so good. You fight him in a weird wasteland where you have to fight a bunch of clay soldiers, with one of them being Ra's. After narrowing Ra's out, he does this, and you have to quickfire electrical charges at him when there's an opening. Dodging the blades and timing the blasts are so fun. Then he pops out of the ground and you have to rapidly counter his attacks, and it occasionally cuts back to the real world, and it's just so badass. Then a bunch of soldiers pop out of the ground, all with counter markers, and you gotta spam the counter button to counter them all. This fight is an awesome spectacle with really fun gameplay and visuals. It always stuck out to me. Then we have Mr. Freeze, who, you have to approach his encounter like a predator section using stealth to attack him, but each attack you use, he integrates a countermeasure so you can't use that strategy again. When you've played this game so many times, it's a quick fight, but man, the first time around, it's so cool scanning the environment, trying to find new ways to attack him. Then there's Joker, where you have to fight him alongside a bunch of thugs. This is like the ultimate test of your combat abilities, having to fend off like every type of enemy in quick succession. It's a really fun fight that feels so good to beat. You can maybe count Hugo Strange as a boss, but all you have to do is stealthily take out some guards. But the actual final boss is Clayface, who is big monster to end the game on. It's not a hard fight, just dodge and throw ice grenades at him. Occasionally you'll pull Raz's sword and slice him up, which is pretty cool. The second part of the fight happens down in the Lazarus pit, where you slice up Clay goons with a sword, then throw ice at Clayface when he gets up. As I said, it's an easy fight, but a fun one to end the game on. The bosses here are way better than the bosses in Asylum. I adore every single one of these fights. I won't defend them to the grave and be like,
the Solomon Grundy fight in Arkham City is one of the best fights in gaming history.
But man, are these fights fun. Well, past that, there isn't a whole lot to Arkham City. There are a bunch of side quests, but I never really bothered dabbling in them. Challenge mode is here again and really damn cool. Not only can you play as Batman, but you can also play as Catwoman, Robin, and Nightwing. They all play a tad differently, so it's a fun way to add some spice to challenge mode. Other than that, it's the same song and dance as Asylum. Character trophies, concept art, character bios, the works.
Arkham City is a sequel to Arkham Asylum, and a damn good one at that. So much so, I consider this the peak of Batman Arkham.
While the two following games were great in their own rights, Origins wasn't a step forward, and I do have more issues with Night than I do with City. City just nailed pretty much everything. A fantastic story, great gameplay, combat, exploration, collectibles, side content. It really was more proof that Rocksteady knew how to make a Batman game. As I said, Origins and Night are great, but I find City to be the most consistently good game in the series.
Arkham City will always hold a special place in my heart, regardless of how bad this box art is. Like, what the hell am I even looking at? And considering that I see it as the peak of Batman Arkham and it's only the second game in the series, that means it's only downhill from here. Poor me.
After the critical and commercial success of Batman Arkham City, Rocksteady began development of the next Arkham game. However, this time the scope was bigger than ever, and it was clear the game needed some more time to make it extra special. So while Rocksteady chipped away at the final Arkham game, Warner Bros. Montreal created Batman Arkham Origins. At launch, the game received a notable amount of criticism due to its lack of innovation and other issues. But now, over a decade later, the popular opinion of the game is that it's underrated. But ever since I first played the game in winter of 2022, I've been wondering to myself, is Batman Arkham Origins actually underrated?
Here we've reached the black sheep of this franchise. While these days most people like this one, back when it released, this game really took in a beating.
I guess it's the new Arkham game, people expected more. And while, yes, it isn't a huge step up from City, I still think it's pretty damn good. But enough yammering, it's time to dive into the story. The story is set on Christmas Eve during Bruce's second year as Batman, making this a less experienced, younger, angrier Bruce. You can tell from the stubble. The opening cutscene is awesome, as we see news clips of a ruder Bruce Wayne.
You can't expect me to believe that Gotham's most eligible bachelor is spending another Christmas alone.
You
just ran out of time.
And Commissioner Gordon, not yet a commissioner at this point, denying the existence of Batman. Bruce then hears of a breakout at Blackgate Prison, led by Roman Sionis, also known as Black Mask. So naturally, Bruce suits up and heads out, ignoring Alfred. Batman arrives and works his way through Blackgate to rescue Commissioner Loeb. He's too late though, as Roman and his crew lock Loeb in a gas chamber, but not before Loeb reveals he's been doing favors for Roman, establishing the corruption of the GCPD at this point in time.
Corrupt police? Who could have seen that coming?
Batman continues to chase after Roman and makes it outside where he takes on Killer Croc. After defeating him, Croc reveals that Roman has hired assassins to kill Batman, and then Batman escapes from the GCPD. Bruce heads back to the Batcave and checks out a hard drive he stole from a drone, which proves what Croc said true. Roman hired a bunch of assassins to take out Batman. Looking to catch Roman, Batman heads out in search of Penguin since he's been tracking Roman. After interrogating some of his goons, Batman heads to the Penguin's hideout, which is aboard a boat called the Final Offer. Batman works his way through the boat before coming face to face with another assassin, the Electrocutioner, and Batman takes him out in a single kick. Following that, Batman continues his way through the ship, making his way to Penguin's office, and once inside, he interrogates Penguin, who tells him there was a murder at Lacey Towers. During the interrogation though, he's interrupted by another assassin, Deathstroke. After defeating him, Batman heads to Lacey Towers, and Alfred says there are reports that Roman is dead. There, he analyzes the crime scene and figures out what happened, but he needs to check the National Criminal Database in order to figure out who all was involved. So he heads to the GCPD and goes to the server room where he meets Barbara Gordon for the first time. She tells him that he can hack into the server remotely down in the sewers, so he heads there next. While leaving the GCPD building, he runs into Gordon and they have a really great moment together.
Listen, I'm on your side.
My side? My side works within the law. My side doesn't leave suspects with broken bones and missing teeth. We've earned Gotham's respect.
If that were true, I wouldn't believe you.
Batman then takes out some more officers and escapes the building. After hacking down there, he's able to figure out what happened at Lacey Towers. Roman sent his girl there where she was attacked. He then sent a decoy since he knew someone was waiting for him there, and while the decoy distracted the shooter, Roman tried to get the jump on him. Roman was unsuccessful though and was taken by the shooter, also being forced to shoot his own girl. Now, who could the shooter be? Well, he goes by
the Joker.
Oh my gosh! The Joker! He's from that one 2019 film. The really depressing one? The one that shows the dark side of humanity? Stuber.
Batman then heads to Gotham Merchants Bank, which Roman owns. Inside the vault, Batman finally comes face to face with Black Mask, who then reveals the real Black Mask and beats him before revealing his true face. It turns out Roman did hire assassins, but Joker took over the operation. Joker escapes with a bunch of money and Roman and tries to blow up Batman, which of course fails. Batman then deals with Joker's thugs, and one of them tells him that Joker's taken over Roman's steel mill. Alfred tries to get Batman to retire for the night and let the GCPD handle it, but Batman of course refuses. Inside the steel mill, Batman finds Roman and is then attacked by another assassin, Copperhead, who poisons him. This leads to some hallucinations of Batman being shunned by Alfred and some victims from that night, which is great character building for him. Batman takes on Copperhead and gets a cure and defeats her, and then he heads to the Gotham Royal Hotel, where Joker is currently stationed. Batman climbs his way up the tower and comes face to face with Bane and the Joker, who blows up a damn building. Batman tries to attack Joker, but Bane stops him and gets into a fight with him. Of course, Batman ultimately wins and Bane escapes, but not before Batman can stick a tracker on him. Bane then fires a rocket at Joker, which knocks him off the building, and Batman dives to rescue him. Joker is so confused by Batman's actions, and he kills his own men, then turns the gun on himself, which Batman saves him from as well. The GCPD then shows up and Batman escapes, leaving the Joker in their hands. Even the police don't understand why Batman saved Joker, and they think Batman is working with him.
Where'd he go? Huh? The Bat! The partner! My partner? Who else would jump off a building to save your sorry ass? You know, officer.
I was wondering the same thing myself.
At Blackgate, Joker meets Harleen Quinzel, who does a psychological evaluation on him. Joker then has a mental episode as he gains an obsession with Batman. Joker tells Harleen he's met someone he understands, he relates to, and of course Harleen thinks it's about herself as her relationship with the Joker also blossoms. Meanwhile, Batman heads back to the Batcave to track Bane as he has visions himself. After connecting back to reality, Alfred wants Bruce to finally retire for the night, but Batman still wants to catch Bane. Alfred still tries to knock some sense into Bruce, but Bruce still won't have it. As Bruce tries to leave, Alfred has an amazing moment with Bruce where he once again tries to get Bruce to stay, but the less experienced, hot-headed Bruce still won't hear any of it. Batman heads to the GCPD morgue to check the body that may be connected with Bane. The body is connected to Titan, the chemical formula from Asylum that was the whole catalyst for the story.
Because of course it had to be mentioned. I mean, this is a prequel, you know.
And Batman then makes his way to Bane's hideout where he discovers the Titan. But then, oh no, another assassin, Firefly, is attacking a bridge. So Batman goes there to stop him. Batman runs into Gordon and warns Gordon to not send any cops since Firefly will blow up the bridge if Gordon does. Batman then takes on Firefly, taking down yet another assassin. Batman and Gordon have a short moment together where Gordon starts to show some respect for Batman. Batman then heads back to the Batcave and tries to talk to Alfred, but Bane broke in and hurt Alfred. Batman finds Alfred and has a great heart-to-heart with him. Bruce feels ashamed for letting everything that happened that night happen. Alfred once again encourages Bruce to work with Gordon, and with Joker starting a riot at Blackgate, Batman heads there to assist Gordon. Batman makes his way through the prison once again, and in the central chamber, Joker has the warden captured, and Joker highlights how much bad he's done that night. Joker then decides to push Batman to his limits by trying to force him to kill. Either Batman kills Bane, or Batman doesn't kill Bane, which powers an electric chair to kill Joker. So Batman fights Bane once again, and Gordon shows up, saving Warden Joseph. Joker then holds Jim to put his life on the line as well, and Batman comes up with a plan to overcome Joker's challenge. Batman temporarily stops Bane's heart so the chair won't go off, and Joker then turns his gun on the Warden, but Gordon takes a bullet for him. Joker then runs off to cause more anarchy, and Batman tries to team up with Gordon. Gordon shames Batman for killing Bane, but Batman revealed he didn't actually kill him, and then Gordon decides to help. Batman revives Bane, who then takes some Titan, and Batman has to stop him again. After doing so, Batman then chases after Joker with Gordon's help and comes face to face with him in the chapel. Batman then reveals that he didn't actually kill Bane and then gives Joker a beating. Joker still tries to get Batman to relate to him, but Batman still isn't a fool and finally knocking him out. Batman then reunites with Gordon, who once again wants to arrest Batman, but he escapes into the night once again. Other officers are curious how Gordon caught Joker, which Gordon admits he had help. Gordon then has a monologue where he reflects on how maybe Batman is a good thing for Gotham.
That took a minute.
I love the story of Arkham Origins so damn much. It's such a good one. Being a prequel, there's a lot this has to set up, and it does a wonderful job. I love how distant Bruce is at the start, still so adamant on working alone against the police, and as the game goes on, working with them more. Seeing Batman's relationship with Gordon, Barbara, and Joker blossom is fascinating. I love the scenes of Batman and Gordon together. You can tell regardless of how much shit Gordon talked on Batman, Batman never held anything against Gordon. And of course, watching them team up to stop Joker in the end was beautiful. It was also cool seeing Barbara and how she always liked Batman and helped him from a very early point. And of course, Batman and the Joker. Seeing Joker's obsession with Batman begin was fascinating. The part where you dive into his psyche and you hear how he's baffled by Batman's actions and started to relate to him is so good. And literally anything he said in the chapel. And of course, Alfred. That moment right before Bruce leaves to go to the morgue, it's another one of my all-time favorite Batman moments.
Master Bruce, stop! Master Bruce, Bruce, I will not in good conscience allow you to go. You're outmatched by these assassins.
What?
You're not some hardened vigilante. You're a young man with a trust fund and too much anger. You're in over your head, and I don't want this to be your end.
The way Bruce refused to stand down until the job was done was such great characterization for him. And even when he briefly gave up, it didn't feel out of character. It was a moment where he realized by doing this, he puts Alfred in danger and even the rest of the people he works with, which we'll of course see expanded upon in the next game. Overall, I love Origins story so much. Some criticize it for quote-unquote jumping around so much, but I think that's a bit of a silly criticism. Sure, the game starts with the premise that Black Mask hired assassins to kill Batman, but it sticks with that story for most of the game. Batman tries to take down Roman while facing other assassins. Of course, Joker takes over the operation and still has the assassins go after Batman, but it all changes after the hotel. Prior to the hotel, Joker wanted Batman dead, but after realizing how weird Batman's morals are, he grew a fascination with Batman and didn't want to kill him, but rather mess with him. And even then, Firefly still goes after Batman. It's not like the assassins disappear. Joker's relationship with Batman just changes. And speaking of Batman and Joker changing, you can't talk about Origins without bringing up the new's voice actors. Since this was a prequel, they wanted to cast younger sounding actors to portray these younger takes on these characters. So bring in Roger Craig Smith as Batman and Troy Baker as the Joker. Prior to this, Roger Craig Smith played Ezio Auditore in Assassin's Creed and Chris Redfield in Resident Evil 6, so it's about time he was in a good game. As the younger Batman, I think he does a good job. You can occasionally hear a bit of Conroy in his his voice, but it's a little different for the most part, which I really like. He does sound like a younger, less experienced, angrier Batman, which is exactly what he's supposed to sound like. And he has some absolutely incredible moments, like this moment with Alfred.
Alfred, who do you see when you look at me? The boy whose shoes you used to tie every morning? The teenager you drove to his first date? While you are here every night, I am out there. The only thing between the innocent and the predatory. No, not maybe. I am. When the mugger or the thief stops to think twice, that is fear. That is what I am. That is why they hired assassins, because I am the reason the criminals breathe easier when the sun rises. So no, Alfred, I am not in over my head. Tonight will not be my end, but it will be theirs.
Overall, I think he did a good job in this one. And then there's Troy Baker as the Joker, taking over the role from Mark Hamill, and Troy does an incredible job in the role. He does a really good job invoking the same vibe Hamill does without just doing an impression of him. Sometimes he gets so close to sounding like Hamill, it's scary. Troy has a ton of experience. He played Batman in the LEGO games and direct-to-video movies, and he played Robin and Two-Face in Arkham City. He absolutely knocked it out of the park with Joker here, as did Roger as Batman. Sure, they may not be on par with Conroy and Hamill, but let's be real, nobody is, and that doesn't mean these two are bad. Well, with the story out of the way, before I dive into gameplay, a little recount of my personal history. I bought this game in November of 2022, but I didn't let myself start it until I finished everything I wanted to accomplish that year, and I finished that stuff on December 22nd, so that night I popped in the game, and over the next 2 days I made my way through it and I fell in love. I absolutely adored the experience, and playing it on the days building up to Christmas was so perfect. It just created an atmosphere like no other, and I look back at my first playthrough of this game with so much fondness. And almost 2 years later, my opinion of this game hasn't changed a bit. It's still incredible. Gameplay wise, it's literally Arkham City again. It feels just like Arkham City, but in what world is that a bad thing? This game doesn't evolve a whole lot from City. You have many of the same mechanics, gadgets, combat, and predator scenarios. It feels like another Arkham City, and that is why this game was so criticized at launch. City was a huge step up from Asylum, yet Origins was on par with City. It wouldn't be until Arkham Knight that City was upped, and so I do kind of understand why Origin received some flack at release. It wasn't the big next step for the series. But considering it was a prequel developed by a different studio, I think it was unfair to expect it to be. This was a stopgap game, a game to fill in the 4-year gap between City and Night. And so while yes, it didn't massively improve on City, so it's still a damn good game in its own right. It plays like City, and City plays like Raising Cane's chicken tenders.
Which is to say, fucking amazing.
It's another guided Metroidvania with Batman traversing Gotham City stopping more iconic foes. This time around, the open world is a bit more open. It doesn't have the awkward horseshoe shape of City's world. The only kind of tedious thing is going from one island to another. You have to cross this bridge, which can be a bit tedious, but you only end up having to do this a few times throughout the game. We're now in normal Gotham City, and to explain the lack of normal citizens out and about, the opening mentions a weather storm.
Police and emergency services are urging Gotham residents to stay off the roads and in their homes tonight in light of the severe winter storm warning.
Which, sure, that's the reason for everyone to be inside. It is cool to now explore a more normal Gotham City. The combat of course returns from City and is still good. Counter and hit, what more is there to say? Predator sections as well, nothing really to add. So I guess it's time to talk about the bosses, which are incredible here. First off is Killer Croc, who's pretty simple. Dodge his attacks, stun him, and perform a beatdown. Rinse and repeat. Electrocutioner is of course hilariously easy. He acts really badass in the cutscene, but of course the fight itself ends with a single hit. It's a ton of fun the first time you fight him. You expect a tough fight against this electrical based enemy, but he just goes down in a single hit. Then there's Deathstroke, who is probably the best boss in the whole series. He puts up a tough fight that requires you to counter a lot. You can really only get hits in on him after countering, but if you counter too early, he'll hit you. He occasionally also leaps at you from the air and you have to rapidly counter, followed by you finally giving him a beatdown. Halfway through you knock off his mask, which means shit gets serious. He'll occasionally
occasionally use a tool to attach gas tanks to you, you have to counter to throw them back at him. As the fight goes on, you break his staff and he switches to using a sword, which is even harder to counter. It's just such a badass fight that's super cinematic and feels so good to properly complete. Copperheads takes place when you're poisoned, so you're trying to synthesize a cure while the visions are going on. The fight itself is similar to, say, Ra's al Ghul's fight from City, where she spawns clones and you have to find the real one. Towards the end of the fight, Alfred sends the cure, Batman takes it, and is then easily able to conquer Copperhead. Then the first Bane fight, which is similar to Croc's. Dodge them beatdown. He starts each part with his venom activated, so you have to do the beatdown to deactivate his venom. Then Batman pulls at the tubes and is able to actually deal damage to him. The fight starts inside, but after defeating his first phase, the fight moves to a balcony. It continues with Bane now charging at Batman for a bit before devolving back down into the stun and beatdown. It can be a pretty tough fight, especially once goons join the fun. Firefly is pretty decent. You throw glue grenades and batarangs at him to do damage while dodging his fire blasts. Occasionally he gets low enough to grapple him and pull him towards you to get a good hit on him. Just repeat a few times and he's down. A rematch against Bane and Blackgate, which is literally the same as the hotel fight, but then the final boss is Titan Bane, who's a bit like Mr. Freeze in Arkham City. You have to take it from a stealth approach and get the jump on him. It follows the series tradition of final boss equals big, but it's definitely the best final boss of the series so far. Origins easily has the best fights of the entire series. The worst fight here is pretty good, and the best fight here is the best in the series. But there are of course other bosses you can face, a part of the game's many side quests. There are a bunch here: Riddler data boxes replacing trophies, Penguin's weapon stashes, and catching the other assassins. Like per usual, I don't really go after these since there isn't much incentive to, but it's always cool to have them. Besides that, there's of course challenge mode as always, but I'd consider this one to be a downgrade from Cities. Cities let you play as 4 different characters, with this only allowing you to play as Batman, which is kinda lame in comparison. Arkham Origins is an excellent game, and an excellent Arkham game.
But that doesn't do any damage to my thoughts of the rest of this game, which is that it is sublime.
Sure, it's not a big step up from City, but I'd argue it's pretty much on par with City. It has a sublime story, excellent gameplay, and great bosses, everything that made City great. If you were to look at this as the next big Arkham game, it falls flat. But if you view it at what it is, a prequel meant to fill the gap between 2 of the main games, it's not hard to appreciate this game.
I love this game, but it's time to circle back to the question I asked a while ago. Is Batman Arkham Origins actually underrated? To which I say, no.
Now maybe at launch I'd consider this game underrated, but in the current day, I wouldn't consider this game underrated as everyone likes to say it is. And that's the main thing I want to reiterate. Everyone says Origins is underrated, but everyone seems to agree that while it's not a step forward from City, it's nowhere near being a bad game. And if everyone, or at least most people, share that opinion, I wouldn't consider the game underrated. And it's hard to find someone who actively dislikes Origins, but it's not hard to find someone who simply likes it. Because of that, I roll my eyes a bit when people say Origins is underrated. Maybe back then it was, but these days, it's a beloved entry in the series. Sure, it may not be up to snuff with others in many ways, but it's still an absolutely sublime game, and could quite possibly be my favorite game in the series.
And with that, I have one more Arkham game to look at: Arkham Knight, which interestingly enough I've never played before. So tune in next time where I'll be playing Arkham Knight for the first time. I wonder if I'll like it.
By 2015, the Batman Arkham series had already cemented itself as the greatest series of superhero games, and with the 4th installment releasing in 2015 for the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, the series would once again push the boundaries on what superhero games could be.
Batman Arkham Knight was released 9 years ago in 2015, and still to this day is considered one of the greatest superhero games of all time. But I've never played it before, so it's about time I changed that.
Welcome back to Batman Arkham, where today I'll finally be playing Batman Arkham Knight. As I mentioned, this game released in 2015 and is currently the latest entry in the core Arkham series. There have of course been some VR spin-offs and this thing released since then, but when it comes to your traditional no-nonsense Arkham games, this is still the newest one.
And to round out Arkham-thon, it's about time I play this, and it's gonna be the second time I get to use my PS5 this year.
As always, let's dive right into the story. The game begins with the cremation of the Joker.
Good to see we're already milking him again.
After that, we have a fiery title card where Commissioner Gordon proclaims that this is how the Batman dies. Fast forward to Halloween Eve in Gotham, and a voiceover from Gordon talks about how ever since the Joker died, crime had pretty much stopped in Gotham. A cop heads to a local diner, and inside, he tends to a complaint of a patron smoking. When he tries to tell the patron to stop, the patron turns around revealing he's a Scarecrow goon. All of a sudden, the cop has a hallucination and fires away at the crowd before blacking out. Scarecrow broadcasts to the city that he's gonna gas Gotham, forcing a mass evacuation of the city. The next night, all there was left in Gotham was cops, criminals, and the Batman. Batman meets with Gordon where they briefly converse about the night ahead. Also, important for later, Gordon thinks Barbara left the city, but he doesn't know she stayed behind to help Batman. Batman then goes to save a random officer, and after doing so, he chases after a military vehicle in the Batmobile. Batman catches the driver and interrogates him, and the driver tells Batman that Scarecrow is working out of a penthouse. So Batman goes there and rescues Poison Ivy. After taking out some militia tanks, Batman takes Poison Ivy to the GCPD headquarters to lock her up. Batman then heads out and pinpoints Scarecrow's location to Ace Chemicals. As Batman starts to enter the compound, he runs into a weird face who wants vengeance. Oracle is able to figure out that the militia works for the mysterious figure, and the mysterious figure goes by the Arkham Knight. Batman then infiltrates the compound, saving workers to get codes to get inside. Once inside, Batman comes face to face with Scarecrow, who basically tells him that they're capturing Barbara, and a quick communication with Barbara proves that to be true. Scarecrow also rigs the building to blow up and spread his chemicals all over Gotham, and Batman works to lower the blast range. As Batman is moving things, he turns around and comes face to face with the Joker, who shoots him in the head. Cut to a brief flashback where Gordon visits an abandoned movie studio where a bunch of Joker wannabes are locked up. Batman tells him that when the Joker sent his blood to hospitals across Gotham during the events of Arkham City, the blood actually ended up getting injected into some people. This ended up affecting them and making them think they're the Joker. There's one who was infected but showed immunity to the blood, and Jim also realizes there's one empty cell, which belongs to Batman. Since, remember, Joker put his blood in Batman. Batman then regains consciousness and sees the Joker taunting him. Batman escapes from Ace, and once out, he meets up with Gordon where he reveals that Barbara didn't leave the city and has been taken by Scarecrow. So they head to the clock tower, and once inside, Batman has a hallucination where he sees when Barbara became Oracle. The story goes that when Barbara was Batgirl, Joker paid her a visit and shot her in the chest, crippling her. In some interpretations, he unfortunately also did worse, but regardless, this event crippled her, making it impossible for her to continue as Batgirl. So she became Oracle and helped Batman from a distance. Batman then reconnects with reality inside the clock tower, and once Gordon shows up, Batman reveals Barbara has been working for him. This naturally pisses off Gordon, and he storms off, now resenting Batman. Batman then tracks where they took Barbara, seeing she was taken by the Arkham Knight. He follows the Knight's trail to a hidden base, and inside, Batman runs into the Knight and chases his tank. He catches the tank but realizes that the Knight used a voice modulator to trick him. A soldier tells Batman he's gone to see Penguin, so Batman heads to see the Birdman. Batman meets Nightwing, who's already been working on tracking Penguin, and with Nightwing's help, Batman finds and interrogates Penguin, who reveals that Scarecrow is working with Simon Stagg. Batman infiltrates and works his way through Simon Stagg's airship, where he learns that Stagg has been working on a machine to flood Gotham with Scarecrow's fear toxin. Batman then comes face to face with Scarecrow again, who sprays him with his toxin, which causes Joker to briefly take over Bruce, and Batman hallucinates himself shooting Scarecrow dead. As I mentioned, this was a hallucination, and Scarecrow escapes with the machine. Scarecrow then reveals he has Barbara trapped in his penthouse, so Batman heads there and sees Barbara shoot herself. While distraught about her death, Batman quickly picks himself up and heads to the GCPD to get Ivy to help him stop the cloudburst, since he learns she was immune to Scarecrow's toxin at the beginning of the game. Ivy has Batman awaken an ancient tree to stop the cloudburst, and after doing so, Batman uploads information about the Arkham Knight's militia to the movie studio. In the studio, Alfred breaks down that the militia has radar towers, blocking them from seeing where the cloudburst is. He also talks with Tim, who's busy working on curing the new Jokers. Batman takes out the militia's equipment, then heads to the clock tower to see if they can now find the cloudburst. Batman then hears that the movie studio is under attack by Harley, who wants to free the new Jokers. Batman heads to the studio and works with Tim to take down and save the new Jokers, and while going from area to area in the studio, Batman sees flashback of Joker torturing Jason Todd. Now in the comics, Jason was another Robin who was kidnapped and tortured by Joker. Batman thought Joker killed him, but Jason survived and took the mantle of Red Hood.
Wow. And knowing all that, I wonder who the Arkham Knight is.
After stopping Harley, Tim and Batman head to the main room where they find all the Jokers dead, killed by the one who seemed immune. He then kills himself, and Tim discovers that Bruce is the last Joker. Batman then seemingly locks himself away, but this was another hallucination, as in reality, he locked Tim in the cell. Batman heads out and Scarecrow unleashes the cloudburst on Gotham, and Batman works to help keep Ivy's plants alive, and he finds, takes on, and destroys the cloudburster. He tries to confront the Arkham Knight, but he gets away, so Batman then heads to Ivy, who dies in his arms, but her life essence goes to her plants, which helps purify Gotham from the cloudburst. Batman then heads to the GCPD to decipher a transmission, which ends up being from Gordon. Batman tracks it to the Arkham Knight's headquarters, where he fights him in this really stupid fucking machine. After destroying the machine, Batman finds and rescues Gordon before coming face to face with the Knight again, who then reveals himself to be Jason Todd.
Because we really didn't see that coming.
Cut to a brief Predator section with Batman taking on Jason, and he ultimately escapes again. Batman then heads to the roof with Gordon, and they have a moment where they rekindle their relationship. But then it doesn't matter, as when they come face to face with Scarecrow, Jim turns the gun on Batman. Scarecrow worked out a deal with Jim where he'd free Barbara if Jim betrayed Batman. Jim shoots Batman off the building, and Scarecrow pushes Barbara off as well. But Batman saves her, as Jim intentionally shot Batman in his armored chest. After taking on the militia again, Batman takes Barbara back to the GCPD where she sets up camp. Batman heads to the clock tower to stop Scarecrow from stealing information, then he heads back to the GCPD, which is ambushed by the militia. Batman fends them off and then heads to the movie studio, where he sees that Tim has been taken by Scarecrow as well. Scarecrow tells Batman to head to a storage depot where he will reveal his identity, so Batman heads there and gets in a truck to be taken to Scarecrow. On the way there, he has a hallucination where the truck crashes into Crime Alley, and he takes on a horde of Jokers. Batman connects back to reality where the truck takes him to Arkham Asylum, and there, Scarecrow straps him up to the same dolly Joker was at the beginning of Asylum and takes him to where Jim and Tim are being held. Scarecrow has Jim remove Batman's cowl, as Scarecrow reveals Bruce's face to the whole city. Scarecrow then injects Bruce with more fear toxin, and Bruce falls into another hallucination where he's now the Joker, wanting to be killed by other villains. A Joker mobile comes in and destroys the place, and the game then turns into a third-person shooter as Joker goes around and kills the other villains. Then back in reality, Scarecrow still tries to taunt Bruce, but the Joker side of him responds. Scarecrow injects him with more fear toxin, further cementing Joker's control of Bruce, and Joker then goes through a first-person section where he sees everything about him crumbling. His small, neglected gravestone, nobody at his funeral, a radio show not knowing who the Joker is, and in a foggy area, a bunch of Batman statues randomly appear, with one containing an actual Batman. Joker then comes face to face with a cell that contains Batman, and you take control of Batman again, beating Joker into the cage, symbolizing how Bruce is locking the Joker away in his mind. Back in reality, Bruce regains control and shows no fear, even with a gun pointed at his head. Bruce is then saved by Jason, and Bruce grabs Scarecrow, injecting him with his own toxin. Scarecrow then freaks out and Jim takes him out, and Batman then has one final heart-to-heart with Jim before heading back into the night. Now, the main story ends here as you defeat Scarecrow, but the true ending doesn't come until you've completed enough side quests. I'll go more in depth on this later, but once you've completed at least 7 side quests, Bruce can retire for the night. He heads back to Wayne Manor with a massive crowd outside, and after entering the manor, seconds later it explodes, seemingly killing him and Alfred. A special post-credit scene unlocked after 100%ing the game provides a bit of an epilogue as well. Tim and Barbara are getting married, and a familiar scenario of a rich family with a child is seen entering an alleyway. Criminals try to mug them, but they see a familiar silhouette on top of a nearby building. They act tough, claiming they aren't scared because Batman is dead, but then... it seems to be implied that Bruce survived and now uses Scarecrow's fear gas against criminals, and that concludes Batman Arkham Knight.
Huh.
The story of Arkham Knight is pretty damn good. It's longer and deeper than any other story in the series, and there's a lot to go through. But overall, I like it a lot. Scarecrow was a good choice for a villain, and he definitely felt like a threat in this game. While the Arkham Knight was a cool concept, early on it was way too obvious that it was just Jason. The moment the Knight starts revealing he knows all about Batman, it's so obvious that it's him. And after he reveals himself, he just kinda disappears. He of course briefly shows up towards the end to save Bruce, and he got a DLC expansion, but in the main game, he has that small appearance, then disappears for the rest of the game. I like how this time around, we see a lot more of Batman working with others. Tim, Barbara, Gordon, Dick. As I mentioned in Origins, that game started dabbling with the concept of Bruce putting everyone he works with in danger, and we see that expanded upon a ton here. Barbara, Jim, and Tim are all taken by Scarecrow at some point, and also Joker of course crippled Barbara and seemingly killed Jason. And speaking of the Joker, his consciousness being so prominent was definitely somewhat controversial. People were tired of the Joker being the main star of the show, but I felt like he was handled well here. He exists in Batman's psyche and Batman's psyche alone. It's fun to see him constantly react to everything going on, and it leads to some awesome moments when Bruce starts hallucinating. And the final segment where you take control of Joker as he battles for relevancy in Batman's mind is brilliant. I like Joker's inclusion here, as I felt it was a great follow-up to City and a great resolution to him and Bruce's relationship in this series. What I didn't like though was the whole Harley section at the movie studio. I like the whole whole new Joker's idea, but when Harley showed up and hijacked the game for an hour, I was so annoyed. It was a tad cool as you explore various movie genre sets. There's a fun little stealth section with a song, but overall, it's a total pace breaker and ends up feeling like padding, which is my main criticism with the story here. Now, the prior Arkham games weren't innocent from their own issues with padding, but it's especially bad here. Things like the whole movie studio segment and many Batmobile segments, which I'll elaborate on later, but many of them just drag on and feel unnecessary. After the Scarecrow unleashes the Cloudburster, the Batmobile takes some damage, so you have to go all the way back to Simon Stagg's airship to get this thing to repair it. There was just numerous points of unnecessary padding that added nothing, and I feel like the game would have been better without. And of course, a huge catalyst for that padding was the Batmobile, one of the most love it or hate it parts of Arkham Knight. Conceptually, ripping through Gotham in the Batmobile is an awesome idea, and in execution, it's not bad. Driving the Batmobile is actually really fun. It's smooth and fast, not many things get in your way as you pretty much bash through everything. The issues with the Batmobile come from the combat sections with it. It starts off fine enough with simple enemy tanks that just require you to shoot once, but man, these encounters get old quick. They're not hard, it's just strafing around, avoiding their lines of fire and firing at them, but my god, they get tedious. During the assault on the GCPD, you have to destroy 60 of these. 60! But that's just the standard tanks, because when you get to the Cobra tanks, ugh! The Cobra tanks require you to sneak up behind them and wait for this reticle to fully fill up, and it feels like it takes forever. And you also have to hope it doesn't turn around and spot you, because if it does, you have to reapproach it from behind. It's so tedious and boring and so overused. At many points, Alfred would just be like, "Sir, they're deploying more Cobra tanks," and I'm just like,
you know what? Fuck this. Gotham can fend for itself.
The combat sections with the Batmobile really hindered my enjoyment of these sections. Not only are they incredibly tedious and unfun, but they're also so unnecessary. It truly does feel like padding for the sake of padding, because this game would be no worse if it was shorter and didn't have these segments. As a matter of fact, it would be better. And then there's the Cloudburster battle. Oh my god. It starts off with you having to destroy a bunch of Cobra tanks, which is my favorite thing in the world. Then you have to sneak up on it multiple times, each time hitting a different part of the cannon. But after you hit it, you have to fall back as it chases you. And while this chase is fine the first time, you end up doing it multiple times and it gets so redundant and tedious. And once you destroy the cannon, oh my god, focus all firepower on that damn thing to destroy it once and for all. It's such a tedious and unfun fight, man. And speaking of unfun fights in the Batmobile, how about destroying the Arkham Knight? What the fuck is that? This dude really just has a giant fucking drill. What the actual hell? After raiding his base, you end up in a tunnel construction area where the Arkham Knight chases you in this... I don't even know what you call this. But he chases you and you have to drive through these side tunnels avoiding all of these obstacles, and my god, is this part hard. Avoiding everything is so stupidly difficult. It requires precise control of the Batmobile, which can be hard to get at times. But if you finish each section, you'll jump from this vantage point and the Knight's tank will conveniently hit bombs planted on the side of these tunnels. What kind of construction area places bombs at tunnel exits? Everything about this fight is so stupid and so hard to take seriously. Jason reveals his identity in the next scene, but it's so hard to take seriously considering he was just driving this. I've been so negative about the Batmobile, which is a shame because I think driving it was fun and I like its inclusion. It's cool to be able to drive it in an open world Batman game. There are some sections that use it in very creative ways, but unfortunately at the same time, so much of its playtime is used doing the same unfun things over and over again. I don't hate the Batmobile per se, I more so hate how it was used in most of the game. When it's used as a mode of transportation or puzzle solving, it's great. When it's used as a combat section for padding, it's infuriating. Overall, I like it, but it is flawed beyond belief. But still, I'm glad it's here as it added some extra flavor. But honestly, considering how the gameplay has changed, I don't think it was crazy necessary. With the leap to a new console generation, Arkham Knight took full advantage of it. The free flow combat this time around is on a whole new level. It's so free, it's so wavy, it's so alive. It's like you took the combat from the first few games and poured hot butter on it. and I mean that in a positive way. Pouring hot butter on something sounds like a bad thing. God, that was a stupid thing for me to say, but the combat just feels so alive. It truly does peak in this game. But one thing, I did find some frustrations, mainly with how this game locks you onto enemies. Some enemies have little quirks that make attacking them harder. The medics have this ability to revive enemies you've already knocked out, which is a cool concept, and it added their difficulty. Some enemies can charge them up with electricity, and if you hit them, they'll shock you. You have to use your bat claw on them to defuse the electricity, but so many times I try to use the claw on them, but it targets another enemy. But then when I try to actually hit an enemy, it targets a shocked medic. I've found things like this happening a lot in larger battles. All the enemies get in each other's way, and it can feel unfair at points. But looking past that, the combat here is so fun. Predator sections are also back, of course, and they're mostly the same. There are some cool ideas, like many areas have entrances to vents towards the ceiling that'll take you down to underfloor gates. And also, fear multi-takedowns. You can take down a whole group of enemies in quick succession with this move, which is really damn cool. The combat and Predator sections are great upgrades here, and it's just so fun in general. Past that, this game is pretty much the same structure as prior games, a guided Metroidvania in an open world with various smaller areas. But one way this game really stands apart is how this game is constantly nudging you to do side quests. At many points in the story, you're given the option to continue the story or do some side quests, and as I mentioned while recounting the story, doing the side quests this time around is very beneficial, as that's how you actually beat the game. The concept is that with all normal civilians out of Gotham, many of Batman's enemies now roam the streets. Most side quest storylines have an enemy attached to it, and you end those quests with catching the perpetrator. Now, one interesting thing is that Arkham Knight doesn't necessarily have boss fights.
And usually, this is the part where I talk about each boss fight, but considering that this game doesn't really have any boss fights, I'm gonna talk about every side quest instead. What the fuck is happening to me?
The Line of Duty. This has you saving a bunch of firemen who have been taken and spread across the city. It's pretty simple, just find each one and complete the combat or predator scenario to rescue them. The Perfect Crime. All throughout Gotham, you find bandaged corpses hung up around the city with a spotlight on them and opera music playing around them. It's genuinely so creepy and unsettling. You use detective mode to scan different parts of each victim to identify them and track down the perpetrator, who is Professor Pig. Cue a fight where you take down his goons and then bring him in. A pretty solid quest line. Riddler's Revenge. This one is just the Riddler trophy quest line. Collect the trophies and solve the riddles to progress, but you can never pay me to do these. Occupy Gotham has you go around taking out the militia watchtowers. I don't think I bother doing any of these. Armored and Dangerous, another militia-based quest line where you go around and stop the militia's arm carriers. Campaign for Disarmament. There's a bunch of mines across the city, detonate them all. Man, these get boring. Creature of the Night. Okay, this one is pretty good. As you're grappling through the city, this happens. After this, you can find Man-Bat flying around each island, and you have to glide into him, knocking him to the ground each time. As the quest goes on, you figure out what happened to him, and the quest line ends with you curing him. Honestly, the best one so far. Gotham on Fire. This sees you chasing down Firefly a handful of times. It's alright. Gunrunner. This has you track and follow Penguin's vans to his hideout. Then you infiltrate and destroy each hideout's weapon caches. Heir to the Cowl. Throughout Gotham, you find Azrael, who's determined to become Batman's successor. You do some AR combat challenges as him where you can't take any damage, and the quest line ends with Batman doing research on Azrael and seeing that he actually wants to kill Batman. A decent questline as well. Two-Face Bandit. Two-Face robs a bunch of banks and you stop each robbery, ending with you ultimately taking him down. Friend in Need. Lucius Fox remains in Gotham to help upgrade the Batmobile, and at one point in the night, Bruce comes to visit him, but it ends up not being Bruce. It's Hush disguised as Bruce. Eventually the real Bruce shows up, shows Hush that Bruce is Batman, then knocks him out. Honestly, this was kinda sorta a waste of Hush. A side quest with him had way more potential that I feel was wasted here. On the roads, clearing out militia vehicles, count me the fuck out, and Lamb to the Slaughter. Jack Ryder has gone missing, so you track him down and stop some weird ceremony he's a part of. It's whatever.
I actually played and talked about the side quests. What is going on with me?
I love how Knight handled the side quests, forcing you to do some in order to actually beat the game, but I appreciate that you only have to do 7. There are 14 in the base game, which means you only have to do half of them and can skip over the other half if you just want to beat the game, like me. But I like these, as these let you face more iconic Batman foes, which the main story does lack. But again, who cares, because you can face them here. And hey, going for 100%, there's so much stuff to do. This game is stacked with content, and I haven't even talked about challenge mode yet. Oh my
god! I stated how I haven't necessarily been a challenge mode guy, but night is the closest I've been to being one. There is so much here. There are 8 playable characters here, which is insane. Batman, Catwoman, Robin, Nightwing, Azrael, Harley, Batgirl, Red Hood, all playable here, which is crazy. There are of course plenty of combat maps and predator maps, giving challenge mode here so much content, and past that you have Batmobile challenges. It's mainly just races, but they're so fun, with tracks based on the 1966 TV series and Tim Burton's films. There is so much to challenge mode here, and I love it so much.
Well, I finally played Batman Arkham Knight, and it's really good.
I think Arkham Knight is objectively the best game in the series. The gameplay here peaks in so many regards, and the amount of content is unmatched by the other games. And while I'll always prefer City and maybe even Origins, Knight is still an absolutely sublime game in so many ways. As frustrated as I could get with the Batmobile sections, everything else around it was so well done, it's easy to forgive. And as the final installment in the mainline Arkham series, it was a really good game to end it on. Yeah, we'll see how that pans out.
And just like that, I've replayed and talked about the 4 main Arkham games. But just because I've done that, doesn't mean I'm finished.
Before I conclude Arkham-thon, I want to spend more time focusing on the legacy of the series, its influence on the genre, the current state of the series, and even some of the insanity it's caused.
Yes, I've talked about the games, but this series is so much more than that. And I want to talk about how one of my favorite game series led to the greatest fucking subreddit on earth.
After The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom released for the Nintendo Switch in May of 2023, I was confident we would have to wait until Nintendo's next system for the next brand new Zelda game. Now, I was of course expecting some Zelda release in 2024, but I was expecting a remaster or a re-release or something other than a new fucking game. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom came out of nowhere and shocked everyone in the June 2024 Nintendo Direct. A new 2D Zelda where you play as the titular princess, releasing in a matter of months, and just 3 months after reveal, The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom came out to pretty good critical reception from fans and critics alike.
This was instantly seen as one of the better Zeldas, with many lauding it as one of, if not the best 2D entry in the series. Can you tell I have something to say about that?
I picked up this game at launch, as any Zelda fan does, and over the next week and a half I journeyed through this brand new quest through Hyrule and had a ton of fun. This is a great game with really fun gameplay mechanics, a solid story, and a bunch of smaller issues that bothered the hell out of me.
I had fun with this game, and overall it's been such a positive experience that my issues with this game stick out so much more. Echoes of Wisdom has issues, and as much as I'd love to praise this game for everything it does right, more than anything, I really feel like I need to get its issues off my chest.
Now, please keep in mind, I love this game. It's good, but it has a ton of issues that I feel need to be refined before we get our next 2D Zelda, so I want to talk about these issues now. Oh, also spoilers for the entire game, oops. The core mechanic, going as far to be a part of the title, are the echoes. Throughout the world, you come across all these pieces of furniture, or enemies, or whatever that you can copy and place on anywhere for the cost of triangles from Try. This system works really well. Each thing has a number of triangles associated with it, so you can't just place an infinite amount of things. You can use multiple tries for one single strong enemy, or spawn a bunch of smaller enemies. If you're trying to build some platforming things, you need to make sure you don't go over your limit. It's a well-made, balanced system. And it also has a bunch of flaws, starting with this menu. Does this remind you of anything? This is very reminiscent of the Arrow Fuse menu from Tears of the Kingdom. This menu was already egregious and hated, but as annoying as it was, I was able to at least accept it as a first attempt at making a menu like this. Hell, it's just like the quick select menus all the weapons used, which all worked perfectly. There was just too much here for it to be as intuitive, but I could shrug it off thinking, hey, if a future Zelda game had a menu as long as this again, they'd probably do something better with it.
And here we are. Alright, time to give this menu the rip it deserves. Why? Having everything in one row is abysmal. It's an absolute chore navigating this menu and trying to find what you need. And the built-in sort features don't help all too much. Last used, most used, last learned by type. In theory this would help, but in practice, only maybe once or twice did this really feel like it helped. So how could this get fixed? Like this? Lay out everything in multiple rows. It'd be way quicker to navigate and see what you're looking for. Plus, it also incentivized me to try different kinds of echoes. With this menu being like this, I would never see any echo I'd barely use, and because of that, I forgot they existed. By having them hide somewhere along this line, I never saw them and never thought to try and use them. And by having the menu like this, I feel like it would have helped greatly to see a much wider variety of echoes you can use. Another feature I would have appreciated would be a favorite feature of sorts. Say I can tag some echoes that always appear at the top of the list. My go-tos, my strongest enemies, most useful pieces of furniture, my go-to enemies to tackle each element. Just having some quickly accessible would have greatly sped up the process of selecting echoes. Also, there are some echoes that are just completely worthless. These statues found in the Gerudo Desert dungeon, you only need 2, but you'll want to learn all 4 of them, and they only have a use within this dungeon, so once you beat this dungeon, they just clog up your roster. Another annoying thing was leveled up echoes that make lower powered echoes useless. Now this system does work in some instances. You first learn a level 1 echo, then later you may learn the level 2 version of that echo, a more powerful version. So that's fine and dandy, except look at that, another pointless echo clogging up this menu, thank you. And then there's the rolling Karamodillo. Some context, after you beat the first dungeon in the Southern region, you're given a choice of where to go next, the Gerudo Desert or the Jabu Waters. Now, I went to the Gerudo Desert first, and there I found the rolling Karamodillo level 2, which went on to be one of my most used echoes. It's fast and does a solid amount of damage, so I found myself falling back on this guy very frequently for a bit. But then after I beat the Gerudo Desert area, I headed up to Jabu Waters, and you know what I ran into on the way up there? The rolling Karamodillo level 1. So right then and there, that echo was completely irrelevant. And it's not like I did anything out of order. I mean, these quests were presented in a non-linear order. I could go to the Gerudo Desert first, so I did. And considering that there's only 2 places you can go, and one of them is a lot closer to the first dungeon than the other, I don't think it's far-fetched that others went to the Gerudo Desert and found the level 2 rolling Karamodillo first. So how could this be fixed? Remove the level 1 from this area. It would make no difference to not have him here. Instead, put the level 1 in Gerudo Desert, then take the level 2 and add him up to the climb to Death Mountain. Yes, this still makes it possible to get the level 2 before you get the level 1, but it makes it to where you'd have to go out of your way to do that. It wouldn't be able to happen if you just play the game the way it's telling you to. While I found there to be a lot of annoying flaws with the echo system, at the end of the day, I still think it's a great system. It could have used some work, but overall, I like it. Which I can't really say about my next topic of discussion. Oh, this was so lame. When I first saw this in a gameplay trailer, I was disappointed to say the least. One of the most intriguing things about this game was that to attack, you had to rely solely on your echoes. I was excited to see how the developers would work around the lack of a sword, since now, you can't just make enemy encounters as simple as hit it with your sword. Sword Fighter form, this is cheap. After defeating what seems to be Link in the first dungeon, you get a sword which when you equip, it activates your Sword Fighter form, which allows you to play as Link as long as you have energy. Now like Echoes, the balancing of this system is good. I mean, you can't just use this all the time, you have to use it sparingly. Defeating special types of enemies would get you some energy back, and usually you can also gather some from boss fights, potions, and smoothies. It's a well-balanced system, but it doesn't change the fact that it just feels cheap. As I said, I was looking forward to see how the developers would think outside the box and make a Zelda game where you can't just swing your sword. And as a player, it would have been so cool to have to think strategically for every encounter, since you can't just attack everything with a sword. Notice how I said it would be cool? Sword Fighter form is cheap, and I feel like a scumbag for falling back on it so often. It feels like rewinding when playing an emulated game. It feels like it's cheating. It's so lame, but oh my god, I don't have the patience for this, so there, I'm not happy with myself. I wish I was forced to not use it for every encounter, but it's right there. I don't want to deal with this. Fine, no dinner for me tonight. Also, boss fights completely fell back on this form. Now usually they do a good job of having you use your echoes to stun each boss, but to quickly dispose of them, you basically have to use this form. You can use your echoes, but weaker echoes do so little damage it takes too long, and stronger echoes are so slow it takes too long. So fine, I'll use the sword fighter form again. I did get my wish towards the end of the game. You free Link and give him his sword back, then go through this little gauntlet with a bunch of enemy encounters, and you don't have Link's sword, so you're entirely dependent on your echoes. And this is coincidentally one of the most fun parts of the game. Even the final boss, you fight with no sword, which made me very happy. I was scared right before Link would be knocked out and you'd have to pick up his sword again, but no, he fights alongside you and you just have to focus on keeping echoes in the field. It's a really fun part of the game, but unfortunately, most of the game gives you the ability to use sword fighter form, which just feels lame.
In all fairness, there's no world where I would have liked sword fighter form, but even then, at least there's a couple good things I could say about it, but at the end of the day, it still comes across as cheap and lazy to me. But wait a minute, let's back up a bit. There's no... Guess what I'm wanting about next.
Now, the world of Hyrule, what can I complain about? Oh, maybe it's at the center of the map is the same as the Link to the Past map? No, that's awesome. But it also does lead to some weird contradictions. In A Link to the Past, this mountain range up here is Death Mountain, but here, Death Mountain is instead to the left of the Lost Woods, and this mountain range is renamed Lanayru. That's cute because it's like Lanayru from Breath of the Wild and Skyward Sword, but it's also just really weird because this was either once Death Mountain, or it will one day be Death Mountain, depending on this game's place in the timeline. Anyways, past that, the world is kind of boring to explore. The most fun thing is finding each echo for the first time, but there's only 127, meaning you're not gonna find a whole lot just roaming the world. But hey, it's a Zelda game, which means there are all sorts of secrets to find. There are all sorts of caves and hidden rooms with little puzzles and challenges, which are a ton of fun, and the rewards end up being super fucking lame. It's a rarity if you find a piece of heart. Most of the time you're finding fruit for smoothies or might crystals, which can be used to upgrade Link's sword. Now the might crystals may sound useful, and I mean they are, but you always find a bunch in dungeons and you get a bunch when you beat bosses, so it never feels exciting to find any. It just feels like, oh boy, more of these, I guess I gotta go upgrade Link's sword sometime. But hey, at least there's actual side quests. These are cool, like this one. I have to find which guard in Hyrule Castle Town is an imposter, and my reward for completion is fucking hell. Well, maybe this one will get me. Son of a bitch. The only cool side quest I did was at the Eastern Palace, which has a mini dungeon inside complete with a boss fight. It's short, but hey, it's still cool. I got a piece of heart from the boss and a special accessory from the quest giver, so that was at least worth my time. Also, finding the runaway horse at Hyrule Ranch lets you take out a horse, so that's definitely worth doing. But overall, the few side quests I did gave me nothing but smoothie ingredients, which is just so lame. You get so many from everything else, it just feels worthless and not exciting at all. Exploration here is so disappointing. I don't feel like I get anything from exploring this world. In A Link to the Past, there were all of these bonus items that you could get from just exploring. Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, I mean, these games really felt like they rewarded your exploration. But this? I hope a golden egg is worth your troubles. I can get this from a damn amiibo scan. Another thing I hated about the world were the villages. Breath of the Wild had so many towns, each of a great size, and they felt alive with people walking around, living life, and seeing glimpses of these towns here got me so excited. The villages in Echoes of Wisdom are atrocious. They're all too small, usually having like 4 houses. Gerudo Town is bigger, but it also just feels empty. Goron City is absolutely puny. The Deku Village doesn't even feel like a village. And then Kakariko Village, oh my god, what is this? This is fucking pathetic. This isn't Kakariko Village. This is a fucking joke. An insult to every Kakariko that preceded it. This makes Kakariko Village and Twilight Princess look like a Link to the Past Kakariko Village. Look at this. Notice how there's people about? Notice how it's a sizable town? Now look at this. It's small, pathetic, and everyone just stands there doing nothing. This just feels sad and pathetic, and I just don't like thinking about it. Let's just move on. Alright, this one will be quick compared to the others. Dungeons. It was nice having traditional puzzle dungeons back, although they weren't without their issues. First off, there aren't enough. Including Hyrule Castle, there's only 7. Some like to count this last section before the final boss, but this isn't a dungeon. It's just not. 7 is a weak amount for a modern day 2D Zelda. Excluding the sewers, Hyrule Castle, and Ganon's Tower, A Link to the Past had 10 in 1991, so I find 7 for a modern Zelda hard to stomach. I mean, Link's Awakening and both Oracle Telltale games had more. Also, these dungeons were usually missing mini-bosses. Some of them had actual mini-bosses, and they were awesome. A few just had Link, which, fine, but also not crazy exciting. And then others had none, which made them feel pretty damn lame. Also, the bosses were pretty hit or miss for me. Some were definitely cool, but others just reused pre-existing bosses with maybe something different about them this time. But even then, the different thing was usually just, you're fighting them in 2D now, which honestly doesn't change a whole lot. This is a bit more broad, but there's a bunch of things that fell under this umbrella. This game could be excruciatingly slow sometimes. A big thing was the amount of dialogue. Oh my god. For a 2D Zelda, this is so much. And so much of it is just nothing but fluff. Characters not understanding the simplest things and just saying nothing of value while doing so. So many instances, they just go on and on about nothing, and it feels like such a waste of time. Like, shut up.
And you know that when I, a professional chatterbox who's been whining about this garbage for over a day at this point, tells you that you're talking too much, you know you've gone too far.
And this problem also extends to buying things. Before many boss fights, I found myself stocking up on potions, but oh my god, buying them was tedious. You can only buy them one at a time, but you can carry a lot, and if you're buying in bulk, you just have to sit there and repeatedly press A for a couple of minutes, and it's so slow and tedious. Do you remember how Breath of the Wild introduced this? Where did that go? In a similar vein, there's also smoothies, which were hyped up to be a big thing. Throughout the world, you can find this Deku who will help you make smoothies with the ingredients you found around the world. Now, like many other things, I like the system conceptually. Each ingredient will give you different effects, and combining ingredients can double up effects or give you more effects. On paper, it's a cool idea, but first, making them takes too long. You have to pick your 2 ingredients at a time, wait for them to mix just for, oh, look at that, I made a fucked up one. Alright, let's try this again, and oh, I fucked it up again. I tried to experiment with making smoothies, but so many ended up just being bad, which felt so unrewarding. It's also so tedious compared to cooking in Breath of the Wild. Remember how that went? I miss this. Last bit of tedium I want to talk about are the 2D sections. Now, Link's Awakening wasn't free from these, but oh my god, they were way less freaking than they were here. 2D sections are so common here, and I hate them. Being able to only move left or right in a Zelda game is so annoying, and they're just so common here. I found myself sighing so hard when I got to another one of these. I mean, there are just way too many, but like, they're so common, why?
Can I seemingly contradict everything I've said in the past 15 minutes and say I love this game?
I love Echoes of Wisdom. It's undoubtedly my game of the year. The new things it did were great. I love the spin this game gave to the traditional Zelda formula, and these issues didn't ruin the game for me. It was just consistent annoyances. So why did I focus on talking about what I didn't like about the game before I even talked about what I did like about it? Well, whenever I would inevitably talk about this game, I would have talked about my issues there, and it would have been a very polarizing review, and less fun to talk about. Now that I've taken time to get off my chest what I didn't like about this game, anytime I do talk about it in the future, I can be as positive as I want, and I won't feel the need to bring up my issues with this game because I've already talked about them here. I also just really felt like I really needed to get these issues out and talk about and criticize the lesser aspects because I want to see more 2D Zelda. I want to see it continue to innovate, but more importantly, be the best it can be. Now, will the staff over at Grezzo see this and write down a checklist of everything I said to make sure they do better next time?
No, but the First Amendment gave me, as an American, the right to complain about whatever I want with no consequences, and since I have the right to do so, you bet your ass I will. And if I don't, the Founding Fathers would have died for nothing. And since I spent the last 15 minutes practicing my First Amendment rights, I should now practice my Second Amendment rights. God, I love being an American. What?
The Batman Arkham series is without a shadow of a doubt one of my favorite game series. Over the last few months, I've replayed and talked about the 4 main entries in this series, and to round Arkhamthon out, I want to talk about the legacy of Batman Arkham.
First off, let's go over the state of the franchise and what's happened with the series ever since Arkham Knight released 9 years ago. Just a fair warning, this is going to be pretty depressing.
In 2016, Batman Arkham VR released for PSVR, which was a prequel to Arkham Knight. It seems to set up a few storylines, but ultimately it's just a dream, and at the end of the day, it's not really a core part of the series. It's just a random VR spin-off that's just an hour long. It doesn't look bad, it just looks like not much at all. And speaking of not much at all, well, that's what there was from the series for the following 7 years. Nothing at all. I thought 2022's Gotham Knights was a part of the Arkhamverse during its marketing push. The setup is that Batman has died and now the Bat family has to stop crime. All the ads I saw started with "Batman is dead," so I rightfully assumed this takes place after Knight. Plus the game stars Robin, Nightwing, and Red Hood when he's a good guy, so it seems obvious that this is after Knight. But then there's our first sign. Barbara is Batgirl. She does refer to herself as Oracle at points, but I don't think we'd see her like this after Knight, considering that...
Candygram!
Yeah. So yeah, well, it seems like this could have been a sequel to Knight. It's not. But it was developed by Warner Bros. Montreal, who developed Arkham Origins. And playing it, was it? Gotham Knights isn't bad, but it's also not good. It has a lot of Arkham's DNA, playing as the Bat family in an open world city, completing various missions in an effort to uncover an ongoing mystery, throw in combat and stealth sections, and you have a recipe for... It's so weird because this studio made Arkham Origins, and Origins felt so much like City. They've already made a great Arkham-like game, because they made an Arkham game. So how did we get this? That also feels lazy in ways. Like for example, I assume Nightwing, Robin, and Red Hood all use some sort of baton or something to attack. That checks out. I can think of pieces of media where they all use weapons like this. But Barbara, I'm pretty sure she usually just uses her fist like Batman, but she has this baton here, and it feels like an excuse so each enemy can have similar animations when they're hit. I could very much be wrong. I mean, I've only played as Batgirl, but it didn't let me switch to other characters, and I honestly got too bored before I could actually switch. Everything just felt like the Arkham games, but lame. Grappling? Super slow. Gliding? Don't even think about it. The Bat Cycle? Slow down, Roadhog.
I genuinely don't think it's possible to go any slower.
This is depressing, man. Stealth? It's alright, but it just felt better in Arkham. It's a shame because I don't think that this game is bad. It's just, this game got a lot of hate at launch, and I kinda see where it came from. Were people being overdramatic? Yeah, kind of. Were they also still right in many ways? Yeah, kind of. But I need to stop getting distracted by this. I mean, this isn't an Arkham game, even though it feels really close to being one. But finally, after 7 years, we finally got our new entry in the series and universe. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Ew. Okay, so... let's back up. I mean, there's so much negativity around this game, but let's be positive for a second.
A Suicide Squad game is a great idea. I mean, an ensemble team-up game where you play as the members of the Suicide Squad, each of them with unique abilities to conquer different challenges.
Issue is, this is a live service game.
I don't know how much more of this I can take.
Live service games are all the rage these days. I'm so tired of this. Everyone saw Fortnite's success and thought, wow, we can do this too. No, you can't. I think what really makes Fortnite work is the fact that it's free to play, and each season's battle pass is around $10. $10 every few months is nothing, not to mention you can use the V-Bucks you get from the battle pass to pay for that next season's battle pass. But again, Fortnite being free to play is what makes it such a success. When you try to charge $70 for a game and then continue to beg you to buy battle passes and in-game money and require a PS Plus or Xbox Game Pass subscription to play online, you get...
What did you expect?
In 2020, Square Enix released Avengers, another live service superhero game, and guess what? That game was also critically slammed and widely disliked. But then a year later came Guardians of the Galaxy, a single player game, and it was received much better. Guardians is pretty good from what I've played, and is what Suicide Squad should have been from the start. While you don't play as all the Guardians, the game still makes great use of them both in and out of combat. It's a great ensemble superhero game, and what is it? A single player adventure with no live service elements, including microtransactions, battle passes, seasons, and this game is actually fun. Suicide Squad did all of that and nobody likes it. Also, it's weird for the first game to take place after Arkham Knight to be about killing the Justice League. I don't really have an issue with the setup, but I don't like how much of a jump this was from Batman fakes his death to Harley Quinn and friends kill the Justice League.
Suicide Squad felt like a slap in the face.
I mean, hearing that Rocksteady was back, making another game in this universe, it was exciting, and it focusing on the Suicide Squad, there was a ton of potential there, but it being live service killed my own and many others' interest in this game. I haven't even picked it up yet because I don't want to support this. I mean, this isn't the future of the Arkham franchise I want, so I guess I'm just gonna wait another 7 years for them to take another crack at it. Well, those are the shortest 7 years of my life.
Just a few months after the Suicide Squad situation, a new actual Arkham game was announced, Batman Arkham Shadow. The announcement teaser was short, just a bunch of rats.
But hey, I mean, Ratcatcher is a very interesting choice of a villain, and it's just exciting to know that we have a new Arkham game on the way. Oh my god, I am so close, it's not even funny.
Yet another VR game, why? Now this looks a lot more like an Arkham game, and I've heard it's actually pretty decent. But still, this new game being another VR game, and past that being MetaQuest exclusive, is so lame. But then, there were rumors that an actual Arkham game is now in development at Rocksteady.
I beg of you, just be a new Arkham game!
I get that it can be hard to continue a series that seems to have a definitive end, but there's also so many stories that can be told before the events of each game. There's potential to keep the series going. And of course, there's always a concern with oversaturation and other garbage like that, but it's been almost a decade. I mean, just give us a new Arkham game, please.
Well, it's hard being an Arkham fan in the modern day. I mean, things are more hopeful than they've ever been. Sure, we're getting games that we don't want, but we're still getting games with the rumor of an actual game coming soon. And hopefully Rocksteady will stick the landing. And if not, I'll probably be here wearing the same stupid shit again. And with that, let's move on to this series' impact on superhero games.
Prior to Asylum's release in 2009, a vast majority of superhero games were movie tie-in sludge. I've talked about some of Batman's games, but we also had classics such as Superman Returns, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man 3. We may have also had stuff like Web of Shadows, but yeah. After Asylum released, though, these movie tie-in games died down significantly. During Phase 1 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, each film received a tie-in game up until The Avengers. After Captain America Super Soldier released in 2011, the Marvel Cinematic Universe no longer received any movie tie-in games. I had a few of these games growing up, Iron Man 2 and Thor God of Thunder, and as a kid, they were fine. Hell, I actually remember liking Iron Man 2, and I barely even remember Thor, but revisiting them, wow, these are unfortunately not good. They just scream lame licensed kids game and not anything more. It's obvious that these were just products that could be on store shelves during each film's marketing push. I don't find it coincidental that after Asylum released in 2009, these types of games didn't last much longer. Of course, Asylum took the place of a Dark Knight game, and by the time The Dark Knight Rises released in 2012, they weren't even considering a tie-in game. It seemed that the future of superhero games was telling original stories separate from any movies releasing around the time, and at first it seemed Spider-Man followed in a similar direction. Now this did start in 2008 with the previously mentioned Web of Shadows, but it continued in 2010 with Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Like the Arkham games, this was a simple but effective premise that hooked players and led to an awesome game. This game lets you play as 4 different Spider-Men, all with different gameplay styles. This was the game that inspired the Spider-Verse comics, which led to the critically acclaimed Spider-Verse films. This juggernaut of a duology, set to be a trilogy one day, was all made possible because they made a good Spider-Man game in 2010. Like Arkham Asylum, they didn't restrict themselves into having to be a tie-in with something else. They let it stand on its own 2 feet with an engaging premise, story, and gameplay. And the following year, it seemed they would continue with this trend with Edge of Time. While more of a mixed bag, it's still better than the majority of the movie tie-in sludge released over the years. Batman and Spider-Man showed there was a winning formula to these games, which Spider-Man then said,
"That's cool, watch this!"
The Amazing Spider-Man and The Amazing Spider-Man 2 released alongside their respective films were one final breath of air for the movie tie-in game, and the air quality is low here. These are bad games that, like every other movie tie-in games, seem to have been made for one sole purpose: be on store shelves. They performed poorly critically, and I'd assume commercially as well, and these were the end of an era for superhero games, as 4 years later, Spider-Man would get a new standalone game to be proud of. Spider-Man on PlayStation 4 further proved that this direction of
telling original stories based on these characters was the future of superhero games. This game boasted a solid story, the most fun and immersive Spider-Man gameplay yet, and launched a whole series with Miles Morales in 2020 and Spider-Man 2 in 2023. And playing these games, you find a ton of Arkham's DNA. The combat, the traversal, the story, this series feels like the Spider-Man equivalent to Arkham. And because of that, it's no coincidence that the series is rolling in both critical and commercial success. While these games are the most prevalent superhero games in the modern day, we have of course gotten some others. Avengers, which was of course live service sludge, Guardians of the Galaxy, which as I already mentioned is pretty good, and surprise surprise, it tells an original story with engaging gameplay and is a solid adaptation of the source material. I'm starting to notice a pattern here. While the superhero game scene has been dry as of late, we do have a promising enough future. 1943 Rise of Hydra starring Black Panther and Captain America, an Iron Man game, a Wolverine game from Insomniac, throw in Blade as well, and these all seem to be single player experiences, meaning we have a bright future for superhero games, all thanks to the Arkham series.
But now, it's finally time to talk about the insanity.
I can't believe I'm doing this for a second time this year, but let's talk about Reddit, specifically r/Batman Arkham, the infamous madhouse of the internet. Now these days, it's absolute chaos, but it wasn't always like that. When the subreddit began, it was just another community with a similar interest, the Arkham series. But then it happened. Nothing. In the long gap following Arkham Knight, the subreddit pretty much dried up. Sure, there was always discussions on the games and other aspects of the series, but there was never anything new to talk about, which is when the post that changed everything was made. Is there a lore reason why he's called the Arkham Knight? A totally legit question. I mean, it's not explained in the game. However, the phrasing, "is there a lore reason," became a massive ongoing joke in the subreddit, which led to banger posts like, "is there a lore reason to keep going? Is there a lore reason that lore reasons are lore reasons?" And the picture is Harley Quinn's ass from Arkham Knight, my god. Is there a lore reason why I'm sexually attracted to her? No. Is there a lore reason why I got can't? What the fuck? Is there a lore reason for the— oh my god. But of course, the insanity kept on going. Why doesn't Batman just call the Justice League for help? Is he stupid? Another valid question with some equally valid answers. But people took those last three words, "is he stupid?" and ran with them. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Oh my god, it's that cancer post again. Why are you here? Are you stupid? I feel stupider looking at this. While researching this, I discovered this timeline that shows there was way more to the subreddit's history than I thought. Drama with moderators, the origins of other shit posts. I can't recount it all because I don't know a whole lot, but still, this subreddit is insane. Photoshop the ears off Batman from The Flash and you have man.
No, I'm man.
And then there's mispronounced names. The Jonkler, Killer Cock, Officer Balls, Killer Croc, but with Crocs. What the fuck was his problem? Anyone else notice Wayne Towers? That must mean Bruce Wayne is in the game. These days it's harder to find a good post, but it's possible. Why does man have his little footsies out? Is he kinky? Oh my god. Do you think— no, no. Do you think— oh god, do you think they jack each other off? God. Of course, in Matt Reeves' Batman universe, they renamed Penguin Oz Cobb to quote-unquote make it more grounded. So here's here's the ATM. Or hell, that's still too silly. How about just the— what the fuck is Jonkler buying? Are those meant to be mouse pads? Can't find. Where'd Joker? Can we all agree the Arkham saga ended here?
Well, to me personally, it ended here.
I drink my— oh, what the fuck? I drink my own cum. What is the correlation to that and Batman? I should stop browsing this subreddit before it takes over my personal belongings.
It's already happened. And I think that's a good place to round off this discussion. It's been a blast revisiting this series and its impact on the industry, and while it's been a rough few years for the series, things are looking up for this franchise. And so with that, I call an end to Batman Arkham-thon. Round 1. Oh yeah,
I'm not done yet. There's still a bunch of spin-offs to look at, DLC, different versions of each game I can talk about, whatever. So one day I'll come back to this series and explore some of the more obscure aspects of it, but that's gonna do it for now. I mean, I've been neglecting my kitchen for the past few months while I've looked back at the rest of the series, so I should probably check on it now. Oh wow, it's on fire. Is there a lore reason for that, or am I just stupid?
Hey Gen Z, want me to ruin your day? The DS is 20 now, how does that feel? Alright, don't forget your car payment due today and rent due next week. Man, this being an adult thing sucks.
But at least I have my trusty DS to go through it with me. And for more than for that matter.
The Nintendo DS is 20 years old, which is insane, especially considering that this was the handheld of mine and many others' childhoods. I absolutely adore this system. Sure, I didn't have any first-party games for it growing up. I was mainly nurtured on LEGO games, Dragon Quest IX, and a bunch of garbage. But regardless, I always loved the DS, and as I've grown older and been able to actually collect some first-party games, I've fallen even more in love with the DS's library. Now it has some excellent action games, but I also adore its casual library just as much. These games are simple and tame compared to many others, yes, but they're just so relaxing and simple fun. I find myself playing some Crosswords DS before bed way too often. The DS had a great balance between core and casual oriented titles, and I also feel like the different models of the system reflect that. The DS had 4 unique models, at the time more than any other Nintendo system. The 3DS family further put this to shame, but 4 DSs is still a lot, and owning 5 of them is also preposterous. When I first opened my Midnight Blue DSi XL, I'd never imagined my future self having the misfortune of owning an original DS.
But 11 years later, we live in that timeline, so I may as well go over the 4 different models of the DS, look at their pros and cons, and then rank them to see what is the best DS model. Starting with... guess which one's gonna be the worst?
The Nintendo DS, and I mean it, the actual Nintendo DS. Each of these following systems have some stuff added to their names to distinguish themselves from this model, but this is the true Nintendo DS, which you can be really annoying about.
Oh, so I found my DS last weekend actually, yeah. Played some Pokemon on it.
Oh, really? That's cool. I didn't know you owned an original DS.
Well, no, it was a DSi, but...
Well, why didn't you specify?
Fans nicknamed this model the DS Fat, which, compared to the other DSs, yeah, this is a chunky fella, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't love this guy, and I'd also be lying if I said it didn't suck. The design is weird. I like it more than most. It's different and unique, but also just looks off. The top screen not being flush with the bottom just looks off, and the fact that we can see the mic and power indicator when it's closed is weird, because it doesn't look like we're supposed to. You can also see part of the A button and start button from the side and left on the D-pad. The top screen is small compared to the bottom, and something about it just looks weird. But in the hands, this guy is so comfortable. The chunkiness on the bottom makes this guy so nice to hold. The controls are perfectly serviceable. The power, start, and select button placements are weird. It's an awkward jump for my thumb to make. I don't really like it. The D-pad is an excellent size, and the buttons are good enough. But the shoulder buttons also feel fantastic. And wait, what's that right next to the right shoulder button? Why, it's the DS stylus! I hate this thing. First off, the placements. Why? And the stylus itself, it's so tiny and pathetic. Now I get this is a system for kids, but the system itself is so huge, why is the stylus so small? And of all the unique models, this one needs a stylus the most, as this one's screen is not that responsive to fingers, or at least mine. Charger wise, this guy uses the same charger as the Game Boy Advance SP, which is definitely convenient. And now let's talk hardware. The original DS has... wait, I can barely see that. The light on the original DS is so bad. I mean, people claim it's backlit, but it looks more front lit. It's fine in the dark, but during the day, it's just hard to see. You can turn the backlight off. Thanks. This is easily the biggest flaw with the original DS, which is a shame because I like how this guy looks and feels. But man, the screens make this thing just a novelty I use every once in a while, but not a mainstay DS. The hardware is super simple. It has a home screen, but after entering an application, you can't go back to the home screen without turning the system off. The home screen is simple, but good. The top screen has a clock and calendar. Thank you, Nintendo. The bottom screen has the game you have inserted on top. In the middle are 2 applications. First off, PictoChat, which allows you to enter local chat rooms with other DS systems. You can type out messages or even doodle it up. It's a really fun thing and was what got our DSs taken away in elementary school. It's really easy to keep your composure in math until someone sends the word butthole. DS Download Play allows you to play multiplayer in someone else's game as long as that game supported that feature. And let me tell you, this was awesome. Even these days, it feels like you have to have your own copy happy to play multiplayer with someone on a different system. DS download play was ahead of its time back in 2004. And lastly, Game Boy Advance backwards compatibility, hell yes. This is one of the best features on the early DS's. They contain the Game Boy Advance slot on the bottom. This definitely makes sense as new GBA games were still releasing in 2004 and even 2005 and 2006. And I mean big boy games. The Minish Cap released in 05 and Mother 3 released in 06. I mean, it even shows a damn DS Lite on the back of the box. This was an ingenious move for Nintendo as they could still develop Game Boy Advance games and they could still do well. And this feature makes pretty much every mainline Mario platformer up to Sunshine playable on the DS, with the exception of the Mario Land games. Unfortunately, backwards compatibility caps out at the GBA, but hey, the GBA library is so huge it doesn't really matter, and there's still ways to play Game Boy and Game Boy Color games on the DS through bootleg cartridges. Well, that's enough Mario Advance 4, let me just take out the cartridge. Oh my god. Here's my final big issue with the original DS. It is so fragile. I don't know if it's the plastic that's aged, but I've heard horror stories about these damn things, so frankly I'll believe anything. While there's a bunch of things I like about the original DS, it's ultimately bogged down by its poorly lit screen, cheap build, and pathetic stylus.
But now it's time to talk about... God, I would love to marry this thing.
The DS Lite was the first redesign and is better in nearly every way. First off, its design is so much sleeker. I mean, just look at this thing. It looks so prestigious and precious. How can you not love this thing? Also, you gotta love that DS logo on top, such a nice little touch. The controls feel way better. While the D-pad is smaller, it and the face buttons are mushier, which I definitely prefer on my handhelds. Also, the start and select button have been moved to under the face buttons and it feels much better. The power button is now a switch? It's okay, I preferred the button, but I don't lose sleep over this. And it's easy to not mind with this stylus placement. It's now on the right side of the system, which sucks for left-handed players, but is super convenient for me. And this time around, the stylus itself is much bigger and more comfortable to use. But it isn't even needed as much since the touchscreen is way more responsive to fingers now. And speaking of the screen, oh man, look at that! The light screens are so much better. They're fully backlit and absolutely gorgeous, and there are 4 different brightness settings. But now, it's time to talk flaws with the system. First off, the hardware. It's no different than the original DS. Same menu screen, same weird restrictions of having to restart the system to go to the home page. But the same hardware does mean you can still play GBA games, which is amazing. This alone was why I bought this guy back in 2020. I wanted to play GBA games on a fully backlit screen, and the DS Lite served that purpose perfectly. Now let's just look down. Oh, this is gross. The one thing about GBA games on the DS Lite is that they stick out a bit. It's not too bad, it doesn't get in the way, it just looks a little gross, especially considering the original DS had them flush. But hey, at least there's this little piece to put in the slot when you're not using it to both protect the connector and make the system look aesthetically pleasing. That's nice. Charger wise, it uses a different charger than the original DS. Why? Okay, I do get it. The GBA SP charger is pretty damn big, so sure, design a new charger for the Lite, why don't you? However, this was the only DS model to use this type of charger, so what the fuck? Also, I will add, the Lite isn't as comfortable to use as the original DS. This guy is much slimmer, which is nice, but its smaller size also makes it a bit uncomfortable to play for long periods of time.
Overall, the DS Lite is an absolute beauty. Its flaws are negligible, so it may be the best DS model. But we still have 2 more to look at before that, so let's continue on our quest with the DSi.
The DSi was the 3rd DS redesign, but more than that, it was a full-on hardware upgrade. New UI, exclusive features we'll dive into in a second, but let's start with this guy's design. It's slightly bigger than a DS Lite, and overall, its edges are a lot more straight, not as curved as the DS Lite. There's no more DS emblem on top. Mine does have this weird circle imprint though, and we also got a neat little camera here. Inside the system, the controls look very similar to the Lite's controls, although the buttons are now clicky. It's not a huge deal in any way, I just prefer the mushier buttons. But again, it doesn't affect my overall opinion at all. The power button is now on the inside and is an actual button, which is very nice. Now turning on the system, we get an extra noise on startup. That just sounds right to me. And jumping into the home menu, oh my god, this is so much better. We now have an actual home screen and it's so nice. You have all your apps laying out in a row with some very soothing music playing over it. Not to mention all the pre-installed fun stuff. Of course, there's still DS download play and PictoChat. And now when you send a message from the system, the sound that plays is different than what you hear on the Fat or Lite.
and you can also use a color changing rainbow pen. But then there are the new apps. First off, the camera. As I mentioned, the DSi has a camera, hell, 2 of them. They're about as good as you expect them to be, which means they're not good, but they're fun to mess around with. The camera app has all these fun built-in features you can use when both shooting and editing pictures. And man, the music here just makes me so nostalgic. Then there's DSi Sound, which I wasted so much time in as a kid. You can record your own voice or sounds and mess with their pitch or add all sorts of filters. It's so much fun to mess around with. And then there's Flipnote Studio. This actually isn't on my DSi. Either the previous owner uninstalled it or never had it to begin with. But it is on my DSi XL, and man, I love Flipnote. It's a really simple animation tool, but as a free little DS application, it's perfect. I didn't even use this thing to animate that much. I mainly just drew on it, which was still great because whenever I brought my DS, I essentially had a paper and pencil with me too. That's what I always liked about these apps. Regardless of where I was and what game I brought with me, I always had some apps to fall back on, which was awesome. And who could forget the DSi browser? It was a very weak web browser, but I remember Twitter used to work fairly well on it back in the day, and it was the best way to watch porn when grounded. The DSi also had the DSi shop, which sold DSiware. Basically just little digital games, most of which being available on the 3DS eShop during its life and not being worth a damn. And the DSi also had some exclusive physical games, none of which were worth a damn in any way. They just used the camera, which wasn't exciting. And on top of that, they took away GBA support. I get it, by the time this launched, the GBA was dead. Still just a little lame. Also, a new charger is used again. Why? But thankfully, this would be the charger every DS and 3DS would use going forward.
Overall, the DSi is a great hardware upgrade and just a solid system overall. Now, imagine that, but like huge.
The DSi XL, the final redesign of the DS, and man, they weren't kidding. One thing interesting is that the top of the unit has a different color from the side of it. I like it. It's not as sleek looking as the Lite or DSi, but it still looks nice. Besides that though, the design is pretty much identical. Everything is in the exact same place as the DSi 2. The big thing about the XL is the size, and man, I love the size of this guy. Not only are the screens way bigger, but the system itself is also way more comfortable to hold. And yeah, the screens are massive and amazing. It does look a bit more pixelated, yes, but who really cares? Good looking games will still look absolutely amazing. The system also came with a fountain pen stylus, which I remember feeling amazing, but unfortunately I lost it. You know what? The bigger screens, bigger form factor, fountain pen, and even the system colors make me think that this was a DS specifically designed for the elderly. I may be able to play Crosswords DS just fine on a DS Lite, but Grandpa, he needs the DSi XL and fountain pen, and yeah, why not?
But now that I've looked at every DS model, let's now rank them. Of course, starting with what else could be last.
Obviously, in last place is the one that started it all, the Nintendo DS. I was tempted to not make this one the worst for shits and giggles, yes, but also because I do like this guy quite a bit. While its design is odd, I still absolutely love it. It's comfortable, Game Boy Advance backwards compatibility is super convenient, I love it. However, the poorly lit screens, dog shit stylus, and cheap build quality really hurt this model. Combine that with the fact that the next DS model fixed all these issues, it's really hard to genuinely say that this is a good system, even a good variant of the DS. Next up is the DSi, and keep in mind, the quality gap from this to this is absolutely monumental. The DSi is a genuinely amazing system. The camera, sound app, Flipnote, DSi shop, internet, on top of what the DS already offered, makes this a genuinely fantastic system. However, in the modern day, a bunch of these little apps that the DSi added aren't really worth anything. And while it's fun to mess around with DSi Sound and Flipnote, they're not features to get a DS for. The DSi shop of course no longer works, and same with the internet browser, and on top of that, the XL has all of these features, so if you really want them, but it also has bigger screens and whatnot. So the DSi is an excellent system, but compared to the other two, I think it's passable, and you don't really need this one. This was the last DS I got, and I really just got it out of obligation to complete the collection, and I'm glad I own it for more than that reason, but I did not need to own this guy. Now it comes down to the final two, and frankly, it can go either way. These are both two fantastic models worth owning, but if I had to pick a second favorite, I'd have to go with the DS Lite. Again, this is an absolutely phenomenal system. Almost everything is a vast improvement from the first DS. The screens are amazing.
amazing. The design is so sleek and nice looking, the stylish placement and size is great, and you still have Game Boy Advance backwards compatibility. Speaking of which, the DS Lite has flaws which to me don't matter all that much. It has its own charger, that's dumb, but I own one, so who cares? The Game Boy Advance carts stick out half an inch.
You know, I think my life is going pretty well considering the fact that I'm pissed that a Game Boy Advance cartridge is sticking out by like half an inch.
Its smaller size isn't the comfiest, but like, who gives a shit? The DS Lite is still an amazing system, and I can easily see why somebody would say this is their favorite DS model. But of course, my favorite DS model is the DSi XL. Is it the childhood nostalgia for this guy?
Nope.
The screens are huge, it wins, good night. Literally, this is my favorite DS because its screens are large, and because of that, the form factor is bigger and more comfortable. You also have all the DSi extra features, which as I mentioned don't matter a lot, and I definitely prefer Game Boy Advance support over these features, but I also prefer bigger screens and form factor over this. Overall though, again, both of these are definitely worth getting. Even the DSi if you prefer the smaller form factor, and the original DS if you're a masochist. Regardless of which model you own and play, you're still experiencing one of Nintendo's best handheld systems that's the home of some amazing games.
Like Battleship, Yoshi's Island DS, and Touchmaster. That's what they called me back in high school.
It's the Christmas season, it's cold outside, tires went flat, I'm about to go in massive amounts of debt, and yet throughout this season all I can think about is good old Mario. Whether you opened up an NES challenge set with a copy of Mario 3 back in the 90s, Mario Galaxy back in 07, a Wii U with Mario Kart 8, or hell, maybe you'll be opening up a fresh copy of Jamboree this year, Mario games are always the perfect gifts to get around this time of year. It's a time to come together, be with those you care about. These games bring people together and help create memories that will last you a lifetime.
But there is one Mario game that you don't want to find under your tree with your name on it, or more so two. New Super Mario Bros. U and New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. That's weird to say, right? I mean, these are Mario games, 2D ones for that matter, so they should at least be fun, right? Well, let me tell you, these are fun. If it's opposite day. Now, I don't mean to be a Scrooge this holiday season, but I don't like this game, so I'm going to continue playing through and talk about it, instead of continuing to play through and talk about a game that I actually do like. You know, maybe next year. But until then, let's talk about New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. This game is fucking terrible.
Before we talk about the final breath from the new Super Mario Bros. Series, let's set the stage with the rest of the series. Mario's origins stem from 2D platformers, but with Super Mario 64, Mario transitioned to 3D, and from then on, for years, any new Mario game was usually 3D. The 2D platformers died out for a while. The Game Boy Advance had the Super Mario Advance series, but these were just ports of pre-existing Mario games to the Game Boy Advance. But there was never a brand new Mario platformer made specifically for the Game Boy Advance, which is bizarre. But this would change with the DS, as in 2006 came New Super Mario Bros. For being the first new 2D Mario platformer in 14 years, New Super Mario Bros. Was an excellent game. It had excellent level design, visuals, music, theming, gameplay. It was the next step for the 2D Mario series and was absolutely sublime. We may see its art style as bland and uninspired these days, but keep in mind, A, this is a DS game, so a simpler art style isn't the craziest thing in the world, and B, the last home console 2D Mario platformer looked like this, so this was a completely new direction for the series and was excellent as that. 3 years later, in 2009, came New Super Mario Bros. Wii for, guess what platform? New Super Mario Bros. Wii is very tolerable. It didn't do a lot to shake up the formula from the first New Super game, but hey, it's the first home console 2D Mario platformer in 18 years, so I'll cut it some slack. It has a very similar art style, but hey, this is the Wii. I'm not expecting something incredible here. Keep in mind, this guy outputs in composite. This game did introduce 4-player simultaneous multiplayer, which was definitely big, and overall, it's a very tolerable game, and I find it hard to get that miffed over. But then came New Super Mario Bros. 2 for the 3DS, and Yeah, this one has issues. It's not a big step up from DS at all. It has the same art style, gameplay, aesthetic, music. It's just another new Super Mario Bros. Game, but now with the gimmick of there being a huge abundance of coins. And while that seems kinda lame, I love this so much. There's so many coins here, and I find this game so much fun because of it. Collecting all these coins is so satisfying, constantly getting 1-ups from them. It just makes me love this game, but I am also more than willing to admit this game really isn't anything all that special. But as a 2D Mario for the 3DS, sure, that's fine. But this game released in 2012, and so did Nintendo's next console, the Wii U, their first HD console. And alongside the system at launch came new Super Mario Bros. U. And now, it's time to be impressed, for my mind to be blown. This is the first high-definition Mario game, and it looks just like the last one. Oh boy. New Super Mario Bros. U feels like an HD New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Same art style, same theming, almost the exact same story, with the only difference being that Bowser takes over Peach's castle instead of taking Peach to his own castle. Besides that though, it's another new Super Mario Bros. Game. Golly gee, how incredible. Whatever though, this was the start of an awkward age for Nintendo where they leaned too hard into the casual market and lost what made them special. But it didn't matter too much, as just a few years later came the Nintendo Switch, a breath of fresh air. So many exciting new experiences made their way to the Switch in its first year. In its second year, it seemed to stagnate a bit. Outside of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, nothing too special released on the system. And this time period also saw the rise of Wii U ports to the Switch. And one of Nintendo's final releases during the Switch's second year was a port of New Super Mario Bros. U. Ill. But you know what? I get it. The Switch didn't have a new 2D Mario game yet, and when they brought over Mario Kart 8, it sold like crazy. So why not do the same thing with New Super Mario Bros. U? I'm not stoked, but I understand, and I even wanted this game for a while. It's not the most prestigious looking game, but it's a 2D Mario game, and it looked fun enough. On Black Friday 2021, a couple of Switch games were on sale, and I was picking between Paper Mario the Origami King and New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. I ended up going with the Origami King, thank God, and New Super U Deluxe stayed on my wish list for a few more years. Until September 2023, Super Mario Bros. Wonder was right around the corner, and I was excited and in the mood for some 2D Mario. So I finally decided to bite the bullet and get New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe for $60. Definitely steep, the same price Wonder was releasing for the next month, but whatever. It's a 2D Mario game, so it's gotta be fun, right?
I fucking hated this game.
I played for a few hours and dropped it quickly. It was just so generic and boring and unfun, and it was $60? I mean, I was frankly insulted. Thankfully, Super Mario Bros. Wonder shortly followed and was such a breath of fresh air. This was an excellent 2D Mario game full of life and creativity and well worth its $60 price tag. And now I see these games side by side on store shelves and laugh. This cost the same as this. You're funny, Nintendo.
But that's enough build up with this game. Let's now actually talk about it, and more specifically, why I think this is the worst 2D Mario game. Come here real quick.
I don't actually think this is the worst 2D Mario game. The Lost Levels is worse, but this one also isn't that good.
New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. I mean, where do I even begin? Well, I guess I could touch up on the story. Bowser raids Peach's castle, throws Mario and friends across the world, and you have to go back to the castle to save Peach. I mean, I just don't even know what to say. Mario games never have amazing stories, but this game's setup is basically identical to Wii's setup. Only now Bowser overtakes Peach's castle. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I guess I can talk about the gameplay. It's a new Super Mario Bros. Game, so there really isn't anything all that special here. Reach the end of each level and whatnot. We got a new character, Toadette. Not choice of a character, but okay. The character selection here does actually bug me. Obviously, you got Mario and Luigi, checks out. The original game lets you play as Blue and Yellow Toad too, but now you can only play as Yellow Toad. And if you're playing with 4 people, only one person can play as Toad, which is stupid. There's also Toadette and Nabbit, both of which are considered easy mode characters. But if If you're playing with 4 people, one of them has to play on easy mode, which is silly. Nabbit was originally only playable in the game's DLC, but he's now a playable character for the main game, which is fine. Nabbit is completely invincible, with the trade-off being he can't use power-ups, which is completely fair and checks out. Speaking of power-ups, there's a new power-up, the Super Acorn. This turns you into Flying Squirrel Mario, which can glide and also fly up, which makes it useful enough, but it also feels like a replacement for the Tanuki Leaf not being here. Still a neat power-up, but not one I care to see in a future Mario game. Other than that, all the Mario power-ups you'd expect are here and completely fine. There's another new power-up specifically for Toadette, the Super Crown, and collecting this turns her into Peachette. This is fucking dumb. This was undoubtedly an excuse to be able to put what looks like Peach on the front cover, but still have it line up with the story. Hey Nintendo, here's an idea. How about you don't have your story be about Peach being kidnapped? It worked well for 3D World and Wonder. Peachette's ability is this mid-air bounce, which shoots her up super high and she can float back down. It's fine, but Peachette is still so ridiculous in every single way. Plus it led to Bowsette. Ugh. Basically, what would happen if Bowser got this power up? And Nintendo is really horny. Blah blah blah, Bowsette has lewd fan art, but what pisses me off is that name. Bowsette. It doesn't make sense. Peachette is Toadette combined with Peach, so by that logic, Bowsette would be Bowser combined with Toadette. But this isn't that, it's Bowser combined with Peach, which, following the Peachette name structure, this thing would be called Peachowser, not Bowsette.
I mean, you can be horny all you want, but a lack of logic is never gonna fly with me.
Thematically, this game is as basic as it gets. Acorn Plains, the grassy area. Layer Cake Desert. By that name, you think it'd have a dessert theme. It doesn't. Frosted Glacier, the ice world, also known as No Thanks, I'm Good. Sparkling Waters, the water area. I mean, nothing special, but I like the vibe of this area. Soda Jungle, fine, but of course overused. Rock Candy Mines, again, fine, but overused. Berengue Clouds, okay enough, I guess. And guess what? Peach's Castle, also known as the Lava World. Ooh! The worlds here are as basic as they get, and none of them do anything remotely interesting with their respective themes. I can show you a level from Acorn Plains and it looks like any other grass-themed level in Mario. Only a few levels really stuck out as, wow, that's really cool. Like this one level in Soda Jungle, which background looks like a Van Gogh painting.
Wow, that's really cool.
But this is like the only level in the game that is visually interesting. Each world ends with a castle and a fight against a Koopaling, and yeah, there's like nothing to say about this. These fights are so easy, just avoid their attack and stomp at their head. It sucks because the earlier new Super games did have some interesting bosses, but now those are thrown out of the way for the Koopalings again. Now this game did try to do something special by having one large interconnected world map like Super Mario World, and while that's cool in concept, the world doesn't flow together like Super Mario World's world did. Each area has a distinct line where the prior area ends and the new area begins, so it's one big interconnected world, but it barely feels like that at all. I still think it's the most interesting take on the world map in the new Super series, but that really doesn't say much. For the core game, that's like all there really is to talk about, so now it's time for my crazy man rant. One of my biggest issues with this game is when you die, it boots you to the world map. Now this was a standard for the series at this point, but for the deluxe port, I expected better. But no, every time you die, you're booted back to the world map. The only valid reason for this is that on the world map you can change your character or select an item, but they could have easily integrated that into the loading screen after you die. But no, instead spawn back on the world map, wait for the animation to play, reselect the level, wait for it to load again, and then continue. And what baffles me even more is that in challenge mode when you fail, it asks if you want to retry without booting you back out to the menu. So there is no reason for this. It's such a stupid little thing that unnecessarily increases the game's playtime. It's dumb. Anyways, that's pretty much everything I have to say about the base game, so let's talk about everything else, starting with New Super Luigi U. This was originally DLC for the Wii U version, later bundled in on the disc, but now with this release, it's also forever physically preserved on this cartridge. And thank God, because Luigi U is awesome. It's the game you know and tolerate, but with reworked levels designed to be shorter and revolve around Luigi's physics. It's much more difficult and hectic and way more fun because of it. While the base game is boring, I find Luigi U exhilarating, and I'd love to play through the entirety of this mode one day.
So far my favorite part of the game is separate from the core game. Ready for that trend to continue?
There's a couple other bonus modes here, like Challenge Mode. These give you a bunch of little challenges to complete and try to get a high score in, and this is a ton of fun. Time trials, coin challenges, one-up challenges, and other random challenges. These are simple bite-sized bursts of gameplay where you're focusing on some other objective while blasting through a level. Whether that's beating a level as quickly as you can, collecting as many coins as you can, stomping on as many enemies as you can without touching the ground, Challenge Mode is a really fun side mode to just play. I like it a lot, and Boost Rush is also awesome. You play through some auto-scrolling levels, and the more coins you collect, the faster the scrolling becomes. It can become super hectic and challenging at points, and it is also an absolute blast. I actually really like these three modes, and I think it's way more fun and interesting than the core game, and I'm glad it's all just included here as bonus content. It definitely makes that $60 price point easier to stomach.
I'm still not happy about buying this game. Aside from Lost Levels, I still think that New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe is the worst 2D Mario game. But it's also not that bad.
While I didn't love the core game, it was perfectly serviceable, just not anything special, and I'd rather play any other 2D Mario. But the side modes are a lot more fun, and I love having them here.
But I still look at this game costing $60, and it baffles me. This is the same price as Mario Wonder, yet that game is full of so much creativity, soul, imagination, fun, wonder. I think technically this still has more content, but those bonus modes still don't compare to the core of Wonder. And that's my biggest issue with this game. As a Wii U port that's just standing in as a 2D Mario game for the Switch, it's fine. But now that the Switch has its own 2D Mario, and it's one of the best 2D Marios for that matter, costing the same price, I look at this guy with absolute disgust. But still, I mean, looking at it, it's not a terrible game. But that's never gonna stop me from hating it. I've had enough of this. I am tired of him shitting on my legacy. It's time things change. It's time for the Nicusverse to end.
Super Mario Odyssey. This was the game that changed everything. After years of bland, forgettable Mario games, this game brought back what made Mario games so beloved. Creativity, innovation, originality, it was a breath of fresh air, and its impact was felt across the Nicusverse. This was a part of a rare breed of games which release across every universe. Games like this help hold the Nicusverse together, and if it ceased to exist from too many universes, the Nicusverse would see a catastrophic end.
Another day, another 24 hours complaining about games nobody cares about. Oh hey, the latest addition to my collection has arrived.
Oh hell yeah, it's about time I add this one to my collection. You know, I love collecting video games. I mean, it's my only addiction I'm willing to talk about.
You know, being a collector in the modern gaming landscape is really interesting. I mean, physical games are becoming less and less common, and I think the fact that Microsoft rarely puts out any physical games anymore is the sole reason why I mainly collect Switch and PS5 games. I mean, look at this. Isn't this so much fun? I love having all these, and I'd love to play through them all someday. To which you may say, Nicus, you have all of these games on your shelves. Have you actually played any of them? I love Mario, both playing the games and talking about them. And I'm sure if there was a multiverse out there, everyone else would also love talking about Mario.
Super Mario 3D World may have released on the Wii U in 2014, but I don't think this game's real.
You see this turnip here Mario's holding? There's a character named Toad. I like to call him Turnip Toad. He actually picks the turnips faster than Mario does. So
Super Mario World came out on the Super Famicom in 1990 and the Super Nintendo Entertainment System in 1991.
Super Mario Bros. Was released on the NES, or Famicom if you live in Japan, in 1985.
This is Super Mario Land 2.
New Super Mario Bros. Was released for the Nintendo DS in 2006.
While called Super Mario Bros. 3, it was actually the 5th Super Mario Bros. To be released in Japan, behind Super Mario Bros. Special and Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels.
The Messenger was released in 2018 for the Nintendo Switch, and Steam, like everything else.
New Super Mario Bros. Wii was released on November 11th, 2009. What console was it on?
This is Super Mario 3D All-Stars, released on September 18th, 2020 for Mario's 35th anniversary.
Super Mario Galaxy was released in 2007 on the Wii, and it's one of the best-selling Mario games of all time.
New Super Mario Bros. U was released for the Wii U in 2012.
Super Mario Galaxy 2 graced the world with its presence in 2010 on the Nintendo Wii.
I just like to imagine that there's other people out there who are just as passionate about Mario as I am. But even if there isn't, that won't stop me from talking about Mario for 20 minutes.
I guess you could say I'm a fan of Mario, maybe the understatement of the century. Mario is one of the most well-known fictional characters of all time, and for good reason. In his more than 40 years of existence, he's carved out a legacy that cements him as the mascot of video games, and for damn good reason. I mean, come on, he's a Mario. As we all know, he made his debut in the arcade classic Donkey Kong as Jumpman, which is a fact that is so well known, it's just as boring as that one fact about Mario 2.
It's the fact that Toad picked up turnips faster than everyone else, isn't it?
It's always been weird to me that back then, Mario wasn't necessarily always a good guy, as in Donkey Kong Jr., he kidnapped Donkey Kong and now his son had to save him. Thankfully though, this didn't last, as his next arcade adventure saw him dealing with crabs. Not the STD, the things you find in the sewers. Mario Brothers saw Mario now joined by his brother Luigi helping relieve the sewers from their crabs problem, and wording it like that makes it sound like this game is a meta-commentary on STDs. And with Luigi thrown into the mix, well, that meta-commentary is confirmed. I mean, Luigi may seem all nice and innocent, nobody named Luigi could possibly do something wrong. Huh, Mario Brothers is a good time. Dated, yes, but still enough fun to play from time to time. But following Mario Brothers, Mario would leave the arcades and start appearing on consoles. And of course, we can't talk about Mario without talking about one of Mario's first home console appearances, Donkey Kong on Atari 2600. Seeing the Nintendo logo on a third-party Atari cartridge looks so wrong. Back in the early days of home consoles, Coleco had the license to Nintendo's arcade games, and so they were the distributors of this game to the Atari 2600. I hope they're proud of themselves. I'm sorry anyone who grew up with this, but this version of Donkey Kong reeks. It only has 2 levels and it looks like absolute shit. Look at Donkey Kong, what is wrong with him? And I don't know if it's just me, but the barrels here look like pizza. And you may be saying, but Nicus, this was 1982, this was just how games looked back then. To which I say, look at Donkey Kong on the ColecoVision. This looks a hell of a lot better. But anyways, enough Konging around, we're here to discuss Mario, and a few years later, he'd have his first true home console adventure, Super Mario Bros. This guy was a revolution, showing the deeper experiences home console games could be home to. At the arcade, you're only playing for a little bit because every time you die, you have to put in a few more quarters. But on a home console, you don't have that limitation, and Super Mario Bros. Was one of the first games to really highlight that. This game let you adventure through 32 scrolling levels with numerous secrets along the way, making it ripe for replaying. It's gone down as one of the most influential games in history, and for damn good reason. I have my issues with it, but that doesn't change the fact that this was an absolutely sublime game. And then there's the Lost Levels.
There sure is.
The Lost Levels is garbage, and everyone agrees. All it is Super Mario Brothers, but with harder levels, but it's difficult to a point where it's just not fun, especially for a mainline Mario game. I like some challenge in my Mario games, but it needs to be more balanced. If a player wants an easier experience, they should be able to have it, and same for a player wanting a difficult experience. It's hard to have it both ways, but thankfully as this series went on, they found a good balance of both. But this was a terrible attempt at that thankfully didn't last long. As a matter of fact, when America Wait, no, how about you tell me the story of why we got a different Mario 2? I know you know it, so what's the point of even explaining it? Oh, and by the way, this one is so much better than Japan's. America's Super Mario Bros. 2 is absolutely incredible, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. No Mario game following this had a gameplay style like this, so this guy has always remained super special. You can't just jump on enemies to take them out, you have to hit them with turnips or even other enemies. It's bizarre, but at the same time so damn cool. I love this guy so damn much, and has remained one of my favorite 2D Mario games. However, I will admit, as a sequel to the first one, it's a bit too different, but thankfully, the next game, Super Mario Bros. 3, rectified that. This is considered one of the best Mario games, and for good reason. It's a brilliant designed 2D platformer that feels perfectly balanced in so many ways. This game can be challenging, but it also feels so fair, and man, this guy introduced so much to the Mario series. World maps, the Koopalings, airships, so many power-ups, my god. Mario 3 is such a sublime game and well worth its legacy. Before Mario 3 though, we did get another Super Mario game, that being Super Mario Land for the Game Boy. This game is fucking weird. This was the first handheld Mario platformer and is very strange. On the surface it seems like a Game Boy-fied Mario platformer, but there's so many weird things about it. The world is strange, it's like Mario is traveling the world. Level 1 is in Egypt with all the pyramids, level 2 is on Easter Island with all the moai, and level 3 is in Japan. It's very odd and also not that fun to play. I mean, the physics in this game are odd. Mario is so heavy, and in general, this game has so much jank to it. But it's a Game Boy game, so are you really surprised? Super Mario Land is an odd game, but still endearing in its own way. With the launch of the Super Nintendo came Super Mario World, another game lauded as one of the best Mario games. I mean, just look at it. It's so colorful and vibrant, the music is amazing, the controls are great. If only the level design was there. The level design in Super Mario World is disappointingly bland. I didn't really notice this until playing it after Mario 3, but Mario World really doesn't have interesting level design. So many levels are just flat plains with some optional things to jump on, but they aren't required. That doesn't mean there aren't some levels that do have good design, but World's level design is significantly weaker than 3's. It truly is a game carried by its art direction, which is fair in ways, and I absolutely love this game. But I'm also more than willing to admit that this game's level design is, not that great, and it's put to shame by a damn Game Boy game. I am about to be crucified at the stake. Take notes, Super Mario World. This is how you design a level. Super Mario Land 2 6 Golden Coins is a huge step up from the first one in so many ways. And man, I mean, this game is just so good. It has some Game Boy jank, but it's way more playable than the first. It has great level design and some really fun ideas that feel much more fleshed out. Like the water levels, well, you enter the area by being eaten by a turtle. It's so odd, but I love that about this so much. If you haven't played this game, I mean, what are you doing? Because this game is a masterpiece. And it was also the last new 2D Mario platformer in quite a while. This is really odd to look at, as Mario games were basically yearly at this point. These 7 games all released within 7 years of each other. They were at such a rapid pace and then they stopped. In 1995, Mario World received a sequel, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, but this was so different to its predecessor that it's not even considered a Mario game, and instead it spun off into its own series focused on Yoshi. But then the following year, Mario struck back and struck back hard.
It's me, Mario!
Welcome to the future of gaming, Super Mario 64. This is it. This is the game, the one that changed everything. An absolute revolution in gaming, one that shook the world. This game defined how 3D platformers were. It had been attempted prior, but this game did it better than all others. Some games' ideas of 3D platformers was 2D platformers, but from behind. We especially saw this in Crash Bandicoot, but Mario 64 decided to take a whole new direction due to its limitations. Originally, they planned on including a ton of levels ending with a definitive endpoint like every other Mario platformer at this point, but the technical limitations of the Nintendo 64 didn't allow this to happen, so instead, Nintendo designed 15 large levels with multiple objectives, creating a whole new style for Mario game design. These were now large open stages with multiple branching paths, each leading to a different star as a reward for completing various objectives. It was a new take on Mario, but by keeping the theming close to what we've seen from Mario games prior, this game felt like a Mario game through and through. In terms of theming, it doesn't do anything special, but that's okay because this was such a bold take on Mario to begin with. And come on, just run around Bob-omb Battlefield, also known as the greatest level in any game, and listen to that music. Oh man, I love this game. Nintendo took a huge risk with this game, and it panned out as this is still revered as one of the greatest games of all time. And while I don't necessarily agree, I still can't argue that this game isn't incredible. This era also saw the rise of Mario spin-offs, Dr. Mario, Mario Kart, Mario RPG, Paper Mario, Mario Party, and who could forget Mario Sports, which began with Mario's tennis on Virtual Boy. And of course, this eventually led to... You know, we can blame this on the Virtual Boy, so let's do that by not acknowledging its existence for the next 8 years, with a few exceptions. In 2002, following 64, was Super Mario Sunshine, which is much more love it or hate it, and for good reason. This game is much tougher than 64, and it's also structurally a little different in an inferior way. In Mario 64, not every star was required. You only needed 70 stars to beat the game, meaning there were 50 stars you could skip. Unfortunately, Sunshine does things a bit more differently, where the first 7 shines of every stage are required to collect. Because of this, you can't just skip a random shine because it's too difficult, and also a bunch of shines were reliant on events that only happen when you specifically selected that shine on the mission screen. So there isn't as much room to explore off the beaten path and find other shines in the meantime. This definitely makes Sunshine worse in ways, but I can never hate this game. Its control is so good, Mario feels so incredible, a great step up from 64, and the new Flood Pack adds so much variety and platforming. The game also looks absolutely sublime and has incredible music. I mean, have you listened to Rico Harbor? So good. This was an odd era for Mario though. New Super Mario releases were much more spread out, and there were no new 2D games in sight. I mean, there was a Super Mario Advance series, but these were Game Boy Advance remakes of older Mario games. But that in no way means they're bad. Super Mario Advance is a remake of Mario 2, I mean, the good one, and it adds voices which are so damn charming. And look at these graphics, this is absolutely gorgeous. Super Mario World and Yoshi's Island also received ports, which are definitely downgrades, but still fairly impressive for what they are. And Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3, of course, remade Super Mario Bros. 3. But on top of that, Nintendo created a bunch of bonus levels for this game that could be accessed through the e-reader accessory from the Game Boy Advance. That makes these levels ripe to be lost to time. However, Nintendo has been including all these levels with legacy re-releases of Super Mario Advance 4, which is incredibly commendable of them. The Super Mario Advance series is fun and definitely served their purpose, be 2D Mario games for the Game Boy Advance. But it was still weird that this series born in 2D hadn't received a new 2D game in years. But thankfully this would change with Nintendo's next handheld, the DS. But before we get to that, the DS also launched with the port of Super Mario 64, which is incredibly impressive. Super Mario 64 DS included a ton of new content, including new stars, new characters, new levels, along with a ton of visual enhancements. Not everything is perfect. I don't like how Bob-omb Battlefield looks in this version, but this is still one of the coolest and most impressive Mario releases to date, so it definitely deserves its place in history. And 2 years later in 2006 came New Super Mario Bros., which marked the beginning of a new era of Mario. And it started off with a bang, as New Super Mario Bros. Is an amazing game. Keep in mind, the last home console 2D Mario platformer was Super Mario World, and then we got this. So this was a huge next step, and was and still is a great game. It's just pure 2D Mario fun. It has a great graphical style, level design, aesthetics, everything. And while it's seen as the beginning of the bland era of Mario, it's unfair for this game since this was a big new step for Mario when it was released. And we still had a few games to go until Mario games started to become bland, as the next year came Super Mario Galaxy, sending Mario to space. Oh my god. Now this game is tough to go back to on the Wii, but dear god, just play the 3D All-Stars version and man, it's so good. Galaxy played around with the structure of 3D Mario some more. These levels are more linear with more definitive endpoints that each star mission funnels you in. However, I think this works super well for this whole concept of Mario. It's hard to imagine these levels being large sandboxes and still invoking what makes so many of these levels exciting. Honey Hive Galaxy is much more open, but it also doesn't feel very space themed, so I think this new direction works very well for what Mario Galaxy is trying to be. And man, this game is just so good, an absolute masterclass in 3D platforming. Super inventive and filled to the brim with creativity. It's such a special game that I adore so much. This and New Super Mario Bros. Made it seem like this new era of Mario was going to be something truly special, but unfortunately it was downhill from here. New Super Mario Bros. Wii released in 2009, and I think this one's fine. It doesn't really do a lot new, but I mean, it's whatever. It was the first new home console 2D platformer in 18 years, so I think it's okay to play it safer. Its art style is pretty similar to the DS's, but it's the Wii, so I think it's fine. This game also introduced 4-player simultaneous multiplayer, which was huge. New Super Wii wasn't a step forward, but it was perfectly fine. 2010 saw a sequel to Galaxy, Super Mario Galaxy 2, which I've heard is an excellent game. I haven't played it yet, but I am dying to. But I'm also starting to notice a pattern here. New take on Mario, sequel that is very similar. New take on Mario, sequel that is very similar. Now, good games are good games, but these games are so similar to their predecessors, I mean, you can almost mistake them for each other. Thankfully, in 2011, there was Super Mario 3D Land for the newly released 3DS, and this was an excellent game. This was a much more linear 3D Mario platformer with levels very akin to the traditional 2D Mario levels, but hey, it was a great game and a new direction for Mario, so I see no issue. Now in 2012, there was, okay, now I'm starting to see a problem. New Super Mario Bros. 2, like New Super Mario Bros., but now with a ton of coins, a gimmick that doesn't add much. New Super Mario Bros. U, like New Super Mario Bros. Wii, but now in HD, which gives it less of a reason to look so bland. This was on Nintendo's new high-definition system, and this is how you show it off? This isn't impressive, this looks just like your Wii game being emulated. Not to mention, it's another damn New Super Mario Bros. Game, the 4th one at this point. At least 2013 saw a new 3D Mario, Super Mario 3D World, which is an excellent game. And it's also like 3D Land, god damn it!
That was the big issue with Mario games in this era. Regardless of the fact that they were still pretty good, these 8 games still fell under 3 distinct styles of Mario: Galaxy, New Super, and 3D. A lot of people say the issue here was that these games were being released way too often. I mean, from the 7-year time gap between 2006 and 2013, 8 Mario games released, but I mean, keep in mind, at the beginning of the Mario series, the rate was pretty much the same. The difference was, each game with the exception of the Lost Levels was distinct from the last. They all had different graphical styles, aesthetics, level designs, they had a ton of variety, while these games fell under one of 3 defined categories. It made some of these games skippable, which is definitely an issue, and regardless of these games being good, these frequent releases that refused to innovate and grow started to lose their luster. Mario games were no longer special, and it seems that Nintendo knew that, because 4 years later they came back swinging with Super Mario Odyssey.
Oh my god, what a game! Super Mario Odyssey is an absolutely sublime game, one of the best Nintendo has ever made. Like Galaxy, it shook up the 3D Mario formula by upping the amount of collectibles. Now there's 800 Power Moons, with them hiding in every nook and cranny of every level, making exploration so exciting and fun. This game is one giant collectathon with so many inventive ideas, like Cappy allowing you to take control of a bunch of enemies and other things. Being able to play as these enemies with their strengths and weaknesses is awesome and adds so much potential with level design, and this game is so good at that. It's one of the best designed 3D platformers ever made, and it lives up to the legacy Mario has spent the last 35 years carving out. It was a return to the Mario we once knew, who was a pioneer of gaming and a master of game design, and it showed that in the Switch era, Mario would continue to live up to his legacy.
After one more short interruption,
New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, or as I like to call it, trash. I don't like this game. It's a $60 port of one of the most generic 2D Mario games. It's just so bland, I have nothing to say about it, which shouldn't be the case. I should be able to talk nearly infinitely about Mario games, but New Super U Deluxe gives me nothing to work with except for Bowsette. So fuck it, let me show this shitty Mario port how you do a good port. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. So step 1, this includes a game that's actually good and worth playing, and step 2, this also includes a side game that is fucking amazing. Bowser's Fury is so damn cool, turning Bowser into a Godzilla level threat. It's like your standard 3D Mario affair, but every now and then Fury Bowser strikes, causing more chaos. But as you collect shrines, you can fight him off in giant epic battles. While it's short, Bowser's Fury is some of the best 3D Mario content we've gotten, and it will always hold a special place in my heart. And this finally brings us to Super Mario Bros. Wonder, dropping the new name because it doesn't need that to sell. Wonder is absolutely incredible and probably my favorite 2D Mario. The Wonder Seed effects are so fun and creative, the level design is fantastic, the balancing is great, the art style is perfect, everything about this game is incredible, and what a modern 2D Mario platformer should be. It just makes me so damn happy, and with the Switch's successor coming soon, a new 3D Mario is on the horizon, and I cannot be more excited to see what we get, especially after how good these last few games have been.
Whoa, whoa. What the hell was that?
We have some breaking news. Following a recent earthquake, many people have reported their copies of Super Mario Odyssey to be stolen.
Wait, what?
Here is one person who claims to have come face to face with the perpetrator.
It looked like that damn Nicus guy who's always whining about games.
What the fuck are you talking about? I would never do such a thing.
But he was dressed nice in a suit and tie.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted you, but it's no matter. I'm gonna take over this universe of Nintendo, and I'll make sure they make nothing but lazy games.
Is it gonna take another multiversal crisis for us to get along again?
There's something else planned. And in a few months' time, you will know what I'm talking about. Or more so, everyone will know what I'm talking about. I'll see you in a few months, Nicus.
You son of a bitch, I knew it was you!
Yeah, of course it is. Anyways, what are you doing here? I mean, I thought you were spiritually bound to that basement.
Well, I left because you said you were planning something, and I didn't want to be a part of it.
Uh-huh. And look where we are now. I'm standing in your own home.
Okay, congrats, you found me. You have me. Now what?
Oh, no. It's not you I want, it's
Super Mario Odyssey.
Oh, I see you've caught on.
Well, when the news said I was going around taking the game from everyone, I knew there was only one person it could be.
Oh, well, ooh, you caught me, but you know what I'm here for, and oh, would you look at that? There's even a custom spine so I can easily find it on your shelf.
You son of a bitch, you put that down!
Oh, Nicus, I thought you have learned by now. In a world of sentient games, you should try and be friends with them, and then maybe your ass won't be handed to you by them all the time. You wanted nothing to do with this, and now I'm giving you that option. Stay out of my way, and I'll leave you be. But if you try to stop me, well, here's a taste of what that'll be like for you.
Nicus. Whoa, easy man. Hey, you're okay.
Where is he?
Where did he go?
Sucin?
Yeah.
No idea. We were hoping you could tell us.
He's stealing copies of Super Mario Odyssey from everyone. We know. That's why we came to you. Just come take a seat, get a drink, and we'll talk about this.
So, what's the last thing you remember?
Well, I was talking about Mario, like I always do, and then all of a sudden there was an earthquake, and before I knew it, Sucin was in here, stole my copy of Odyssey, and knocked me out, and that was it.
So you have no idea where he went?
No, I mean, I think he was traveling through portals, but I don't know where they led to. Why are you looking at him like that? When Sucin was in charge of our universe in Nintendo, he was known for manufacturing portals to other universes. I mean, yeah, that checks out. That's how I got back home when I first met you guys. But if Sucin is using these portals for what we think he is, we're in serious trouble. What do you mean?
Nicus, are you aware of the importance of Mario Odyssey?
Yeah, it turned things around for Nintendo and brought him into a new era of creativity and innovation.
Kukin?
I got this. As you know, there are multiple universes, each with different histories. Consoles released here may have just been rumors in other universes. Games that never saw the light of day in your universe were sales juggernauts in others. But among all those differences across every universe, there are some games that are so important to the gaming landscape that they released in every universe. Pong, Donkey Kong, Sonic the Hedgehog, these games are the predominant games, the connective tissue that holds the structure of the Nicusverse together. And Super Mario Odyssey is one of the newest to join the group. Okay, so where does Sucin come in?
Our universe was weird. We're a strange case, an abnormality, if you will. As you know, after New Super Mario Bros. Released, Sucin refused to let Nintendo grow any more than that. And his refusal to publish no Mario games outside of the new Super series meant we never saw Odyssey release in our universe.
This inherently isn't an issue. Every universe has an abnormality at some point in time. But as long as at least one copy of every predominant game exists in every universe, the Nicusverse will stand strong.
And this is why Sucin's actions are concerning. I mean, him stealing your copy to fuck with you, whatever. But he's stolen every copy of Odyssey out of this universe.
Every copy?
Yeah.
How is this even possible?
He's amassed an army of New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe that are going around stealing every copy. But if he stole every copy from this universe, well, it's safe to assume he's doing it for every universe too.
And what if he does that?
While we aren't entirely sure what would happen, we know it would be catastrophic.
As universes lose their copies of Odyssey, the structure of the Nicusverse weakens. And if it doesn't exist in enough universes, we believe the Nicusverse will just collapse.
So what are we gonna do about this?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, we can't just sit around while he tears the Nicusverse apart.
I mean, we agree, but there's nothing that we can do.
There's something else planned. And in a few months' time, you will know what I'm talking about. Or more so, everyone will know what I'm talking about.
This is all my fault.
What do you mean?
Over the summer, Sucin warned me about this. I mean, not specifically this, but he warned me that he was planning something. And instead of trying to stop him, I ran away like a coward to here. And look where that's brought us.
No, Nicus, it's okay. I mean, you did what you thought was best for you.
Yeah, I acted on my own selfish intents, and now everything we know is gonna come to an end because of it. And if this is how it's gonna end, I'm not going down without a fight.
What?
The Nicusverse hasn't collapsed yet, has it? We can still stop this.
But, I mean, what can even be done?
Something, we'll think of it. But I refuse to stand down. I'd much rather die trying than die knowing it was my fault.
Okay. I like your attitude, but, what can we do?
Hey Kukin, you said the Nicusverse will stay stable as long as Sakati exists in most universes?
Yeah.
Well, check this out.
Oh my god!
Sucin didn't know about my secret stash.
I knew you must have had more copies. You didn't seem that distraught after losing your main copy, but I still fail to see how this can help us.
Well, if every universe needs at least one copy, I just need to drop off a copy into every universe to stabilize it.
That's true, this could work, but, I mean, Sucin could just steal them too.
But if we do this fast enough, we can restabilize the Nicusverse before he realizes it, and then we just have to take him down.
Okay, well, I mean, we don't know where he is to begin with.
Well, I mean, it has to be somewhere in this universe. He's been stuck here ever since I first took him down.
His portal machine probably takes a lot of power and exerts a lot of energy, so we can probably find him with that.
There we go. While I'm stabilizing everything, you can track him down, and then once I'm done stabilizing, we can go stop him immediately.
Okay, I like this plan. But I see one big issue.
And what's that?
How are we gonna get you to other universes?
That's true. And how will you know which universes Sucin has already hit and which ones he hasn't?
Oh, fuck. I didn't think about that. Just give me a second.
It's just simple Mario fun, and I just can't imagine a world where it doesn't exist.
Wait a minute. Guys, I think I have an idea. When I was first sent to your universe, it was because I said I couldn't imagine a world without Super Mario Odyssey while holding the game up.
Okay. And?
Well, it took me to the one universe that didn't have a copy of the game.
So if you say that, it should take you to a universe that's missing a copy.
Theoretically, but there's only one way to find out.
Wait, Nicus, wait!
I can't imagine a world without Super Mario Odyssey.
Oh, shit.
Oh, why, hello there.
Dr. Hoctor?
Oh, you're looking for Dr. Hoctor? Well, you got the wrong guy, but I can give him a call.
Oh, no, I mean, you look like Dr. Hoctor.
Hello?
Hey Doc. This is Nicus.
Oh, hello Nicus. What's up?
Someone just appeared here, and he's looking for you. And now that I think about it, he kinda looks like you too.
No, I mean, I'm not looking for Dr. Hoctor. I just thought you were Dr. Hoctor.
Oh, never mind, Doc. Apparently he's not looking for you. He just keeps saying I look like you. I don't know why. Maybe this guy should look in a mirror.
Oh, okay then. Good talking to you, I guess.
Alright, love you, bye.
Yeah, so I may sound crazy, but I'm from another universe.
That sounds completely normal. You know, Dr. Hoctor won't shut up about this whole Nicusverse thing.
Okay, so what is your name?
Nicus. Why?
No reason. Anyways, I have this for you.
Oh, for me? Wow, this is perfect. Actually, just had my other copy stolen.
No problem. Now, I gotta do this with like 20 other universes.
Hey Doc, it's me again. How many Nicuses are there in the Nicusverse?
Oh, there we go. God, we thought we lost you. No, it worked, but how did I come back here? I was able to reconfigure your computers to pull you back here as long as you're holding a copy of Super Mario Odyssey. Sure. Whatever you say. So, this is it. I mean, this is our way to victory. I mean, yeah, I did drop a copy with them. And the Nicusverse seems more stable than it was before you left. Yeah, I mean, in terms of stabilizing the Nicusverse, but we still have Sucin to take care of. And I may have found him. Conveniently enough, there's an abandoned warehouse giving off a ton of energy. And I don't think abandoned warehouses just do that. So, can we go stop him now? The Nicusverse is still dangerously unstable. I think we should stabilize it more before you worry about going after Sucin. Alright, I guess I should get started. I can't imagine a world without Super Mario Odyssey.
Thanks.
Yep. You know, I feel like I'm encased in a cheap piece of plastic. I can't imagine a world without Super Mario Odyssey.
How the fuck did you get in my house?
You know, that's a really good question. I mean, I don't even understand myself. I can't imagine a world with...
Wow, dude. Thanks.
You're welcome. Now, Super Mario Odyssey.
This is garbage. Play checkers instead.
Okay. I guess I'll check it out sometime. I can't imagine a world without Super Mario Odyssey.
What the hell am I supposed to do with this?
I mean, you can put it on one of these shelves. I cannot. Imagine a world. Damn.
Thanks.
Yeah. Nice room. Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck this is, but thanks.
Yep. And by the way, you've got shit on your wall. I can't imagine a world without Super Mario Odyssey.
Thanks, boss man.
Yep.
I already own that.
Toad. Pick turnips faster than anyone else, and it's just so inspiring.
I'll leave you to it. I'll just leave this here. I just don't get it. The Nicusverse is stabilizing. How is it even possible? To even do that, you'd have to travel to other universes with Nicus. Nike? I would go insane if everyone called me that.
When you're called it your whole life, it's not that weird.
Well, that's fair. I mean, no one calls me that, so it's not like I have to go through it. Whoa. What's going on? There's a big energy spike from Sukin's warehouse. Shit. Could he be traveling to another universe? Should I pull Nicus? Yes, pull him. I don't trust this at all. Gotcha. You? Nicus, he should still have copies left, shouldn't he? Fuck. It must be Sucin. He's gotten to him.
You wanted nothing to do with this, and I gave you the opportunity to stay away.
I warned you what would happen if you tried to stop me. And yet, here you are, trying to undo all that I've done? You may have defeated me once, but I have been planning this ever since we first met. And I'll be damned if you stop me again. And what is this? I had a feeling you had some extras, but it's no worry. I'll make sure you never play a Mario game again! I've had enough of this. I thought getting rid of Odyssey would be enough, but clearly it's not. In order to cleanse the Nicusverse, I must get rid of all Mario games. Except for the good ones.
Hello?
Hey. Can I sit?
Sure. You okay?
No, not really. I was trying to save the Nicusverse because I foolishly thought I should, and I got myself stuck in the process.
Oh. Well, why did you think you should?
I don't know. I just felt a sense of responsibility. I mean, in a way, this is all my fault in the first place. And when I was warned, I did the worst thing possible and ran. And despite that, I still decided to fight.
Well, what matters is you tried to fight. You stood up to evil when the Nicusverse needed you to. But it doesn't seem the fight is over yet.
Yes, it is. I failed.
No, you only think you have. You're letting your poor judgment get in the way of what you truly are. You haven't failed, but if you do nothing, you will fail.
You don't get it. Sucin took my copies of Super Mario Odyssey, and now I'm stuck here. I can't leave any universe.
Super Mario Odyssey?
Yeah, a stupid Mario game. I mean, this is the cause of all this. A stupid Mario game.
Well, is this the stupid Mario game you're talking about?
Wait, Sucin hasn't stolen your copy yet?
No, I mean, I frankly have no idea what you're talking about.
Can I borrow that? I promise I'll bring it back.
I know you will. I trust you.
Thanks. Now, if only my friends would take me out of here.
Now, go save the Nicusverse.
Wait, Coop, the Nicus seems to be showing up again. Really? Then pull him out.
Please, 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 please.
Nicusverse. So fucking stupid.
Nicus, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I had a run-in with Sucin. I don't have any copies of Odyssey left, though.
At this point, we're fine, though. We can focus our energy on stopping Sucin.
Okay, the Mercer's warehouse. It's time to end this.
Oh, Nicus. Back so soon?
You should have known you can't stop me.
You know what? I figured. So I took this time to prepare the Nicusverse for total restructuring. Boys!
You son of a bitch! What do you mean restructuring?
You know, I believed for years that every universe was like my own, where all Nintendo made was new Super Mario Bros. Games. They were so easy to make and sold so well.
I mean, it was all we needed to stay afloat. We prospered for years. We made so much while spending so little, until you came, and you ripped me into your world. One where Nintendo killed off New Super Mario Bros. Years ago. One where they tried new things full of creativity instead of just doing what worked all over again. I fail to see what's wrong with that. The new Super Series got boring. Who cares if you found them boring? Man, children like you bought them anyways. It didn't matter because you still gave us money and free publicity. Either way, I won. It was great. But now I'm here.
And considering what you took from me, I wanted to take Odyssey away from you.
My goal is to replace every copy of Odyssey with New Super U Deluxe. But with you meddling with my scheme, I've decided to replace every Mario game with New Super U Deluxe. Sucin, you don't get it. By replacing Odyssey alone, you'll cause the Nicusverse to collapse. Do you really expect me to believe that? Ooh, let's save your favorite Mario game and make it relevant in every universe but mine. Fuck it, we don't need it anyways.
I've worked tirelessly for this. The Nicusverse deserves a good 2D Mario. You want a good 2D Mario? I'll show you a new 2D Mario. No!
I've had enough of this. Kill him!
Targeting every Mario game across the Nicusverse. It's time to end this.
I've failed. Now Mario games will cease to exist. 64, Bowser's Fury, 3D All-Stars, Mario 1, 2, 3, 3D Lands, 3D World, Wonder, Odyssey. I've failed.
Nicus.
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 Nicus. Nicus.
Nicus.
Thank you guys. All of you. Sucin, listen, I'm sorry about all of this, and I wish it didn't have to come down to this, but at the end of the day, the stability of the Nicusverse is more important than any piece of programming featuring a plumber. It may seem like I did this because I was targeting Odyssey, but frankly, I would have done this for any game. These are experiences that changed our lives, and they're too important to just not exist. Even the ones you don't like. New Super U is far from my favorite, but it could be someone else's favorite. And I'm sorry you don't like Odyssey, or this general direction my Nintendo was taking Mario in, but it's too important for it to just cease to exist. And something I learned a while ago is that even though there's games that you don't like, well, there's always games out there that you do like. And it's okay to just focus on those. Take it easy, Sucin. You know, it's been quite the ride, but I would do it all again for Mario. Mario games are special. Every single one of them, even the ones you don't like. Mario Odyssey is my favorite one, but there's people out there who don't like Odyssey. And that's okay, because that's never gonna stop me from liking Odyssey. And that goes the other way. I mean, I can't stand this game, but there's people out there who love this game. They see something in it that I don't. And there's something beautiful about that, and me not liking it and complaining about it should never change their minds. At the end of the day, we're all Mario fans, and we just want to talk about the games we love. And if someone ever tries to challenge that possibility, I'll always step up to stop them. Every Mario game is important and needs to exist, even the ones we don't like. I mean, I can't stand the lost levels, but without it, we wouldn't have gotten Mario 2. And without Mario 2, we wouldn't have gotten 3D World. Regardless of what we think of these games, everyone deserves the right to talk about Mario games how they want. And I hope that what I did today ensures that people can always talk about their favorite Mario games however they want.
Oh, a stage play, huh? Makes you really wonder what stakes are involved here. Did Bowser even kidnap anyone? No, it's faked for content. Hollywood these days.
You sly dog. They made a second one, dude. They made a second Mario Galaxy. That's so cool. Oh, that's great. I love it.
Toad. Turnip Toad. Never change.
Maybe it is real.
Space. Gusty Garden Galaxy.
As for me, I'd love to continue talking about Mario Odyssey, but it feels like every time I talk about it, it leads to a multiversal crisis, so I guess I probably shouldn't. Oh, okay, I can't resist. Mario Odyssey is just the best. Oh, this is still fucking worth it.
These came out this year? I don't know if I want to do this. I don't know.
Trying to work through it. I just throw it off the roof.
Oh, come on.
Stick part of your art in its hole.
That's
Great dialogue.
That sounds so wrong.
Like a bug in my mouth. Or like a nut or something.
A nut?
True. Damn, that's kind of gay.
Not that way.
Cotton 4K
Hot
HD
Top
Ultra.
Milk, like, oh yeah. Yeah.
Karsten Keller has a duct tape king.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that is cold.
Oh, I'm still filming.
Wait, actually no. Okay, so after a second I'm gonna be like, talk about it.
Wait. No.
Star Wars! Oh wait, this is kind of a sick shot.
It is.
I gotta get the...
Hi everyone and no
giggling.
Stop giggling. He rival falls Niflheim horse.
What did I say about the nipple line?
Hey, corporate still needs the idea for the Mario RPG game. I'm redoing that.
You were trying to bring a game.
Everyone's laughing.
I go, sure are. I'm gonna be like,
Sure are.
and then you're like,
I think that was good. I think we got it.
you're like,
Take
my
one.
next line is,
Action.
You like spell on a word and then I like
Yeah, I'm-
slide into the frame and I'm like
Yeah,
or something.
do that.
No, do it dementia.
What are you doing, Bo?
It has become a favorite for speedrunners because of its intricacies and skill expression in the gameplay. Now, the game...
You don't know shit about this. You don't know the first thing about what you're talking about.
Okay, so
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck Dr. Octua.
Don't include that one.
Look at that. Big, humongous balls. Okay.